Buongiorno e benvenuti a questa seconda.
Good morning and welcome to day 2 of the Digital Innovation Forum. And today we will be taking a leap from quantum physics that we talked about yesterday in relation to AI, and we will be referring to the things that we introduced yesterday, and we'll be applying it to certain themes that are a little bit closer to our everyday lives, such as mobility. So we have a new alliance that's been created between physics, information technology, and industrial policy, where growing complexity is not a hurdle to be overcome, but a resource to be governed. So we'll be starting with our first speaker, who's really going to be talking about the future of mobility, of energy, and of global infrastructure, increasingly relying on system intelligence. And networks, no longer physical these days, and we'll be looking at that a little bit later, are data algorithms that learn and adapt and leap ahead of each other, basically, leapfrog each other, and that changes the way we deal with mobility and transportation, in fact, using the laws of physics and complex systems. Our first speaker today is Christopher Clemens, and he's one of the people best able to comment on these convergences between intelligent transportation, quantum technologies, and we'll be listening to what he has to say about the use of quantum computing as a system that organizes and will be organizing global logistics. So let me now invite Christopher Clemens, a professor of the Department of Physics and Astronomy of the University of North Carolina.
Thank you, Barbara, and thank you all for having me here. I'm going to do a little bit of a mixture of things. First, by way of introduction, I come from North Carolina. I just finished 3.5 years as the Chief Academic Officer at the University of North Carolina, which is the USA's first public university. We opened our doors in 1795. So I'll say a couple things about the university, and then I'll get on to the physics topic, which is somehow going to thread the themes of the conference together. And I will be talking about the Magnus effect and its optical analogs. So the topics that we'll thread together will be transport, energy and sustainability, and quantum computing, and it won't even be a stretch. I will show you how these things are connected to basic physics, and we heard yesterday why research in basic science is still very important and something we can center on. A little about the university. We are in the top 11 funded universities with federal research funds in the United States, with $1.55 billion. This is before the Trump administration, so we'll see how we do in the next year. But we're the 9th largest US research university. My own work is on spectroscopic measurements of exoplanetary debris. It turns out when the sun becomes a white dwarf in about 5 billion years, the planets and some of the asteroids will eventually be tidally disrupted, and they'll fall onto that star. And what we do is measure the composition of meteorites and exoplanets in other solar systems by watching what happens to the atmosphere of a white dwarf as elements fall on it. None of this is any use to anyone here, or maybe to anyone at all, but it's really quite interesting. But let's get on with the topic. You all have seen these demonstrations of Bernoulli's principle, not very far to the north in Basel. Daniel Bernoulli wrote a hydrodynamics work, which was eventually mathematicized by others, and we figured out some things about how pressure works in a fluid. And if you've seen this demonstration where you suspend a ball over some kind of hairdryer or object making air, it works because as the velocity of air increases, it causes the pressure to go down. And that creates, if you like, a potential well that will hold a ball in an airstream. And if you try to move into a slower velocity region, you will get a restoring force because the pressure is higher and it pushes the ball back to the center of the stream. What could this have to do with quantum computing? Well, let's make this first connection by looking at the optical analog. And when I say an analog, it's the same effect. It is not because the speed of light is different at the center of a beam, it's the intensity of light. But if you take a Gaussian beam, if you try to put an atom there, you'll get a kind of dipole effect because of the electric field of the light. And the dipole and the energy gradient in the beam makes a little potential well, and you can trap an atom. So you can hold single atoms in the waist of a focused laser beam, kind of like Bernoulli's principle allows you to hold this ball suspended in a stream of air. And this is from a paper on alkaline atoms that are being held in optical tweezers. And you can see a picture from the paper there. The atom is held at a very narrow waist, and the red and the blue beams are other beams of light that are needed to interrogate the atom, change its state, or to cool it, because it'll heat up and start to oscillate. So this is a very interesting analogy. Again, what does it have to do with quantum computing? Well, what are the elements that are required to make a functional, fully functioning quantum computer? Two of them are the qubit, which is the basic unit of quantum information. And this information is not stored as a 1 or a 0, as in a normal digital computer. It's stored as a superposition of quantum states of some system. In this case, we will think of the atom as the system that forms the qubit, and by trapping one atom, you can make that into one qubit. And by the way, the images here are all AI generated. I've given the prompts. This is supposed to be a quantum gate acting on qubits. I have no idea what imaginative process was used by the computer to make this image. The second thing is a quantum gate, which is a device or method to make these qubits interact in some way, to mix their states or entangle them. And we'll come back to that because I have to tell you about another application of Bernoulli's principles, which is the Magnus effect. You see this effect all the time, whether you know it or not. If you have a spinning ball, some of the air near the ball will be entrained and it will circulate with the ball. And that which circulates along with the stream going past the ball makes a faster velocity on one side. On the other side, you have a slower velocity. So you wind up with a lift. Effectively, the Magnus force causes the ball to curve more or less in the direction of spin, and you can see in the airstream on the right what's happened. The faster air is going beneath the post in that stream, and the slower air is stalling out. So you have high pressure on one side, low pressure on the other, and that causes a force in the direction shown on the arrow. Now, in transport, a fellow named Flettner in the 1920s figured out you could replace the sails on a sailing vessel with a big circular rotating cylinder, and it would act like a sail and would move the vessel along. And it actually worked quite well in the initial tests, but the recovery time to invest in these at low fuel cost did not make it really catch on. But I think it has some advantages over canvas sails for sailing vessels, and you will now start to see these things fitted on commercial transport. I'm not the only one using AI for images. This is an Airbus image that I think was AI generated, showing a planned vessel that will decrease the fuel use by 15 to 30% by using these Flexner rotors. So that's the Magnus effect in a transport and energy-saving application. And now let's look at what this has to do with quantum computing a second time. Now this is going to get a little complicated. Again, an AI-generated image of some kind of imaginative atoms in a quantum gate. But what happens in the waist of these laser beams that trap an atom is if you have a polarization and some component of circular polarization, the atom also has spin. And the interaction between the atom's spin and the circular polarization causes an analog to the Magnus force. And so what you see in this image from the paper listed there by Manzati et al. Is the potential well will shift by an amount that depends upon the state of the atom. And so the location of an atom can be coupled to its spin state, and that's everything you need, apparently, to make a quantum gate. So this paper was about how you would take a trapped ion and then using a beam that's polarized, or even a Laguerre Gaussian, which is we learned that you can put angular momentum in light and make a kind of chiral light. And so if you use that kind of beam, this gives you a even better separation. And so you can use this optical analog to the Magnus effect to make the second thing you need for a quantum computer, which is a gate. So between an atom trapped in an optical tweezer and the Magnus effect using polarization to shift it around in a state-dependent way, you have the basic physics elements of a quantum computer. Many other ways to do this. Many different technologies can be used to make qubits. This one happens to be ionized atoms trapped in a laser. Obviously, from the lab to the practical application, there are many, many steps, and this is not the only proposed way to make a trapped atom into a quantum gate, but it is one that may be worth investigating. So I thought it would be interesting to draw all that together. Since this is about 1/4 of a physics lecture I would give to students, I'm going to end by leaving you with some homework. Your homework is to invent for yourself a new application for the Magnus effect that does one of the following things: either saves energy, simplifies an existing application, or accomplishes something entirely new. I asked AI to give me an attitude control system for a Zeppelin, and the picture you see there is, I think, supposed to be something like that, but it's obviously got at least one rotor on the back, so maybe it does something. So there, if you'll go off and create some new application, I look forward to seeing you here next year with a display and a new company to use the Magnus effect for some energy saving or novel application. Thank you very much for your attention. I will leave it to the next person.
Ecco, come vediamo siamo...
So as you can see, we are facing a quantum leap and a totally new approach across all fields and sectors thanks to quantum technology. But let's now go back to networks. We're immersed, as we were saying, in complex systems. We have networks of people, of information, of data, of cells, and algorithms. Every single day we interact with structures that no one completely controls, but that follow certain laws. They comply with certain laws of physics. And the ability to discover what these laws are and how they are applied is what's led to the drastic change in the direction of cancer research. And complex systems are those in which the sum of the whole is greater than its parts. Yes, let me rephrase that. The whole is greater than the sum of the parts. And here we find those laws, which once we can decode, are able to change the approach we have towards all systems, and that includes mobility. So let's listen now to a talk on complex systems by Eglantina Carlucci, Dean of the Faculty of Natural Sciences of the University of Tirana.
Buongiorno, voglio ringraziarli per l'organizzazione di questo.
I'd like to thank you for the organization of this event.
English, thank you very much for the organization. I'm glad to be as a speaker in this forum. In fact, Barbara just summarized all the idea of my talk, but here I am representing University of Tirana. That is situated in Albania, just across the sea, Adriatic Sea. And University of Tirana is the oldest public university in Albania, and I am Dean of the Faculty of Natural Sciences that deals with the fundamental sciences, in fact, that are the basis of artificial intelligence and quantum computing. So here I have chosen to present for you just three projects that we are working with our group in our faculty in order to be linked together in the what is called complex networks, but applied in different fields. So that's why it's entitled When Complex Systems Meet Live. So the first, what you see here, in fact, is a picture of some signals captured from the brain, and in fact they are analyzed through complex networks. In fact, this is a joint work with Euromove Lab in France that gathers more than 10 universities in order to attract and to identify the movements. But this work, in fact, is related to the synchronization in brain signals. In fact, it's an experiment that participate 18 participants divided in 9 dyads, in order to see the synchronization not only in different participants in couples, but also in the both hemispheres of the brain, left and the right one. So previously it has been just studied about using statistical methods and machine learning once, but when we joined the group together with my PhD student, we tried to put another approach or to see another approach. In fact, from the time series, we borrow the idea of La Casa of constructing a network, a complex network, which is an undirected network, and to see the synchronization. In fact, the first publication, which you see at the end of the slide, measures it through the similarity of the adjacency matrices of the networks. And then we extended our study in using, in fact, because the network is composed of n nodes, and these nodes, in fact, are not else as signals, but are oscillators. So we are interested in order when these oscillators will arrive at a stability stage. So we studied this evolution using the Kuramoto model, which you see here, and all the signals that, or the time series is produced using F-Near's technology. And so from the graph that you are seeing here is the main graph and the inner graph, because we are studying 2 cases, before disturb and after a disturb source are some signals that are input into the brain of these individuals. But in fact, we continued our studies with another approach, in fact, based on artificial intelligence. And so we used PPO, which is proximal policy optimization algorithm, in order to input some signals into randomly picked nodes in the network. And in fact, since the first percentage of randomly picked nodes, we distinguished that we were not going to achieve any stabilization. So we, in fact, just postponed our study into studying or finding a threshold for desynchronization. And in fact, we arrived at a result that for the percentage of above 5% of randomly picked nodes in this system, the system is totally desynchronized. So this work was presented at the Catania University during a Decision Science Alliance conference in June, and will be published by the end of the year at one of the Springer's journals. But another project that we are working with a group of genetists from Italy, but by the side of Garda Lake, in fact, they deal with a very rare genetic disease. And so we we discussed with them how to approach and to try to understand the genes, or in this paper, in fact, it's microbiome that are associated to certain disease. So this work, we used open data sets taken from various publications from colleagues from Portugal, but we used various different approaches, starting from graph-based approaches and other machine learning ones, in order to compare the results and finding the responsible, in this paper, biomas that are associated to melanoma, because the data sets were different kinds of melanoma. But this work is still going on with gene co-expression network analysis that relates the gene expression with complex analysis. And the third example, in fact, differs from the previous ones, but before moving to this one, I would emphasize that from the reviewers of the research, of our research, it has been stated that the synchronization in brain signals, in fact, or desynchronization is very important in the early detection of Alzheimer. So today, talking a lot about healthcare, I think that artificial intelligence is going to give a very good power to it. So the last project that I'm explaining to you, it's about social science or complex systems related to social science. It has came out of a collaboration with a colleague, researcher that comes from political science. His background, in fact, has been elaborated in the US, so he came to me one day with a question. He said that echo chambers in general, conservative and liberals, are said to be isolated, but in fact they are not so much isolated. So he presented data set, a big data set with communication in Twitter for the ex-president of Brazil, Lula, about pro and cons, about how the judge will go on. So he wanted to understand how these echo chambers, or these groups, in our terms, subgraphs, were interacting with each other or influencing each other. So in fact, by what is in the literature, I didn't find anything appropriate for this. So in this paper that is published on social network analysis and mining, we have proposed a modified Janssen matrix, in fact, that catches the information, and we have proposed here 3 new matrices in order to understand better the communication between the subgraphs. But this paper, in fact, it was only about the division of a graph into 2 subgraphs. In fact, the dynamics of the real world is not two-dimensional, it's multidimensional. So, or even from my background, as I am a mathematician, it's how could we go into extending this matrix into a multidimensional approach. And so we have published in the Journal of Computational Social Sciences these matrices translated into the multidimensional approach. So they, in fact, they are basically, the idea was taken from a discussion in Twitter, but in fact they could be used even in various networks, because in fact a network is composed of nodes which are different entities, could be cities, could be people, could be interactions, could be genes, but and the links are the communication with them. So now I would like to thank all of you for this organization, but first of all, because we are in the area of artificial intelligence and quantum computing, but in fact the basis of all these stay on the fundamentals of science, which is mathematics and physics. So from this presentation, I just wanted to emphasize how we implemented mathematical and physics into understanding the real life and what is surrounding us. Still, further work is going on. Back at my faculty, we have a high-performance computer which comes from a collaboration with CERN, and we are running out all these algorithms because the complexity is very, very high, and the computational number of operations, it increases as you increase the accuracy of the results. So thank you very much, and great organization.
So complex systems, it is a fascinating world that we're facing. Once you unlock the secret of the contents of these networks, you can apply the systems pretty much everywhere: politics, the economy, the movement of stars, right down to something as down-to-earth as mobility. And we can try and understand what patterns can be replicated in different sectors. And once you see that, you can move on to healthcare, economy, systems for interpreting the real world that truly are game-changing and extraordinarily useful. So let's take a step from research to industry, and I would invite up to the stage Erminio Polito, the CEO of Indra Group Italy, to talk to us about mobility.
Salve.
Good morning and welcome. So let's talk about mobility in terms of digital infrastructure as in the future. So far we've been listening from the previous two speakers about how quantum technology and how the study of complex systems can help us to govern and frame the interpretation of how transportation functions across all sectors. And we can try and find a fit between all kinds of forms of transformation, modes of transformation, air, road, and rail, to come up with something more efficient and more precise, thanks to the laws of physics. So last year, you were here, the Indra Group came to ComoLake, and you talked to us about artificial intelligence in terms of energy use. And here you're focusing on mobility because it's something that you're particularly interested in. And why is that? Well, good morning. Mobility is in fact a complex system. And I think it will be really interesting to see how quantum technology will help manage such a complex and dynamic system, because mobility, in fact, is a digital infrastructure and perhaps one of the most important countrywide. It is one of the strategic pillars that we have because it affects the quality of our lives and it affects the competitiveness of areas and the companies located in them. So it is crucial to have an efficient infrastructure. It has to be dynamic, adaptable, and it also has to drive innovation and be driven by innovation. For example, in the railway sector, we know that there is a separation between the network and the train network and the passenger network. There will be companies like SNCF in France or the Spanish railways that will be coming into Italy to work on passenger transportation with us, and it will be vital for there to be an efficient structure that can, in fact, serve this type of project. So how does all this tie in with mobility? Well, yes, last year we did come to ComoLake, and we brought with us comments on the digital transformation. We have a particular sector that works on this. Indra works in various innovative areas: defense, air traffic control, space, and transportation, of course. And we want to start working more on transportation in Italy. We have a great deal of expertise. We have run more than 2,500 projects worldwide. We operate in 50 countries and 100 cities. So we carry with us innovation in this area, and we want to start working on these technologies in Italy as well. So going to mobility specifically, what do you do? And how do you operate in the various areas, fields of transportation? I think that Indra is quite unique. It's truly one of a kind because it brings together end-to-end expertise, starting from strategic consultancy services to solution planning, system planning, supply of vertical systems, and we're specialized in mobility right down to rights management. So we work in railways, rail transportation, urban and interurban transportation, and airports. As to the railway system, we have traffic management systems, train traffic management systems that enable networks, rail networks to be managed efficiently, and our solutions cover more than 22,000 kilometers, 30,000 kilometers of rail tracks, and 5,000 kilometers are all high speed. And we participated in innovative plans for signaling in systems in Spain and also in the Arab world. As to road transportation, we work using infrastructure platform management systems like as in the field of railway, also on road, and we're very big in toll systems. We were one of the first to introduce free flow systems, which means paying highway tolls without physical barriers. And we did this in Latin America. There are projects there in Asia, and we're now working on some pilot plans in Europe as well. And in the United States, we're working with Audi and Qualcomm, and we're developing a project for connected vehicles. So connected vehicles that communicate with the road infrastructure and enable vehicles to receive information about traffic. And so there's dynamic traffic management and payment systems as well of tolls and parking. And going back to that, in fact, let me see if I've got it right, if we've got it right. Basically, in Singapore, I went there once, and there are ZTLs areas, but they move. They're not always permanent. I was in Singapore when the President of the United States was visiting, and when it was found that he was going to drive along a certain road, they increased the toll of the track. It became very expensive. It was like $20 to use the road. The car picked it up. It told my taxi driver, and he said, well, if we drive there now, if we use that road now, we have to pay an extra $20. Otherwise, we can go back and take a different route. Is that really what we're talking about? Yes, absolutely, spot on. That's exactly what we're talking about. These are solutions that have a physical infrastructure that's very straightforward, very simple, at least in terms of the user, because the user doesn't have to stop at the toll station. And then the payment of the toll is dynamic, and it's based on traffic or based on various other requirements. Excellent. All right. So what areas are you focusing on in Italy? Well, why Italy, you may ask? We operate in many countries, and as far as mobility is concerned, Italy is a very dynamic, fast-changing market, and it's also innovative in some respects. If you think about Italy, it was one of the first European countries to separate networks, rail transport networks versus passenger services management, and it's been a model for other European countries. And even in terms of smart roads, going back to payments, in smart roads, Italy passed a budget law back in 2018 authorizing plans and trials for payments with smart road systems. So even from the regulatory standpoint, we're pretty much in the forefront. So it's a changing and it's an innovating market. Our goal, as I said at the beginning, is in fact to contribute our innovation, our expertise, adapted to the country, and working with local partners. And today we see three main focuses. Number one, the railway system. In the railway market today, there's a great focus on security at level crossings. Italy has 5,000 level crossings approximately, some managed by the Italian state railways and some managed by regional railways. And these are crossings, railway crossings, that are being phased out, but due to geographical, local planning areas, etc., are struggling to do so. But they need managing. They need to be managed safely. And what does that mean? It is crucial to see whether there is anything obstructing the level crossing so that the train can go by. And this is something that the National Rail Security Agency is looking at, and we're working on systems that automatically detect objects on level crossings. And DGS is working on that. We have a solution. We're developing a multi-sensor system that also uses 3D radar and efficiently and very simply reduces false positives and is low consumption, low energy consumption, but it detects the presence of objects obstructing level crossings, and maintenance and etc. Obviously need to be efficient, and they need to be located in strategic places. Now, secondly, we're working on the highways, Italy's Autostrada. We're working on a smart roads project. Our expertise and our experience internationally are extremely valuable, and hopefully we're looking at working with Italian partners to implement safe systems. And the third focus is in urban and interurban and suburban systems, for example, ticketing systems. We have an integrated mobility system in Barcelona that where one platform is used for tickets on all Barcelona's transport systems. And we also did it for the Irish transportation system, where trams, buses, and trains are all integrated. There is one ticket for all of them, and the same goes for Riyadh. And now we're very keen to see mobility service projects in Italy's main cities, Milan, Turin, etc. And here too, we're hoping to contribute our experience and our expertise to enhancing these systems. Now, how do you see in 5 years' time? How do you see the management of the transportation network with the results of research ongoing or to be developed in 5 years' time? Are we talking about wishful thinking? Well, in some respects, it might be wishful thinking, but we need to make it happen. These are complex networks. Just think about rail transport. Rail infrastructure has two main agents, but two main players, but there will be probably more. And all that planning for trains needs to be managed when there are delays and when deviations have to be found, and how to make these trains run where there are physical constraints. It's not easy to build a new rail network. So all of these things are important. Quantum technology, AI, are crucial for efficiently developing a smart rail system. We hope that will happen. And so you'll be finding alternatives, hopefully, for like new modes of transportation, maybe with drones or something. Yeah, absolutely, spot on. So thank you so much. Thank you very much, Erminio Polito from Indra Group. You can now take your seat. And I will now invite Smeraldo Fiorentini, the Deputy CEO of Alma Viva Transportation and Logistics Division. Good morning and welcome to you too. Hello, everyone. So we've already heard much about future prospects and possible developments and changes in mobility and transportation. But even now, we're seeing major transformations going on in various areas. So what role do digital technologies play in that transformation? Well, yes, you're right. Absolutely. In freight and passenger transportation systems, we're seeing major changes taking place. And these are changes that need to solve issues, global issues like climate change, and transportation is a major contributor to CO2 emissions, and high-density cities populations in cities. By 2050, 70% of the world population will be living in cities, hence the need for more sustainable urban transportation systems. And digital technologies are contributing increasingly towards the transformation process, particularly in two areas, I would say. Number one, to make infrastructure, physical transportation structures smarter so that they can be connected, they can connect vehicles safely and also improve the passenger customer experience. And also we need urban mobility systems to be more sustainable so that they can encourage the use of alternatives to private passenger cars. So obviously various transportation modes feature different levels of digitization and innovation. And this is what the previous speaker was saying. Today's rail systems have achieved incredible levels of automation and safety thanks to regulations, laws, regulations, and standards that, for example, that enable interoperability to exist between different railway systems. And an Italian train, for example, can travel in France or Germany and vice versa without any discontinuities. And it's also possible to use rail systems that are driverless, so without autonomous driving, not just in city areas. On the other hand, conversely, the road transportation infrastructure is lagging behind in regards to safety and innovation. That is why Alma Viva, although we operate on the railway system, in the railway system for nearly 30 years, well, we are also working in urban areas in Italy and abroad with our smart mobility systems to encourage more sustainable mobility. And for the past few years, we've started investing in digital systems for smart roads. And to speed up our position in this market, last year we acquired an American company listed on NASDAQ in the United States and a leader in the field of traffic management and smart roads. That acquisition doesn't happen very often. It's that an Italian tech company acquires an American one, a high-tech company that's listed on NASDAQ. So the railway network, the road network, correction, that is truly key in the modernization of infrastructure. Where are we at in terms of innovation here? Well, based on the experience that we're acquiring on the markets that we operate on, in a nutshell, I could say that the United States started out slowly, but then they sped up thanks to very clear decisions on their part that led to pioneering projects. In Italy and in Europe, we started out very fast. Italy was a pioneer in the field of smart roads. I think the first pilot project for smart roads was Italian. And where was it? It was a road that goes from Milan to Cortina. We worked with the local operators, and then things sort of slowed down. There was the search for partnerships between various stakeholders that led to a slowing down of the modernization process. And I think the key decision taken in the United States was to opt for a technology to connect vehicles with infrastructure. And after that, when was that? What is it? It's a technology based on cellular standards as opposed to Wi-Fi, short-range Wi-Fi, CV2X systems. That's a technical name for it. And then the Federal Transportation Commission in the United States put out a frequency wavelength and for services specifically for smart roads. So basically they allocated 3 channels that can be integrated with each other and also offering a great deal of flexibility in terms of commercial development. So that regulatory clarity it did encourage investments, major investments from vehicle makers and car makers and the authorities in the United States. And there's another aspect as well. Another advantage in America is that many American highways are already fitted out. They already have their network connections and the electrification. They're electrified, and that certainly has facilitated the installation of on-site units that connect vehicles and infrastructure. Conversely, Italy, as I said, started out with a bang and then slowed down, and that has sort of harnessed the development of major projects across Europe. However, the regulations across Europe are evolving. In 2023, a directive, a guideline 2561, was issued that very much favors automated and connected mobility. And these are projects on a large scale, very large scale, two in particular. Let me describe them. The Sea Road Extended project that defines the technical and functional requirements for transportation services, smart and cooperative transport systems, and the SCERCE, which actually implements and enforces these concepts. And this is something that we are truly focusing much on. Now, going back to yesterday's panel discussion on edge computing. So will edge computing change anything in the field of mobility? Yes, it will. But the technological and digital pipeline will be affected. There will be a huge impact. For example, we use the technology for monitoring purposes of fixed infrastructure because the data collected in the field is abundant. And today, installed sensors, physical sensing systems are plentiful, and there is a great deal of information that's being collected. There is a risk of them being difficult to leverage. So edge technology will give us local expertise, local knowledge for pre-analysis of data to then provide not just data, but information that can be used for carrying out investigations in various areas like predictions and real-time management of traffic situations and mobility in general. Some say that the next step will be physical AI for extracting data from the from our surroundings directly. Do you think it's true? Do you believe it? Or do you think it's still very much on the horizon because we're focusing elsewhere? Our focus is elsewhere. Now, I would say that, sure, it's a trend, it's an opportunity for managing complex systems, such as mobility, where there are so many stakeholders, so many players, and also a great deal of technology. I think that the main rule here is to define precise standards. Going back to what I said before, why is the rail system more evolved than the road system? Because it has given itself standards, regulations, rules and regulations, and the whole sector invested in it. Conversely, for urban transportation, road transportation, the rules and regulations haven't yet been developed to that extent. We conducted a considerable amount of studies on Roma Capitale. We installed a mobility station that controls most of the installed technologies in the area. I would say the most complex part wasn't that of defining sensors and processing the data, but dealing with what we had. There were 40 subsystems already in existence of various kinds that were all speaking different languages and didn't communicate. There was because of the lack of sharing and communication and standards. So here there is a requirement, a need for very long-term planning over the next 10 and 20 years. So we have to start from standards setting standards. Thank you very much. That's very clear. Thank you so much. Thanks for coming to speak to us today.
Grazie. Allora, come abbiamo capito,
Much has been done in AI and quantum computing. But the medium and long-term outlook of these issues is crucial, not only for economic and social development, but also at a strategic and geopolitical level for future decades. So we need a different outlook, a different approach, and that is precisely what the message we are trying to give. We must change our approach. We must change our outlook. We must align all decision-making processes, gearing it to the world of research. And we give the floor to Mauro Iacono, who is Associate Professor of Information System and Computing at the Campania University, Luigi Vanvitelli. I'm not speaking about transport. I'm here to make a couple of considerations, a sort of bridge between what was said yesterday and what will be said tomorrow. But the word of transport is a good example what I mean, because the word of transport is one of the areas where AI is a driver of economic development. It may have an impact on people. It was capable of giving a contribution at a different moment for world economy. I'm glad there are young people here, because one of the important facts that derived from the transport application and this economic application is essentially means using AI to develop added value. So AI becomes a commodity in a way, and it led to an excellent research field, ethics. You know that there is a dilemma between defending the driver, protecting the driver, or the person that may be the victim of the car. And that is something that has guided all the considerations on self-driving cars. AI and quantum computing were drivers for the economy that cannot be denied, and it is so big that some analysts are speaking of a bubble of AI. At present, this is not just as valid for quantum computing, but is certainly true for AI. And the role of AI is not just private or, economic development as such. Tomorrow, we'll be talking about that, but yesterday also the Undersecretary told something about that. Also the public sector will have new tools based on AI. The Undersecretary told us that when we decide to do something, we are very good at innovating. We are very good at innovating both from the technological viewpoint and the procedural one. And the use of AI in public administration, if we consider that as a commodity, has led to other areas of research. The problem of using AI in public administration together with the spreading of big data analysis has led to to work on some of the aspects of the GDPR. And so new knowledge for the defense of fundamental rights and also for administrative law. Because when we introduce a tool that de facto inhibits the participation of the citizen to the administrative procedure, well, we are damaging, we are infringing the citizen's right. I mean, all these contributions lead me to say that AI and quantum computing as well, simply by following the development of the computing strength, because if we use AI as a commodity, well, that derives from the fact that we have increasingly economic computing resources. This has led to a change in terms of large systems, but also social change. Young people use AI daily, maybe much more frequently than we do. Then there is also social change. There is a sociological study on the impact of AI and of political sciences as well, because certainly this impact is an impact that also has an impact on democracy. But there are two elephants in the room, and we have been ignoring them. A small digression. There are some proposals for the creation of a European Center for AI, similar to CERN. And last week, with Paolo Branchini, we attended a roundtable in Bologna at the Academy of Sciences in Bologna, and a manifesto was the result of that meeting. The problem of AI, if it is considered together with the physics of high energy, with what they did at CERN, well, it ignores that the nature of this technology, quantum computing and AI, is essentially a dual-use technology. They also are very important from the military viewpoint because they are tools for power and deterrence. And ignoring these two aspects is the big elephant. And then we have a small elephant in the room, and that is considering AI as a commodity. It is not a commodity, it is an asset. It is an habilitating factor for a series of developments pertaining to the whole life of a state. Well, elephants must be managed by adults in the room. And I am here. Well, for fundamental research, it is important to develop a European center with following the CERN model, so a multilateral center, because theoretical studies are potentially acts of foreign policy. And we know that foreign policy is not something the EU is very good at. The only act that is considered as an act of the European Union, a political union, is the weaponization of GDPR, which possibly was not even intentional. So strategic studies tell us that what we call peace is the balance of, well, national ideas within the international framework. And so there is this projection of power, or in extreme cases, a projection of force. We thought wars were over. This is not the case. So the European Center is most welcome, but from the national viewpoint, what I believe is that we must transfer technological sovereignty inside global national strategies, the great strategy of the country. What do I mean by that? We need a center, a research center in Italy, with the contribution of business, universities, engineering, data science, but also law scholars, scholars of economics and ethics, so that everything can be developed in a holistic way with a contribution of the public administration that must be an active part, not just a support. but part and parcel of decision-making processes to guide the future of the country and the armed forces. The armed forces must be ready. Also changing somehow the legal provisions so that they can carry out studies in applied sciences. Because if we don't have this kind of center, a center that may be integrated with other national realities, if we don't have that, these tools won't be developed. And if I may, during COVID, they told us if you don't develop these assets, they will be used against you and you die.
Allora, proseguiamo sul...
Okay, let's press on. Autonomous driving and transformational technology with Sergio Matteo Savaresi from the Electronics, IT and Bioengineering faculty at the Politecnico di Milano.
Sì, apriamo il podio. Va bene, allora.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. We've switched. I've switched speakers with the next speaker. I'm delighted to be here today to talk to you very quickly about a revolution that is about to hit us, and it's already been mentioned by previous speakers, and I wanted to take those comments a bit further. The basic issue is AI in autonomous driving, which is part and parcel of this upcoming development. So let me go straight to the conclusions. What you can see on the slide is the future that we're looking to have at some stage. Our mobility system today with cars is associated with private car ownership, and it's a combination of function and fun. These two aspects will diverge, and we'll be focusing more on the transportation side of what cars do, that is mobility services like robotaxis. And on the other side, we've got the fun side that will primarily move on to car circuits. This is an analogy. 100 years ago, something similar happened. If we look at the previous slide and compare it with this one, you can see that we've gone from a world where mass mobility was based on horses and horse and carriages. And then this mysterious object came into being, the motor, the engine. It was feared and misunderstood. And in the space of 20 to 30 years, a revolution took place where this is what happened 20 or 30 years later. Instead of a horse and carriage, roads were full of cars, and the horse became something that you ride for sport, for fun, and so on. So that was the revolution. It was incredible, and we expect this to happen again. And why will this happen? Because the current mobility model based upon the use of cars has reached a breaking point. Here are some figures. Here, the density of cars in the Western world, particularly in Italy, is very high. 45 million private cars and 60 million inhabitants. In my next slide, I'll show you that the distance covered by cars is a little more than 8,000 kilometers a year, with a huge occupancy of space. Just look at Milan and how many cars are circulating and parked in the city, and the Milanese know that. And we're talking about 5 million cubic meters being occupied. So this is not entirely intuitive. This is a slide referring to Milan and a week in Milan. You can see the weekend in red, weekdays in blue, a regular normal week in March a couple of years ago, so just after COVID. And it tells you that in the course of the day, it shows how many cars are being used at the same time. Now, at peak hour, 8 o'clock a.m., one would say that's about 80% of cars are on the road then. The peak accounts for only 88%. So even during the daily peak hour, more than 90% of cars are parked, proving the overcapacity of the current model. So we will be drifting towards service mobility based upon the use of vehicles, of cars. So cars will not disappear. 70–80% of Italian mobility is based on cars, and that it will continue to be the case because cars are everywhere as opposed to trains and undergrounds. So mobility services means car sharing, and car sharing today is a model that's just not working. It's losing money. Car sharing prices are too high. So it's a model that's just not working, because to provide a high level of service, you would need for there to be many cars, more cars than there are. And that's we're taking us back to the problem of before, that we were talking about before, too many cars and not enough being used. So where does the revolution lie? It's the obviously driverless cars. We need to reverse the use of cars. So no longer am I going to the car, as in the previous example, but I will call the car and the car comes to me. It could be a robotaxi, it could be traditional car sharing, but really that's the key to the solution. And with autonomous cars, that system can become much more efficient. And as an engineer, I would say that it's being scaled up based on the radius of the city and not the square meter coverage of the city. And so here we have mobility services based on cars moving from a money-losing system, a non-profitable system, to a profitable money-making and scalable system. So where are we heading, basically? I think this slide shows us. We're talking about mobility based upon private cars. We need autonomous driving technology. It's an enabling technology, and once we have taken that technology on board, then we will see the service model, mobility model taking over, robotaxi or car sharing, whatever, and then we will continue with complete electrification, because electrification is a perfect fit for this form of mobility. Now, just a comment and a few clouds. Number one, today autonomous cars are essentially have two meanings. Number one, the concept of L3, which is basically a gadget for private cars. So you're driving along the highway, you turn on the autonomous driving function, and then it takes over. And this is what car makers are making. It's not transformational. It's like a very highly developed gadget that increases comfort and safety. The transformational technology is L4. That means nobody behind the wheel. So imagine something like a robotaxi. This is a transformational technology that will change mobility entirely, and that is exactly the direction we're moving on. A few clouds that have been described by the previous speaker and that I'd like to emphasize. What are we looking at the global level? At the global level, China and the US understand the importance of this technology. It's transformational, it's revolutionary, and they've invested and are investing in all this, and they're way ahead. Europe is way behind, particularly Italy is even more further behind. So today we need a European alliance to be put in place, particularly to develop this technology in Europe, particularly in Italy. The reason being, and here I go back to something that the previous speaker said, going forward, these huge fleets of driverless cars I mean, imagine something like robotaxis, basically. These vehicles will form the backbone of people's mobility. Everything else will be niche. So this mobility model, this huge fleet of autonomous cars, will become a critical national infrastructure. And as such, there are criticalities like dual use, for example, but even if it were single use, it does represent a criticality. And what are these criticalities? Primarily data collection, denial of service, data security. Can you imagine 100,000 robotaxis in Milan that go on strike on the same day in Milan because artificial intelligence belongs maybe to someone else or may also be weaponized? So here we're talking about massive issues, national security and national sovereignty for this technology. So today Europe absolutely must make a step in the right direction, take these technologies on board. And I always recommend to our political dialogue partners that Italy must take this technology on board because that's where the future lies. We've had a very successful, magnificent automotive industry, and we have to keep up with the times and with the revolution. Now I'll show you, and I'll close in my final minutes with a project that we are working on, and we are transforming from research to entrepreneurial. It's called robo-sharing, and we think it's the right first step to take for introducing and using this technology. It's a very simple concept, and you can see it in the video. Basically, the idea is to initially use autonomous driving to bring the car to you. You call the car and it gradually comes to you. I get on and I drive it. So this is personal driving. This is not where the criticality lies. I don't need to park it. And then when I get out, the car moves on its own to the next user. It's very gradual. It's a technology that's a bit simpler than the robotaxi because it only does short distances. There's nobody on board. It moves slowly. But basically, it is approaching the concept of robotaxis. And I'll close in the last 30 seconds. Let me proudly tell you a bit about my research colleagues. We've done a great deal of experiments at 300 kilometers an hour, driverless cars that run really fast. We were amongst the first to be authorized to run experiments on public roads, the first time in 2023 during the Mille Miglia, and it was a major step, together with the Ministry for Transportation, to create smart roads and to achieve that authorization. And this year, we rolled out a series of experimental experiments focusing on the mobility of the future, public mobility in the future. It's robo-linking. That's the name in certain cities. This is the same technology, different use cases. And the last one dates to a couple of months ago. We officially unveiled this car in a town near Valcamonica, and it's called robo-caring. It's a form of slow robotaxi to include the elderly and frail individuals requiring this type of service. And this is a photo of my guys and girls who are working on the project. About 70 young engineers, brilliant engineers that are all working together with us. And I'll close with a recommendation and a piece of advice. If you're interested, do have a look at this film. It's a documentary. You can see it on Rai Play. It's called Aida, and it basically tells the really exciting history of these young researchers at the Milan Polytechnic that developed and are working on this project, and with whom we are trying to transform a research project into an entrepreneurial project. Thank you.
Grazie. Intanto vi volevo...
And in the meantime, I'd like to tell you that we've got 80 startups that you can visit, because we're all moving in that direction. But behind me, there are 80 startups that you'll see participating on our last day, on the last day of the event. They've got very interesting things to share with you. And if you're interested, go and ask them for all the explanations you might want about what they're doing. And something else that's very useful for people doing their who still haven't got their plastic ID cards, you can go to the stand here and you can get them to make you a new electronic ID card. You can apply for it here, and within a week or so, you'll get the card at home. And generally, if you go to the City Hall offices, you'll be waiting for months. So I myself waited 3 months to transform my paper ID card into a plastic one. So there you go. Go ahead. And let's now go from private research to politics, the government, with Enrico Maria Puya, head of the Infrastructure and Transport Networks Department of the Ministry for Infrastructure and Transport. Thank you very much, and good morning. I know that we're running out of time. We're running a bit late already, so I'll try and be brief. Let me thank the organisers for inviting me to be here at this really interesting event. And I would start by telling you something about something that our moderator mentioned when she was talking about the need for a new perspective, for a new outlook, and to change our vision towards a much more long-term vision of what we're talking about. The Infrastructure and Transport Ministry is obviously involved in this strategy, and it's obviously working with the EU on the next generation EU funds for decarbonisation and so on, and obviously for creating innovative infrastructure. Already we've achieved major targets like the purchase of new trains, 40 new trains, 800 new buses, all sustainable with very low emissions. And at present we're building new infrastructure in the railway sector and also on certain roads and highways in Italy. So I suppose we've all been experiencing issues with delays and so on. It's been a bad year. We've got roadworks still ongoing that are supposed to be ending by next year for the Olympics, and we also need to have appropriate reporting on what's being done. I could crunch numbers, but basically we're working on many, many different fronts. I would like to mention one particular aspect, which is that today we're looking at the situation that we're expecting to see in 10 years' time. So we've got the Recovery and Resilience Plan, but we have a requirement. Our country is in the middle of the Mediterranean, so logistically, particularly, it's very important, because even as regards passenger transportation, we're working a great deal on moving people from roads to trains or roads to boats, and that goes primarily for freight. There are three important aspects of the many. We have 5 European corridors, the only European country with 5 corridors, and we're working to interconnect the last mile, so the ports, airports, and interports, with the 5 European corridors to then eventually reach Northern Europe. And along these corridors, there are some extraordinary works. Some of the most important infrastructural ones are in Italy to improve transportation services. Torino-Lyon, the Alpine, the connection between Genoa and Switzerland and Northern Europe, and the Brenner Pass, as you know, that will be the longest tunnel in the world, 60 kilometers of tunnel. And in 8 or 10 years' time, they will really redesign logistics and transportation in our country. Now, apart from what's already been said about smart roads, smart highways, and the digitization of railway transportation, I'm thinking about innovations like the TMS, etc. Apart from all that, I'd like to say that there needs to be a cultural transformation. I think we need to start thinking about 8 or 10 years' time, and I'm telling this also to the enterprises that are here today, the businesses who are here today, because otherwise I say if we don't start looking ahead, it's like building a theme park, but then when the time comes, foreigners will be running the park. So our business leaders need to be supported. They need support. And that leads me to digitization and the importance of not just infrastructure. We need to enhance infrastructures as well. We need to digitize logistics, integrated logistics, and the interconnectivity between different modes of transportation, which in Italy is awkward and certainly requires an overhaul. So in addition to all that, I can add that the Ministry for Transportation and Infrastructure, using resilience and recovery funds, has launched a tender for 157 million euros involving thousands and thousands of applicants and applications who are keen to improve dialogue between transportation systems and the businesses that run logistics and transportation systems with the national platform, that we're completing by the ministry. So this is the digital transportation of every proportions that will interconnect data and information between the ministry and logistics and transportation companies. The contributions are in the form of co-financing or with 40% of the loan to be repaid, and a certain percentage of those being allocated to companies located in the south of Italy. And I'd like to close with an invitation to all the businesses here today who are involved in this effort towards transforming the digital system of Italy's logistics. It's a crucial point in time. We have a strategic view that covers the next 8 to 10 years, and the whole transportation and logistics system will change. There are targets, there are goals that can be achieved only if, quite apart from the support from Europe or Italy are used, will require efforts on the part of the business sector to enable us ultimately, in a few years' time, to reach the Mediterranean technology platform, where freight will travel from us to other countries in Northern Europe. Thank you. So as we are well aware, we've got a wave of innovation coming to us from the United States, as we've heard. Much has come, will come in terms of the platforms that we use. Many of them are American, and it's always essential to form partnerships. And in fact, our next speaker is going to show us some of the forms of cooperation that can be put together to build the highways of the future. So I'm delighted to welcome Thomas McFadden to the stage, who is a Cherokee partner of Ventures, and he'll be talking to us about U.S.-Italy bilateral relations and opportunities.
Okay, listen, I really appreciate being here at this conference. I was invited by friends, and it's more than met any expectations I've had of being here. And the topics, the scientific achievement, the things we're talking about are spectacular. I'm going to talk about U.S. and Italian relations, and specifically given an American perspective, which is mine. It is not the American perspective, but it is an American perspective. Let's see. Okay, so we'll start with my history, right? A lot of times I call this my favorite slide because it's all about me. So I'm a retired U.S. Army officer. I spent a lot of time in Iraq and Afghanistan. I spent 25 years in total in the military service. About 10 of that was in conventional Army, and about 15 was in special operations for the United States Army. Listen, it was a great career and it was a great life, but it shaped me in the defense sector and kind of my thoughts on how we should move forward with bilateral relations. The United States military does not operate alone either now. It's an organization that only operates with partners, right? And some of the great partners we've had are the NATO countries, right? And the Italians are among the best that were there. They spent 10 years with us in Afghanistan. It was a real commitment. And it wasn't because the Italians were looking for war, it's because they were supporting the U.S. while they were there. And it was very much appreciated as the coalition partners when we were there. I transitioned to the corporate world a couple years ago after I retired, but I've had a lot of things that have drawn me back to Italy since I've been here. I spend most of my time in the EU, but it's very unusual that I find myself coming back to Italy. It's all these scientific and technology advancements that we've been talking about here for the past couple days. I put a picture of Florence on here because, as another connection, my daughter, my middle kid, did a study abroad, and of course she wanted to go to Florence. Here's some of the shared values we've had that have led to some of the great partnerships between U.S. and Italy, right? So Christopher Columbus obviously discovered America many years ago. Many of the constitutional and the democratic policies that we have in the United States were also formed through your Roman Republic here. And you guys, it was thousands of years ago, but it's something that served us very well for the past couple hundred years here in the U.S. There are many Italians who have actually migrated to the U.S. over years, and it's a very large institutional culture that's ingrained in American society now. And we just talked about you guys are steadfast allies and unifying cuisine, right? I'm telling you, pizza, lasagna, and spaghetti are the three most popular foods in the United States. So when you look at, when I come here, I think of what Italy's achieved over a country that's been around for thousands of years. So the U.S. we're relatively new. We're about almost 300 years into our society. But when I visit here and I go to places like Rome with friends, right? And they show me something there that's 2,000 years old, and it's hard to comprehend how long your society's been around and how an advancement it's had, because there's a picture of an aqueduct up here, right? Everywhere I travel in Europe somewhere, there's some type of Roman technology from years ago that shows how long you guys have been in this innovative process. You also have great governance here, right? So the U.S. goes through election cycles every 4 years. There's a little change of policy, right? We've gone through it's a little more change than normal over the past administration, but you guys are great decision makers in your government, and your government values what you do here, right? You have a government that was here yesterday supporting this conference because of the technology that's being developed here and the achievements. And then you guys are a hub for innovation, right? I put a couple companies up here. I've actually done projects with Leonardo when I was back in the Army, but any company that comes across this board could easily be on this slide as one of the technology companies that's here. And you've also had the large U.S. companies that are here. So IBM and RTX are just two, but some of the biggest. But there used to be a divide where they wouldn't work together. Now that divide is bridged. But these companies come here now. They come, instead of people coming to the United States, these companies now come to Italy because of the scientific and academic achievement that has gone on here. For the future, so we'll talk about a couple shifts here for the future, right? So you have, on the top you have there's a de-risking of the global economy, right? It's being led by the United States. It's a series of tariffs. You guys know all about it. But this is a trade imbalance and a trade fight between the U.S. and China, right? And it's not going to go away. It's going to be something that's going to affect the economies of the world for the next several years. But there's opportunity with that, right? The real intent of the tariffs is to bring manufacturing back to the United States. But it's not manufacturing everything. That's manufacturing. They're going to incentivize to bring back the parts of manufacturing that they want in the United States. But that also provides a very unique opportunity for Europe because it's going to do the same thing. It's going to, the global fight between the US and China is going to make places like Italy, and you have a very industrial north here, where you can manufacture and provide products to the United States as well. People ask me about NATO, right? So the NATO alliance, I just want to tell you, the NATO alliance is very strong. There's no chance of the U.S. leaving the NATO alliance. We're always going to support the NATO partners. The West fights as one team, like we described it, and we will always be there for the NATO allies. So don't worry about that. And then the last thing here is Italy is the ideal hub for companies from the U.S. That is a very strategic position you have. You have your center, as this map shows, between Europe, the Middle East, which is an emerging market, and it's petro-rich economies, and then the frontier market of Africa. So you're very lucky on the geography you have. And then this is what I want to focus on as we close out here is there are already pathways. If you're an organization that wants to do business between Italy and the U.S., there's already pathways to do that. You have the educational programs, right? So you have the Fulbright, and that's just one of the exchange programs, but these are exquisite programs where you can take top-tier scientists from both U.S. and Italy, and you can do these exchanges. And these scientists will go work at the big national labs in the U.S., Oak Ridge, Los Alamos. There's unlimited opportunity to do that, and this has been a great benefit to both nations. There's the U.S. likes to operate in MOUs, right? So there's these bilateral MOUs that we'll do as a country, right? So you have one between the U.S. Defense Department and the Italian Defense Department, right? That MOU and that relationship can be leveraged for companies of all sizes, whether it's Leonardo, which I'm sure Leonardo's in there, or whether it's the smallest startup that's here in the crowd. Another program that you could leverage is something like the F-35 Joint Strike Fighter, right? So that is a hundreds of $billion program. It is a global effort. Part of it is being built here in Italy as well as other nations. So the ink is already dried on those contracts. But there will be future large capital programs that come across. If you could be part of one of those programs, these large capital acquisition of military products, it is a multi-decade opportunity for you. You could, whether you're building part of the system or whether you are supporting it with logistics, communications, or however, it is a very advantageous and lengthy economic situation. And then lastly, there's so the U.S. and Italy and Europe both have these grant and funding programs, right? And the U.S. are very large, right? So Europe has, I think it's called Frontier, and then the U.S. has the SBR program. So but these programs will offer up to maybe $1 million, right? So if you're a very large company, maybe that's not significant. But if you're a scientist out here in the crowd and you're conducting research and you want to gain funding for the work that you're doing, these programs are available. And these are these bilateral S&T agreements for science and technology where you develop this joint between the two countries. You would develop this technology together, then you would transfer it, and you would develop it, and you would grow it into a business. And then last thing I'll tell you is back to our Italian roots. So Columbus Day was the 13th, so it was 2 days ago. I was over here in Italy, and we didn't celebrate Columbus Day here, but they were celebrating the United States. But President Trump he puts out a lot of executive orders, and he put out this executive order outlining Christopher Columbus as the legendary original American hero. And then he put in some color with it. You know, Columbus Day, we're back Italians, and we love Italians. So anyway, thank you very much. Yeah.
Allora,
Right, so the time has come now for our next roundtable discussion on intermodality and circularity for a greener planet. Innovative transportation strategies and resource management for sustainable growth. Let me invite Elena Tambini, my colleague from Mediaset, who will be presenting the roundtable discussion and then introducing our guests. Thank you very much.
Buongiorno a tutti, è un piacere essere qui con voi quest'oggi. Per me
I'm delighted to be here today. This is my first year at Como. I followed ComoLake last year as an outsider. This is my first year as an insider. And the guests that we'll be listening to over the next few minutes, I think, will be making a vital contribution to the subject of sustainable transportation, mobility. This is obviously crucial also in terms of AI's development over the past few years and also in regards to the speed that things are happening. And the other aspect we'll be dealing with is how artificial intelligence helps sustainable growth. And we'll see that Italy has a great deal of potential in this respect, and there is still a long way to go. We think this might be a great opportunity to identify and bring together and then create something operationally valuable, because recycling is increasingly important, and that also goes for mobility, sustainable mobility and transportation. And I'm sure that our guests today in that respect will be able to tell us about their experiences that hopefully will help us. So let me call to the stage two of our first two speakers that are ready and who listened to this morning's presentations. And I think it'll be nice to hear how they have processed what they've heard so far. So Cesare Pizzuto from SMI Technologies and Consulting. And Daniele Invernizzi. There you go. Founder of EV Now and Tesla owners. I think that there are just the two of you, so I would put one of you on my left and one on my right. And in the meantime, our other guests will be joining us. So let me start with Daniele. Let me briefly tell you who he is, what he does. And it's thanks to him that we dive right into the subject of sustainable mobility and electric cars. Daniele, may I call you Daniele? We've been chatting over the past couple of days. He's the president of the EV Now Foundation for Electric Mobility, and he promotes electric mobility as an aggregator of companies, ideas, and capital. In other words, Daniele's foundation is making electric mobility happen. And I'm saying it, quote unquote, and he'll explain better what that means. He founded Tesla Owners Italy, and so he's not just a huge fan and owner of a Tesla, but his foundation is managing the entry of Tesla onto the Italian market, and then he became the founder of the association that brings together most of the owners of Tesla cars. And he's been working for 20 years in this sector for electric mobility. We don't just mean cars, of course, but also special vehicles. That's true. The first thing I would like Daniele to tell us, based on your experience, is what is the state of the art of electric mobility in Italy? Good question. So this is a subject that I think we can start with. We're lagging behind. We're very much in the rear. Circulating private cars amount to about 310,000 vehicles, so a very small number of vehicles. But at the same time, given our clients and given how we're seeing investments flowing, we are the most attractive country for anyone thinking about developing recharging structures using the batteries the famous batteries that we so much depend upon, the lithium batteries, which we all depend upon, right down to the vehicle itself. So that is true. Italy right now has a very small circulating population of cars, even given the recharging stations that you'll see all along the highways. So very few vehicles circulating with respect to the potential, but all of the operators are investing long-term, understanding something very crucial, which is that Italy, we depend on our cars. Generally speaking, Italians depend on road transportation. We use cars, partly because of the geography of our country, so we mainly use cars, and electrifying cars is not for an ideological reason, but for an engineering reason, is the third industrial revolution. And the electrification is one of the parts of this revolution. And so basically, to answer your question, Italy is one of the most attractive countries for investors, but also for the scenario itself. I heard the word recycling before, so there is a great deal of interest that's been growing over the past 20 years, and that's what we do. We're kind of the yeast for companies to grow with, and the industrial prospects, the industrial outlook is very, very interesting and is likely to thrive going forward in Europe. Daniele, this is the first time I think I've heard anyone talking about the third industrial revolution in this respect. I think it's interesting because you yourself said how important it is to define it like that, because all industrial revolutions have met with resistance. Initially, they were seen as destructive because the adoption of certain technologies sometimes means divesting and setting aside other types of technologies, which is happening today with electrification. So based upon that, Italy is a very attractive country, but it's still lagging very far behind. So what do you think the next steps would be to speed up the introduction of electric vehicles? Well, industrially, and this I'm saying on the basis of talks with car makers, technically and industrially, I don't think there's a great deal that needs implementing in Italy, because we already have the technology, the battery technology, which is in the hands of countries outside of the EU. 25 years ago, we did not bet in this technology, and like many technological wages, if you lag behind, you can't always catch up with the front runners. But I think there is a big transition that needs to be made, and it very much depends on how good you media people are. In other words, we need to communicate, we need to disseminate the understanding that an industrial revolution is going on, because unless it's understood, unless people realize that an industrial revolution is going on that they will be using, well, it won't go on. It's not industrial revolutions are not democratic, they just happen. But there is resistance, there is reluctance. Today, for example, there are very many committees against wind energy, against various other technologies. In reality, if we understood the technologies a bit better, then we would understand that the technology is part of a transition. It's just happening, and so change is necessary. And when people say, well, we're talking about green transitions, and there's a conference on the subject, I always say we have to change the words we use, the language we use, even as regards the energy transition. It's not green, it's engineering. So we very much idealized the land, the soil, as something that we're destroying. And the Earth is merciless, it's ruthless, it's based on physics, it behaves based on physics. And so when we call a system sustainable, sustainable is engineering applied to energy efficiency. An electric car, like the one that we heard before, like when people say, yes, I've got here on my car, I have to charge it, well, that device is part of an industrial transition, and it's an industrial transition that needs to be explained. So I'm going back to a great journalist who said this a long time ago, and I say that we need to be a bit more like Piero Angela, who was a television personality with a great focus on science, very popular. He passed away a few years ago. I met him and his son, and I believe that this is what has to happen now. This is a time where there is technological polarization. We've got to consider batteries, chargers, electric cars, and they've been taken as an excuse. We need people to understand that they are part of an energy transition, and it's so huge, it's overwhelming that it cannot stop. It's moving at the speed of light, and they depend upon what we all depend on, lithium batteries. If the lithium batteries were not in our lives, right now I were to decide to give up my lithium batteries, then everything would change. Our lifestyles would change, and we would go back to a life we didn't like, wouldn't like. So it is a major transition. Now, on the subject of batteries, one more question for you. But before that, I'd like to bring a few more guests up to the stage. I will thank Natalia Bailey. Welcome. And we will have her sit right near us, the co-founder of Squawk AI. Thank you, Natalia, for being here with us. And Professor Greco, who has joined us in the meantime. He's just been appointed just a few days ago, correct me if I'm wrong, a few days ago we were elected Dean of the University of Calabria. Hello, Natalia. So, we'll be then continuing our conversation with them, and Natalia will be talking to us about space. We'll be going from the Earth out up to the heavens, and then with Professor Greco, we'll be talking about artificial intelligence. So, Daniele, I'd just like to ask you one more thing, the importance of batteries. You're looking at our future, and you're seeing a great focus on these mechanisms, these devices that we use, even without oftentimes realizing it. So sooner or later, there will be the problem of overhauling and replacing the batteries, right? So at the industrial level, what about Italy and Europe? How are we set in terms of purchasing, production, and recycling? Well, I think first you have to define what you mean by battery. What is the battery? We're talking about metals, and the battery doesn't contain rare earths. So let's start by saying that quite clearly. Batteries contain a number of metals: lithium, manganese, cobalt, and aluminium, iron. And even with the latest technologies, we have lithium and phosphate. So we have inorganic elements that normally we can recycle very well, because that's what the iron and steel industry does. So we're starting from an element that is very important in physics terms. There is no combustion, there is no oxidation, there is no state of matter in which we can create carbon, and then that needs to be said. In our cell phones and in our pockets, we have a mine. Every battery we have in our pocket contains substances that we can recycle effortlessly. And in Italy, we are leaders in Europe in recycling. In fact, we are supporting various companies. Even in Calabria, there are companies who have been recycling for a very long time and are now looking at the battery recycling sector. We are number one experts in the recycling of lead. Italy is number one in the recycling of lead, and we've been teaching the rest of Europe how to recycle lead-based batteries, and that is something we no longer see batteries hanging around and being discarded because they're being recycled. So the technical world of batteries is very long. Let me tell you about my own personal experience. I travel 100,000 kilometers a year. I began 20 years ago. My first electric car, long-distance electric car, is nearly 14 years old now. I've got a friend now that drives it, and that car has covered 750,000 kilometers, and it's not unique. The technology has taken us this far, and I'm sure that the latest new technologies will travel even further. And I think there is a potential for recycling because the cars are lasting longer than the makers thought they would. And I think that and of course at the University of Calabria, we did a conference with the Farmers Federation, and they are going to be producing a vast number of talented engineers that we'll need. The focus is batteries again. Even if the batteries come from Asia, we still recycle them. Those batteries can become a raw material for Europe to be able to use, and that's an industrial asset of overwhelming proportions, really huge. And people call me today, they say, look, we've got a car, it's had an accident, what do we do with the battery? And I say, okay, let's put them aside, put them away, and keep them, because it's not an empty tank. We're not talking about diesel oil or petrol. It won't hang around for millions of years. We've got materials, even plastics, that can be recycled using Italian recycling technologies that will make a difference. There's a huge market out there, and so our foundation has been working on that for quite a long time.
E a questo punto vorrei Gianluigi Greco, visto l'importanza
and importance in the role of the university, and he is the chancellor and he is the dean of the Maths and Data Science department, and he's also the coordinator of the committee that was set up at the presidency of the Council for updating the national strategy on the use of AI. So the first thing I'd like to ask you is how AI can help reduce waste in energy resources, batteries, but maybe there are other examples. Well, first of all, thank you for this type of question, because this is one of the areas where Italy can give a significant contribution. We need to identify technologies where we can be leaders, and where we believe, when we believe in them in terms of values and the ways in which we want to approach social issues. Recycling, reusing material is very, very close to our skills. So there are some projects in Calabria. It is a beautiful project there to identify the types of exhausted batteries, because if you have batteries, in that case were cell phones, but the principle is the same, and you must rapidly identify the type of battery, the content, and the degree of remaining life. This is possible with systems putting together robotics and AI. A new world is possible. We can go well beyond our ability to use these materials. It is a world that is changing, also thanks to the possibility of inventing new materials. This is another essential topic. The mechanism for the generation, material science was a classic science. It was really a sort of articraft science. So you had to mix small things, and then you would go to the lab and see what happened. Now we are completely changing the paradigm. We are asking researchers, what do you need? And what is the type of response or the type of characteristics you really need? And generative systems are trained precisely to produce these results. At the Calabria University, we worked on nanophotonics. It is a practical example. And for example, devices made of nanomaterials. When in the past it was very difficult to manufacture them. Now we have spectrum responses, and they're very surprised because with the first attempt, you synthesize what you have simulated on the computer. These are eco-compatible materials, materials of a new generation, and all that today is possible thanks to AI. What we read on the applications in medicine, the synthesis of new proteins and new drugs, well, that also applies also in material science. There is much to do, and we need our cultural tradition, chemistry, material science, physics, innovation. It is precisely one of the areas where our interdisciplinary approach is an added value. We look at the problems in a holistic way. That is something we can do. And the Italian approach tries to work on these assets. I mean, we don't want to be competitive in areas where we would always be a step behind others. We must identify sectors where we can really lead the way. And apart from the cultural and ethical aspects, I mean, these two aspects are very important, but I believe there is also a competitive, a commercial advantage to be drawn. And one of the essential issues when we speak about these technologies is what are they good for? Why are we running after this technology? This is a question we must ask ourselves. What have we been trying to do with the use of AI? Well, to improve the efficacy of the systems? Well, fair enough. And with a better level of quality for processes I already know. We improve efficacy, we improve efficiency. There are some things we can do faster, but that is not the revolution. This is not the paradigm change. Now we have technologies whereby we can innovate, do things that we were unable to do before. This is the proper dynamics. We must have the strength and the vision to see what is the added value. Of course, going faster is a part of the game. Optimizing is a part of the game. The first systems doing optimization date back 50 years. There is a whole area, operational research, studying the optimization of transport. Yes, optimizing is okay, but now we have new technologies. We must understand how to innovate processes. We must start thinking about new things, not doing more rapidly things that we used to do before, but do new things. And here Italian creativeness is important, putting together research, industry, the people who really want to create innovation. And so some example how, in your opinion, AI can help improve the efficiency of transport and what we have been doing in this direction. Well, I want to be a visionary here. We have been speaking about optimization. A lot has been done, but there is an essential issue. Today, we optimize on the basis of the data we collect. We have sensors telling us what happened at that very moment and what has happened in the past. But now we must look at the future. Simulation models, models enabling us to understand what is going to happen. What is going to happen puts together two dynamics, not only the flows we are aware of, but also human behavior. I'm fascinated by research and simulations being developed in different parts of the world, in the United States, but we have been working on that in Italy as well. Behavior of people that is unpredictable, is not a particle of fluid moving in a pipe. When we start moving as users, I don't know, on a fleet, in a car, if we walk around, well, predicting those behaviors today is possible through conversational models. So this is a new frontier, but this will lead us somewhere else. We must remember that our society will be populated by AI. And this is a big issue. The app I'm using to navigate in my car is the same app being used by thousands of people. And so if that app is not aware of being a part of the ecosystem, and I'm not aware of being a part in the ecosystem, will worsen optimization. This is a finding that emerges if the system brings everyone to a given road, well, the CO2 levels will increase. And the optimal route is the suboptimal one in terms of time, because, I mean, you would have a sort of funnel effect if everybody goes in the same direction. So optimization is not just for some of us, but we are all following this algorithm. So the systems must become aware, more social. So this is a word that co-evolves. So people influence the society, but AI systems are influencing us. We must be aware of them. The sooner, the better. Thank you. Thank you. And Cesare Pizzuto was nodding because we said something similar also in terms of navigation and mobility. And now a couple of words just to introduce you. Cesare Pizzuto is CEO of the SMI Group. You founded SMI in 2015 after 20 years of experience in the sector. It is an international reality with more than 300 employees. You have a degree in electronic engineering. You have a PhD in applied electromagnetism at the Sapienza University, and you taught applied physics at the university. So you brought your experience to the world of business. So can you tell us what are the projects of circular economy that you have been developing?
Well, may I digress for a second? Yesterday, I arrived in a DeLorean, and it reminds me of my PhD, which I did many, many years ago. And I had a professor of matter structure, and he had a certain way of saying, and he said, you know, the how and the where, you'll see it with your eyes. The why, it comes out of your brain. And that professor passed away a few years ago, but I never forgot his words. And in everything that I do and the projects that I'll be talking about here, everywhere, I always try to understand why things happen. Now, specifically, we deal with many things, but in reality, going back to something that I just heard, well, specifically, what we do is detect traffic abnormalities. Basically, what happens typically when you get in your car is you see what's going on at that particular moment in time. So we're pretty accustomed to doing that. I mean, we use our car and we use these systems for everything, even in-house, at home. But traffic problems are everywhere. But we have set up a platform that collects data from various sources, cameras, webcams, crowd coding systems, and it also takes data from Italy's CIS and the other sources. For example, if an accident happens in a certain location, the systems that have learnt the normal routes, the system can tick up the abnormality, and it can predict. It can use algorithms to predict what will happen at that place during and after the event. It eliminates false positives, and it's also possible to distribute traffic and deviate traffic and detour traffic, and it predicts what is going to happen in that place due to that particular accident. So, in light of that, how do you think AI can best be used in these settings? Well, this project has AI at its very core. Our company believes that AI will be the foundation of now and going forward. And we believe in it so strongly that we're working to achieve ISO certification, ISO 43001, that regulates certain aspects of AI, consistency of the algorithm, adherence with the algorithm, etc., etc., but primarily the ethics of it. In short, AI used within the system, the ADS system that we have, enables users to go as quickly as possible from A to B, knowing that the route, the distance, optimally, might not be able to be used. But something I rather like to think is that humans know if if humans want to go from point A to point B, they think they'll take 30 minutes, but they could take 15, or they could take much longer times. And as the professor was saying before, AI will be essential for all of us, but it will always be humans controlling the AI. Yes, ethical certification, that's interesting. There is a debate going on about the risks of AI, how it should be used, how it could be used, and imagining that utilizations could be used in a certified system that can be adopted in that way is quite extraordinary. I think you touched on it before, but what role could Italy play as a hub in terms of sustainability? I think it could play a major role. I have an idea in this respect. Well, here we've brought together basic research with industry and startups. And as Italians, particularly as Italians, we have academic excellence, we are extremely creative, and to bridge those three elements together, bring them together as we're doing here in this venue, I think gives Italy a role that could make us very important in Europe. That is bringing together academia, Italian industry, and young Italian brains. That is something that I think will stand us in good stead. Yes, particularly in relation to your young people, you lecturers, are understanding how important your students are, and with the speed with which developments are happening all around us, I think that is vital. Thank you so much, Cesare, and this brings me to Natalia.
Secondo me un po' il pezzo forte di questa tavola rotonda, perché Natalia ci racconterà veramente
You'll be telling us a few things that will enable us to go beyond the earth, looking at what happens above us, because things are strongly. She's the co-founder or Squawk AI is an aeronautical company using AI to improve the results of maintenance. And she founded and guided for 10 years a company called the Action System, engines for satellites and space vehicles. And she also collaborated with Dance Aerospace to build a passenger vehicle. And this is a very interesting example she will be telling us about. And she has a PhD at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, which is one of the most important research universities in the world. With your long experience with Action System, what are the technological innovations that you proposed for sustainable mobility?
I'm a few minutes behind my colleagues here, but I think I think I'm caught up now. Well, and in fact, I have a bit of experience at a large U.S. company in the energy space, a $3 billion fuel cell and hydrogen electrolyzer company. So just to tie back to something one of my co-panelists said, I was able to witness some of the challenges with things like developing chemistries for the catalytic coatings on the electrolyzers. And personally, I'm excited for the confluence of material science and AI and quantum computing and energy. And I think we'll see a lot of changes over the next decade that will help us really advance the energy sector. And then going back to my time at Axion, I was building engines for satellites. And satellites, space is really another venue in which to put sensors that can tell us a lot about the planet. You can do things like monitor water levels in basins and predict droughts. You can track and attempt to predict the movements of wildfires and better fight those. And so I was working on a new type of engine, and actually we had collaborators not far at the University of Pisa that were also working on the same type of technology. One thing that's very current and generating a bit of excitement in the space industry today is related to engines for satellites that require no fuel. So coming, very green. Imagine being able to move satellites around without needing to launch them with any sort of propellant or fuel at all. And these are satellites that operate even closer to the Earth, so they have higher resolution imagery. But they operate in parts of the atmosphere where they can still scoop up enough atmospheric particles, primarily oxygen and nitrogen, and use those for fuel on board. And circling back again to AI and quantum computing, some of the challenges that need to be addressed before we can really use these fuel-less engines and satellites are related to the cathode. It gets damaged and fails early due to the the atomic oxygen. So being able to better model and simulate and develop new chemistries for protecting some of the components in this environment is an area of current research right now. And then also building better compressors to get the sort of fuel densities and pressures that you need to make this a reality.
Okay. Alla luce di tutto quello che ci hai raccontato,
in the light of what you have just told us, what is in the future the most important contribution by space technologies to the green sector? What is the most important contribution for the green sector?
Probably number one, well, let me start with number two, which I think is connecting everybody on the globe. When everybody has a reliable connection to the internet, to banking, to schools, the contributions from humankind will be exponentially greater and will continue to go on solving some of the climate challenges that we have. But I think in the near term, probably the number one contribution is space being a place to put sensors that continue to tell us about the Earth and tell us, give us feedback on the things that we're trying and what we need to double down on.
come Stati Uniti voi siete sicuramente
as United States, you are absolute leaders in this sector, so research in this sector of R&D, and for the issues pertaining to sustainability, the dialogue at the global level is truly important. And how would you consider Europe from that viewpoint?
Yeah, I think there's an opportunity here to look beyond introducing shiny new technologies and look beyond the research and development. And I have an example from my time at that energy company I mentioned where they developed a new hydrogen electrolyzer technology, and the adoption was and continues to be just very slow, because this is not just about technology, this is infrastructure and this is geopolitics. It's very hard to, even in industries that already actively use hydrogen, there was just such a behavior change and an infrastructure change to get them to adopt this more efficient and more cost-effective way of producing hydrogen. They already use it, and we still couldn't get them to adopt this better technology. And I think taking a step back and approaching it, globally and with partnerships and recognizing that this is, infrastructure and policy, not just new technology. Hopefully we can start to accelerate some of the adoption in that way.
L'ultima cosa è una
a curiosity, maybe bringing me to the future. You told us that you collaborated with Illusion Aerospace for building a hypersonic passenger vehicles from Los Angeles to Tokyo in 2 hours. When will this become a consolidated reality for transport?
I would like to take it home to California from here after the event. With all of these heavy research and development efforts, it can be, a decade plus before you have the technology in operation. But this team is doing really incredible things, and you'll actually hear a little bit more about it in a talk coming up. But the team there has been developing a new type of rocket engine that instead of more traditional combustion uses a shock wave that travels around the engine, and you get more complete combustion, and the result is that it's then feasible to build an aircraft that can take a reasonable amount of fuel up and transport passengers at up to Mach 9, so 9 times the speed of sound. And the team has done static firing tests on the ground, and they've actually lit the engine as well on a small prototype vehicle and sent it on some, I think it was a hyperbolic trajectory to test the ignition and initial firing. So we're seeing some tests. I'm hopeful that it's just a matter of a couple short years until we're able to put some meaningful cargo on that type of vehicle.
Thank you so much, Natalia. Grazie a tutti, io penso che sia stato
Thank you very much. This has been a really interesting panel discussion. Thank you so much to all of you for participating. And thanks for listening to us. Thank you, the audience, for listening to us. And hopefully these discussions may lead to interesting developments to pursue the this direction. Thank you very much.
su quelli.
Eccoci allora, torniamo.
Right, so let's continue with our next speakers at a time when millions of engineers are out of work and only a few of the fortunate are earning millions, because that's what's happening. We're seeing job losses even amongst engineers who thought they had secure jobs because they were good coders, but now much of the coding work is being done by machines. The winners in artificial intelligence are no longer the ones that can access the data or the computing power, as might have been the case before large language models. But the winners now are those can offer something rarer, that is taste. So a founder and an investor in a visionary startup in deep tech, who is here with us today, is Christian Bailey, who teaches us to understand novelty, quality, and beauty in deep tech. So we'll be venturing into key technologies, redesigning the world of mobility. So Christian Bailey, Squawk AI.
Well, we live in exciting times. I think the biggest thing any of us could wish for is that we live in interesting times, and I can't imagine living at a more interesting time for humanity than today. So for the help of my there are probably maybe a few non-Italian speakers in the audience. The headline here is "Help, ristretto, made smaller. The job openings are made smaller by AI. And you've heard this message, but this talk will be about a dichotomy between, on the one hand, AI shrinking the value slice for some people, while on the other hand, expanding it for others. And this shrinking of entry-level jobs is not just something we're seeing in Europe. My friend Erik Brynjolfsson and colleagues at Stanford University just released a paper showing the same thing in software engineers in the US, where you can see the orange and blue lines here. The blue lines are the youngest jobs openings for the youngest workers in software engineering, and they've dropped precipitously. And this dotted line you see is the time where AI switched on the ability to write code, and we started getting tools like Cursor. And it's already having this effect in what was traditionally a very safe sector. For you go to college and learn software engineering and you guaranteed work for life. Now what's fascinating to me is that AI and this era can be reducing opening level positions, and there can be unemployment for software engineers. At the same time, we are seeing some software engineers, for the first time in human history, being offered $1 billion in salary. Who in the room is earning a $1 billion salary? Anybody? I'm not seeing any hands. What's amazing is that not only did Facebook offer 5 of these packages with, sure this was over time, if it was $1 billion over a few years, there was a $100 million signing bonus. One of the people they offered it to actually turned them down. It's an incredible time where software engineers at some level could be offered $1 billion and at another level can't find work. What explains the difference? And my commitment to you is that by the end of this 10-minute talk, I want to share some of the things that I've seen living in Silicon Valley over the last 4 years as we've gone through this AI revolution as to what's making the difference between can't find work and $1 billion. And I think these are some of the answers. And I'm going to share some concrete examples with you. Unless you think that some of these characteristics and values don't scale, we're also seeing the emergence of another phenomenon called tiny teams, where companies are going from company incorporation to $100 million in revenue within 2 years. And it's not just one example, there are several. And I think I see CEOs in the audience. We've heard from CEOs today. I think we're living in an era where CEOs will have actually more expansive reach. We could see the beginning of an era where there's 1 to 1,000 level management, where any of you in the room could be commanding an organization that we haven't seen the size of since the time of Franklin Delano Roosevelt or John D. Rockefeller. And this is not just in software. I actually think these same principles apply in hardware. In fact, I'm lucky enough to have created a role for myself, really a creative title, Chief Invention Officer, and have been working in startups from the seed stage, working on inventions and patents. I think at this point, over 200 patents I'm an inventor or a developer of. And I want to share with you some concrete examples how this applies also in deep tech, and mainly in aeronautics and astronautics, which is something I'm very passionate about. So at Venus Aerospace, where I've been involved since we started for over 2 years, we're developing a Mach 9 airplane, as Natalia mentioned on the last panel, that would fly from here to Tokyo in 2 hours. But what's really crazy about the technology unlock here is that this rocket engine is so efficient and small and fuel efficient that you can fit it onto a plane in addition to a regular jet engine. So instead of taking off like a rocket, you can take off like an airplane from Milan Malpensa Airport and then climb and then go hypersonic. And the unlock here is a much more efficient rocket engine, as Natalia alluded to, where instead of burning the fuel, we actually blow the fuel up, which is what happens in a piston engine. In your car, the fuel explodes in the cylinder, and that's why piston engines are much more efficient than turbine engines traditionally. And we've actually fired these on a test stand. At Region, we're building electric seaplanes, all battery electric, so 0 emissions. And these are to serve point-to-point destinations and ultimately could replace all ferries because it's much more pleasant to travel fast through the air over the water. What's really cool here is that by gliding within a wingspan of the water, we use less energy. And that's really important for the efficiency you need to get flight from batteries. The technical challenge to solve here, though, was you're so close to the water, a momentary lapse of pilot attention and you could crash into the water. So we had to develop and invent new control systems to anticipate. Here you see pretty smooth water, but of course you could have a wave state with high waves crashing. And how can you anticipate the wave state and keep the aircraft control really solid and stable over the water? And we've now fielded this, and this is actually being deployed. This is a full-scale prototype. And then closer to home, I've been involved with Loft Dynamics, which is taking these very expensive pieces of kit. This is a $35 million toy game that we use to train pilots. And this one's used by Lufthansa. That is extremely expensive, and it means pilots don't get to spend as much time training emergency scenarios as they should because it's very expensive for the airlines to put them in. So our idea was, instead of this huge display, what if you could recreate all that on a virtual reality display and the pilot could wear it? Then you could have a much smaller platform and you could bring the cost down by 2 orders of magnitude. And we've done that. We've now fielded this, and this is actually the first CAA approved, it's approved now by EASA and the FAA, approved flight simulator using virtual reality. And lastly, just quickly, this looks like a typical airplane, but what if we could take off the Jet A burning engines and replace them with hydrogen electric power plants? The challenge is this is a hydrogen electric, so you see the fuel cells in the back and an electric motor in the front. The challenge is that the waste heat that the fuel cells generate is very low grade, and so you have to dump all this low grade heat. And that really wasn't possible before in something that had to be compact and lightweight for aviation. And that's a challenge that we've solved using these same values and techniques. And that aircraft has now flown as well. So in wrapping up, this would normally be a 30-minute talk, but and I have a playbook that I've seen startups use successfully and best practices that I implement at my startups. But I'm happy to share it with you if any of you write me after the event. The historical value of intelligence is being devalued because, as Gianluigi just mentioned, the AIs can already beat humans on most of the intelligence tests. What will become important instead is agency. Your initiative. Is it going to be you using AIs to do the things that you want to accomplish, or will you be doing drudgery and verification for the AIs? We used to value knowledge, but now AIs are trained on all written word, spoken word that's ever been uttered or written by any human anywhere. So you won't be able to differentiate yourself on the knowledge. We'll differentiate ourselves on secrets, on tacit wisdom that's established and learned in small groups. And that's what some of those engineers that Zuckerberg tried to poach for billion-dollar packages had. And wasn't available to Facebook in the public domain. Productivity we used to value, but now AIs are out-executing us. What's coming in instead is charisma and leadership. Work ethic used to be valued, but now AI can do a lot of that drudgery, and we're going to move to looking for more meaning in work. Exams and testing used to be valued, but now AI can beat us in almost any exam that we could test. So instead, as a father of 4 young children, all under 8 years and younger, I'm thinking about how do I train my children, our children, in resilience and adaptability. And we used to give status to intellect. I think in the future, status will come from taste and relationships. And this is somewhere where Europe scores so highly. What an incredible show yesterday, the Teatro Social. Europe does taste so well and should be a leader in this emerging dynamic. I appreciate your attention and happy to continue the conversations later today.
E ora
Okay, now let's press on with a recorded message from Maria Elisabetta Alberti Casellati, Minister for Institutional Reforms and Regulatory Simplification. I'm delighted to greet the participants of the Digital Innovation Forum, ComoLake 2025, an appointment that year after year confirms its value as a location that brings together in politics, academia, and businesses, etc. So I greet Professor Franceschetti and Alessio Butti for actually creating this amazing space for coming together and discussing digital policies and innovation. So sustainable development, smart cities, artificial intelligence, quantum computing, cybersecurity, virtual medicine, all of these topics are challenges and opportunities in a new era, an era in which technology is transforming the way we work, our habits, and the way we take care of ourselves and our health and live together. So the future is no longer far away, it is with us already now. Italy and Europe are tackling this transition with rules and responsibilities. Thanks to the European AI Act and the Italian law on artificial intelligence, we have outlined a clear framework for innovating without giving up laws, dignity and security. Today, the debate on artificial intelligence is focused on three main areas: preserving Europe's digital sovereignty, protecting employment with adequate training and skilling, and safeguarding creativity and copyrights in a time dominated by data and generative models. But the challenge is not just a regulatory challenge, it is a question, I think, of vision. Technology must be at the service of humans and not the reverse. It is the principle of autocentrism. Innovation is valuable only if it improves people's lives. In 1941, the writer Louis Borg imagined a universal library of infinite proportions containing all the books ever written, and every book held a combination of letters able to deliver all the answers to all the questions that could be asked. But unlimited knowledge raises an issue. Can technology offer answers? Yes, it can, but without ethics and curiosity, knowledge is sterile. It's barren. Hence, responsibility and innovation must go hand in hand. Digital tools must foster well-being and sustainability for all, and the institutions needs to make all this available to citizens. In my ministry, we have adopted this approach and turned it into action by testing the use of artificial intelligence to support and not to replace our legal experts in order to clean up the rules and regulations from duplications and unnecessary complications, to smooth our work and the services we deliver to citizens. All this must not be left at the mercy of markets. We need values and political decisions, and we need a shared vision. We need institutions, companies, universities, and civil societies that are called together to develop a sustainable development model that is also competitive and human. The Digital Innovation Forum in Como is a step in that direction, a place where ideas and skills can come together to design the digital Italy of the future. Thank you. And keep up the good work.
Grazie. Siamo,
Thank you very much. So, generative AI is a subject that has been discussed inside out, but I think we're no longer considering it as an innovation. We're now getting into small language models and of agentic AI. To give you an example, just a few weeks ago, I was in Karabakh, where the Nagorno-Karabakh war went on for 30 years. So the whole area has been destroyed. It's in ruins, but they're rebuilding now at breakneck speed because there was a truce in 2021. Peace was signed last 8th of August with agentic AI. So artificial intelligence, acting, planning, and, as I was told, sitting with us when we're planning our activities and keeps that plan that we've established on track by executing it itself. So actual enforcing what is designed, I don't know, for example, by organizing contracts, deciding what inhabitants have to go back to live in certain villages, and smart villages are being constructed. So smart, it's an old word for these new villages. They are AI-based villages. They're places where everything is planned, translated into data. Even the trees have numbers, have sensors, and are numbered. There are webcams all over the towns. And they've already started rebuilding homes, and the monitoring also applies to people's moods and behavior, and it's all detected via cameras and via data, so as to, as I was told, so as to meet people's needs. So these are just some of the scenarios that we have all around us in emergency situations. And our next speaker is Aldo Bisio, the CEO of Engineering, and he's going to be talking to us about how far we've come in terms of agentic AI and small language models. I go.
Allora, sentite, io volevo dirvi un paio di concetti.
Couple of ideas. First of all, engineering is an outstanding company in data science. We have a big acceleration in AI. And I am at the head of this company, but I was able to work on investments that was carried out by my predecessors. We invested quite importantly with NGPT, ChatGPT, that is characterized by the use of the Italian language. And we believe that the evolution from frontier models to small language models is precisely what we are supposed to do in the next few years, particularly by Italy, where we have an industrial structure that is more parceled than that of other European competitors. So small language models and because there are three great trends. Sustainability, first of all, energy consumption. As you all know, the small models consume 30 or 100 times less than larger models because the frontier models consume a huge quantity of energy. I try to understand how much energy is consumed. If you think of a human brain to solve a problem, a problem is 1 joule. 1 joule means lifting 100 gram 1 meter up. And for the same solution, a large language model consumes 1 megajoule, so 1 million times more. It is as if you were lifting 100 tons. So this idea of energy efficiency is something we must think about. Small language models certainly are a first step towards more efficient systems. And it is extremely important in Italy because the training of these models consumes energy, but also efforts that is 3 or 4 times higher than large language models, LLM. And since we are the homeland of SMEs, we must extend this technology to business. Italy is the 8th economy in the world, but we are the 22nd in the Stanford Index. Or rather, we had a slow start, possibly because our initial start that is so fragmented may have been a handicap vis-à-vis the big European competitors. This is the reason why we, out of engineering, we are devoting all our investments and knowledge in the building and evolution of small language models and agentic AI. From prompts to pervasiveness in all industrial processes to take action and improve business models. But these small language models, how can they adjust to the different businesses, and what type of AI can we choose? We speak of one AI, whereas there are many AIs. There are systems that do a sort of brokering of companies with regard to AI. So it is difficult for companies to choose a model, bringing it inside and also applying it to their needs. And I believe you did find a solution at engineering. Well, various solutions, but we're not the only ones. SLM give the opportunity to integrate these new technologies with all core systems, CRM, CRP, all the key systems that are present in the agentic AI.
I nostri investimenti vanno nella direzione.
And so convergence towards the classic legacy system and the new agentic technology we are talking about, because all this helps somehow reconstruct new business models, managing process and optimizing processes. And it is a bottom-up approach because there are thousands of agents, and then interpretation and coordination and orchestration layers, and then we reach the synthesis that is further up, and then to the big decisions. And this NGPT, what is it? It has the agility of small language models. It starts as an LLM, but then it was transformed to offer our clients the agility of an SLM, and then it is characterized on the Italian language. So it can go very deep and identify also the shades of language, being more precise, less mistakes, less hallucinations vis-à-vis traditional models. And what can companies do to start the transformation? So looking beyond technological investment itself. 3 things I'd say. The first, sounds obvious, but you all know, organizing data It may seem strange, but I've had a number of experiences. But organizing data, organizing company data, tidying up company data is essential if you want to obtain the maximum from these technologies. In my experience, we said, well, okay, but whatever you put in, the system understands. It is not true. That would require a lot of work, and even working very hard, it's not obvious. So first of all, tidying up data, and then something else, governance. Governance and auditing of systems, so industrialization of processes and compliance. Because in my opinion, this is not just a matter of ESG compliance, but also giving trust to people that must reinvent models. They must have some forms of protection. And thirdly, maybe slightly more vague, but we must retrain all our staff to work on an ability that we tend not to use so much, imagination. Through these new technologies, it is possible to reimagine the future, not simply answering we do that or we improve them slightly. You must be slightly more revolutionary and use your imagination. But you have a change management program, because that concerns not only the leaders, but all the men and the women in a company. Men and women only, or head of staff is not the head of human resources, but also of human and non-human resources, because you have agents. Well, it is an interesting way of seeing it all. But I believe that AI is sort of a guardian angel. And so something that helps me do things in a more efficient way, more effective way, but something that would be much more cumbersome today. But this doesn't concern me alone, but all the people who work in the company. But to do that, the barrier is a big one. We must teach people to imagine more. Again, on this idea of imagination, abroad, I've seen pretty surprising realities in this respect. So people who were hired in a given company on the basis of their ability of using their own digital twin, or rather their model of vertical AI. Then they were hired by this company. I met a manager over dinner, and she told me, I'm going away from the company, but I leave my artificial intelligence there, my twin, my digital twin for them. So if I go away, it's no big loss. So after this consideration, after submitting that to our general director, she said, yes, but it is the added value that of this AI being left behind that will give us a pension. How would you consider this idea of companies hiring a person, but also her AI? So 2 persons instead of 1.
Let's say that as employers, we need to seek out people who are able to regenerate the future. A bit like our, if you will, our physical neuron networks need to be regenerated. So we can't think that one's AI background won't evolve. We are just really at the starting blocks. Just think what trains looked like in 1820 when they traveled from Manchester to Liverpool. I guess pretty much the same adjustments will occur with these new technologies. We will carry with us some legacy, of course, but we will need to push our people. Thank you. Thank you very much for your contribution.
Allora, adesso
Now, let's get into the heart of one of the largest groups in Italy, excuse me, that is to say, Ferrovie dello Stato, the Italian rails. They have a 20 billion strategic plan across a decade, and they are redesigning mobility, infrastructure and services, integrating AI, data and human skills. The strategic plan has been funded for 100 billion euros for integrated mobility, and the overarching goal is to create a smart and sustainable network able to connect people and different regions, as well as bringing new opportunities. We have Stefano Antonio Donnarumma, CEO and General Manager of Ferrovie dello Stato.
Allora, aspettate che il collegamento, scusate, ancora non è pronto.
Apparently he's not ready, so let's move to the next talk. How data can provide the new springing board for Italy's development. So let's listen to Francesco Caio, Chairman of Caio Digital Partners.
Buongiorno, penso che quello che dirà Donnarumma sarà più interessante.
I think that what Donnarumma will say will be more interesting, but it will be very brief and to the point. I just perhaps use my time to reiterate a message and an appeal that was launched. All of you work with innovation, and we've seen great innovation in terms of data. I'd like to see an elite as well as institutions more aware of the fact that the riches of nations do not lie in gold ingots held by central banks, but rather well-organized data architectures. So here's my appeal to you. Please bring the care and the interoperability of data at the heart of your policies and the markets. The markets fully understood. If you take the top 10 capitalized nations, 8 have to do with the economy of data. In Europe, based on EU estimates, is worth over 850 billion. Those who put data center stage generate well-being for the communities, GDP growth, new jobs, and especially AI systems that are rooted on this immaterial, intangible infrastructure. Italy has embarked on a journey. We have encouraging examples about the fact that when we manage data properly, we improved services. Let me just think of the National Registry of Citizens, the speed access system or digital identity, and electronic invoices. And let's think of the national data platform as well as the health record. All of that shows the fact that data are taking center stage as the basis for our communication and our growth. The speed at which these tools are used and the actual presence is a bit patchy. So it would be good for those who work in public administrators and in the private sectors are encouraged and also assessed on the basis of the quality and interoperability of the data that they collect. It might seem trivial, but on a daily basis, I can tell you we are not there yet. And if you are not there yet, this means undermining the position of our country in the context of our economy, because data are the load-bearing infrastructure, if you will. And since you are active players in this sector, I think it is key to understand that everything that is innovative must go via reconsidering our immaterial infrastructure that has to do with our freedom, the growth of the economy, as well as the ability of the country to have a leadership position looking ahead. Thank you.
Allora, stiamo aspettando due in realtà videocollegamenti. Adesso
We have Giorgio Rutelli here. Will you please come to the podium? There is an interview to Warren Mosler, economist and co-founder of MMT. Thank you, Barbara. Thank you, everybody. Is Mosler there? Warren Mosler.
Thank you. Good morning here.
Thank you for being with us. So Warren Mosler is famous for his modern monetary theory. It's a theory that we're going to talk a little bit about, and we're going to talk about how modern monetary theory today interacts with the world that we see today. So we are going to try to understand how it applies to our current system and how it may apply to the future of monetary theory in Europe. We do know now that Europe is pushing very hard on the digital euro, and we're going to talk about that in a roundtable that we're going to have in a few minutes afterwards. But I'm going to start by asking about something that is happening today, right now. It's something very current. The situation in Argentina. How do you see the fact that Argentina is having a currency crisis and that the United States government is intervening to stabilize the peso? How is that, how does that fit into your theory on how states should behave when dealing with monetary policy?
Hi, and thank you very much. So, beginning with Argentina, it's somewhat unique in which when they report their deficit spending, they're reporting what they call the primary deficit, which is a deficit that does not include interest expense. But interest expense is deficit spending just like any other spending. It might go to different people, but it's still spending pesos without a tax to pay for it. And it still results in the same reserve add and the same needs for reserve drains, just to be a little bit technical. But it's deficit spending, plain and simple. And so with their high interest rates of perhaps 40% and peso debt to GDP of maybe 50%, you can see that their deficit spending just from their interest expense is a full 20% of GDP. And that doesn't include state-owned industries or central bank debt that wouldn't be counted as part of the treasury debt. So what they're doing is conducting very high rates of deficit spending that are inflationary. And but they don't report it. They'll report a budget deficit of 1% or 2% or a small surplus for the primary deficit. Okay, so behind all the rhetoric, the problem of deficit spending in Argentina of enormous levels in pesos continues. And the US involvement has not recognized that. And so they're trying to buy pesos to keep them from depreciating, with the understanding that the public debt's only deficit's only 1 or 2% of GDP, when in fact it's 20% or so. And so it's an exercise in futility. They're hoping to stabilize things long enough for until the next election, which is coming quickly here. And we'll see what happens. So I'd say it's largely politically motivated at this point, but it's also predicated on a misunderstanding.
What do you, one of the key concepts of your theory is that interest rate for any country should be zero, right? And I know that when we talk about interest rates, countries usually, and governments and central banks usually raise the interest rate when they fear that an inflation flaming, that inflationary moment is upon us. Why do you say the contrary? Why do you say that we should keep the interest rate to zero? And can you give me some example of a moment in which that happened and then inflation did not appear?
Okay, so first, the opposite is true. It has happened many times for decades in Japan, for a decade or so in the United States and in Europe, where you actually had negative interest rates, and inflation did not appear. In fact, they were continuing to fight deflation the entire time, and they were unsuccessful in doing it. So all the evidence shows that it is not inflationary. Okay, so
in 2022, when energy prices were going up, when inflation started roaring back, governments should have kept, central banks should have kept the interest rates to zero, in your opinion?
Yes, and if you look at Japan, where they did that, they had lower inflation than, I'd say, anywhere else in the world. The higher interest rates, the increases in rates, contributed to supporting the inflation and actually supporting the economy, where they thought it would do the opposite. They thought it would slow down the economies. It did not, particularly in the United States, where they just repeatedly said their models were wrong. Okay, so where this comes from is recently, since COVID, our debt levels have been much higher than in the past. In the past, the U.S. debt to GDP was only, held by the public was only like 30 or 35%. Now it's 100% or more. And when the debt to GDP is that high, the increases in interest rates, the first thing that happens is the government pays more interest on the public debt. And that's all deficit spending. You never hear them saying we're going to raise rates, which causes us to pay more interest, and we're going to have a tax to pay for it. There is no tax to pay for it. It's just pure deficit spending. And it's that deficit spending, very high levels of public debt, that causes the inflationary pressures. And that's pure mainstream theory that's been long forgotten.
What is your view on the current trade policy of the United States? Because I know that you are critical of tariffs. I know that you do not think that these are good instruments in order to regulate the commercial balance between two different countries. So what is your view on the current global trade situation?
Once again, the President of the United States, and I'd say all parties in the United States, have it backwards. From an economic point of view, imports are real economic benefits, and exports are real economic costs. Now, there are strategic considerations, of course, that come first as to what you want to happen to your industries and whatnot, but the actual import is the benefit and the export is the cost. And it's very simple. You just look at the extremes. If exports were so good, then, the best thing you could do would be to export everything. Well, of course, a country that exports everything, everyone just starves. There's no life. You have no food, clothing, or shelter. On the other hand, if you just imported everything, then you have everything and you don't have to work. And if you look historically, after a war, what are war reparations? These are to the winner. The winner gets things from the loser, not the other way around. But because of the fog of the monetary system, we've had this backwards. And, most nations of the world have had this backwards for the last 40, 50. They've gone to what used to be called mercantilism, where, the country that got the most gold wins. And to do that, you have to, and that's been dominating that gold type thinking in economics for a long time. And it's brought us to this point of absurdity in what our trade policies are.
But when for instance, President Trump or many other politicians also elsewhere in the world say we need to create more jobs locally. If we import too much, then we lose our industrial base, we lose our know-how in how to make things, and then we lose also. We become dependent on strategic infrastructure, strategic goods that come from outside. So isn't there maybe also a political and strategic reason to manufacture more locally?
Yeah, and that's headline rhetoric that no one has a response to. So both sides of the political spectrum agree to it, and has gotten us to where we were. Look, unemployment is what they call an unspent income story. Unemployment is a consequence of the budget government spending not being sufficient to cover the need to pay taxes and the desires to save. Any country can sustain full employment at any time, regardless of its trade position. However, it's true that if you suddenly have imports, you could see an increase in unemployment, but that's best addressed by either a tax cut or an increase in public services, and not by these other measures of protectionism they're taking. If you look at the real wealth of any nation, I like to think of it as your pile of stuff. And your pile of stuff consists of everything that you produce domestically. Everything you produce makes your pile larger, and at full employment, your pile is as large as it can be. You're optimized. Imports add to your pile, and exports subtract from your pile. Okay, and the difference there is called real terms of trade. And you want to optimize your real terms of trade. Exports aren't a bad thing, but they are a cost. And the purpose is to be able to fund your imports. And so you want your real terms of trade to be the best they can. You want to get the most in terms of imports for the least in terms of exports. And at the same time, you want to conduct domestic fiscal policy to sustain full employment at all times. And any country with its own currency can do that. And that's the fundamentals that are completely lost right now in the discussion.
One final question. What is your outlook on Europe, the European Central Bank's policy right now, and the fact that we are pushing towards the digital euro? In general, how do you see the arrival of CBDC, so the currencies that are printed by digital currencies that are printed by central banks? We know that China is ahead and the yuan is already here. The digital dollar is struggling, at least at the policy level, and the ECB is pushing very strongly also to maybe lose a little bit the dependency on international companies that are handling 99% of the European citizens' transactions. So what is your outlook on the future of digital currencies, and in particular for Europe?
Well, I think the future is looks like it's coming because it's a way to have a more efficient payment system. It's a technological advance for the payment system, which is good. Efficiency is good. It lowers the real cost, and it's got some encryption advantages. So as long as you continue to, so that's the importance. As far as the macroeconomic importance, there's no significance whatsoever. I mean, we could go back to just pieces of paper, and the economy is going to function the same. It'll be a lot more inefficient driving truckloads of paper around, but it's not a macroeconomic thing. And if you look at economic theory, all the assumptions are that you have a frictionless payment system with zero cost and whatnot. And the digital currencies get us closer to that. And so as a payment system, it's a technological advance, it's a productivity increase. That's fine, and that's going to happen. And how do you want me to continue from here?
Well, so you're positive in terms of this this new technological advancement.
Right. Okay.
But how about the monetary policy of the ECB, which will be even more, independent from the states, maybe, and from member states' decisions in terms of fiscal and economic policy?
Well, there may be more independence, but not because of that. I don't see that as any connection. Now, what's happened is since the beginning in the mid-1990s, the euro has overcome two major structural problems that could have ended the euro. And the first was ended in 2012. Mario Draghi, do what it takes to prevent default. And that was a flaw in the banking system in the deposit insurance, where the deposit insurance was and still is guaranteed. Deposits are guaranteed by the member nations, which before that did not have the wherewithal to secure deposits. And so when you had a problem in the banking system, the individual nations, Italy, Germany, Spain, were not in a position to be able to support the banking system. And it would have collapsed if Mario Draghi hadn't come in and recognized it required a central bank guarantee. And I wrote about all this, back in the late 1990s, that it had to happen and that a crisis would force the issue. And fortunately, he did the right thing, and it's been fine ever since. The second problem was that Europe's been treating the 3% deficit limit as a rigid limit rather than as a policy tool. And that changed with COVID, where for other reasons, the deficit limits were allowed to be suspended for all practical purposes, and deficits went as high as 6, 8, 10, 12%, and nothing happened in terms of solvency of the European Union. It's exactly the same as it was before, and now all the data is there to show that the higher deficits did not have a solvency problem. They didn't cause interest rates to go up. Interest rates were near zero the whole time, and that they did cause an increase in aggregate demand. So now Europe has all the information it needs to be able to use that limit as a policy tool, which means that it can change it as circumstances change. And so in a period of weakness, it can raise that limit from 3 to 4, 5, 6, whatever it wants. In periods of inflation or overheating, it could lower that limit as desired. That's a very, very big advance rather than what was happened before, which was just leaving it alone and then suffering the consequences if it wasn't the right number. So between these two things, I see this as a golden opportunity for Europe to bring down its unemployment rate to 2-3% and increase the general prosperity in Europe to something beyond imagination, into a new golden age. So I'm very hopeful that Europe will recognize where it stands, recognize the policy tools that it has now, and use them to bring about a prosperous future.
Well, thank you. On this very positive note, we can end our conversation. Thank you, Warren Mosler, for being with us today. And we will talk also about what we just discussed in a roundtable that's going to be here at 1:50. Thank you very much. Thank you, Warren Mosler.
Thank you, sir.
Grazie Giorgio. E adesso abbiamo un altro messaggio istituzionale di un'altra ministra, Alessandra Locatelli, ministra per le disabilità.
Minister for Disabilities. Thank you very much for this opportunity to greet you all at this forum, Digital Innovation Forum. I would like to thank the chairman, Franceschetti, and thank you all for discussing such a fascinating topic as AI. which represents new frontiers for disabled people.
Rara,
Or people with degenerative or chronic disease, or people who struggle to interact with the environment. That's why in the latest document that was drawn up at the end of the first ever World G7 on Inclusion and People, which took place in Solfagnano, well, we included a specific point on AI and technologies in daily life, because people with disabilities can actually enjoy the same opportunities in life and to play sports, full social life, as, if you will, normal people. And AI can greatly help them do that, so that they can truly enjoy a full life. Things really changed over the years, thankfully, and people with disabilities have many more opportunities to travel, to move around, and to work. Of course, we need to offer them more opportunities. Digital technology, AI, can really promote that. We can see potential in people, not just limitations. Science and technology can really help us provide the better quality of life. Once again, greetings from my side. I would really like to welcome you in a wonderful backdrop of Villa Erba, from my home region, and hopefully I will see you all very soon. Thank you.
Grazie.
Thank you. Now we're gonna break for lunch, and the afternoon will be moderated by Alessio Iacona. See you later.
buon pomeriggio, ben trovati. Bentornati al pranzo, io sono Alessio Iacona e sarò il conduttore di questo pomeriggio, come già ieri e come sarà ancora domani. Allora, questo pomeriggio è diviso, vi do subito due coordinate, in due parti, una prima dedicata a banche, insurance e fintech e una seconda invece dedicata a energia e sostenibilità. Avremo anche in questo pomeriggio un alternarsi di format per portare contenuti, avremo due tavole rotonde, la prima dedicata al futuro della moneta e alla teoria monetaria condotta dal collega Giorgio Rutelli di ATN Kronos, la seconda dedicata invece al nucleare, allo stato dell'arte di questa tecnologia e al suo futuro, che sarà invece coordinata da Alberto Giuffre di SkyTG24. E poi nel mezzo, come già stamattina, come ieri, avremo una serie di special address che saranno per la maggior parte delle fireside chat, cioè delle interviste a due e alcuni keynote. Io non voglio rubare altro tempo perché abbiamo cominciato un pochino in ritardo, quindi invito sul palco Giorgio Rutelli a raccontarci di che cosa si parla nella sua tavola. Ti lascio il palco per 40 minuti. Un applauso, grazie.
Grazie Alessio. E allora parliamo di nuovo di moneta, di fintech, del futuro della finanza. E allora lasciatemi chiamare intanto sul palco i nostri relatori, Thomas Darden, che è il fondatore di Cherokee Investment Partner e anche CEO di IH Fusion, Antonino Galloni, economista, Massimo Morini, professore di blockchain and digital currencies all'Università della Svizzera Italiana di Lugano, Adia Lab e Bocconi University, Luca Passalacqua, professore al Dipartimento di Scienze Statistiche della Sapienza di Roma e Paolo Zaccardi, CEO di Fabric. Benvenuti. Allora, abbiamo avuto prima l'intervista con Warren Mosler, abbiamo toccato la questione della teoria monetaria moderna, abbiamo toccato in generale le questioni che sono al centro oggi delle transazioni finanziarie. Una delle grosse novità di quest'anno, lo racconto da giornalista, ma ve ne sarete accorti anche voi, è che la Banca Centrale Europea ha dato una grossa spinta sull'euro digitale.
Is focusing on digital technologies. It was developing over the previous years, but never really came to a head as it has now by the European Central Bank. And now it's a given, and we'll be seeing these developments taking shape over the next 2 or 3 years, and there will be concrete impacts. And this is also a major subject for us today. We spoke about Warren Mosler, about the Argentinian crisis, and although we're in a world in which information is plentiful and can be managed very rationally thanks to technology, there are still currency crises that affect us. In Argentina, over the past few years, has received a $20 million support package from the United States, and obviously this has given rise to much debate. So I would start from Professor Galloni, and I would ask him what he thinks is wrong with the global financial system right now. And we'd also talk about his book that's on our coffee table. In fact, I can show it to you now. It's on sale at the entrance to ComoLake, Overcoming Capitalism Beyond Currency and Debt. And basically, what's the theory behind the premise behind your book? Okay, well, let me answer your question first, although the two things are intertwined. We have the main players, the United States, obviously, right now, headed by Donald Trump, whose goal is to steer the devaluation of the dollar because he wants to replace imports. And to achieve that as smoothly as possible, on the one hand, he has to make threats with tariffs and so on, and he also has to agree with China to tell the other BRICS companies who want an alternative of currency to the dollar that here I am, that there is the yuan. So Trump basically has this exchange value. He wants China to accept a certain devaluation of the dollar in exchange for what he's hoping for. So that's the first step. And on the side of the currency, we have the 2001 crisis, that put an end to the return to financial capitalism of the 1990s, and it was managed with derivatives. Up to a certain point then, the antidote for derivatives was a recovery. There was no recovery. So in 2008, there was the total mayhem, and the central banks came up with a whole new economic doctrine. That is, putting monetary means, legal means, in an unlimited way into the system. And so the central banks at a certain point realized that they had issued 30, 40 GDPs worldwide of liquidity, obviously not all in the form of cash. 3 or 4% was cash, but we're talking about massive amounts. There had never been $100,000 million of liquidity floating around, and all these things were able to succeed only because nothing happened to the real economy. Everything stayed within the financial system. But now there is fear going around, where people are talking about digital currency, which it does not stem from the banking system or from central banks, but it's coming from quite different sources. And they've been talking about it without really knowing what they were saying, because, number one, they didn't know how to manage the monetary base, the normal, regular monetary base, and now they want to add yet another monetary base, which would be the digital one, without realizing that there were problems to be solved, because digital currency can work, it has to work, without the internet, without telephone connections and so on and so forth. It has to be direct and managed between buyers and sellers using the blockchain technology, but they failed to solve some of the technical problems. So starting from the announcement a short time ago that this year they were going to introduce a digital currency, but now they've gone on to the road to Damascus and saying that it'll be 2028 probably. Let's see if they can solve those problems by then. But yes, but just a minute, just one more thing. And what else? What did the central banks have to say about that? They said, keep cash in your pocket, under your mattress, quite the opposite of what they were saying before. So now banks had vaguely suggested setting aside cash, and everything had to be done in a cashless way, but then they realized it couldn't be done. They read a few books in the meantime. Well, let me ask you another question. You're talking about the digital euro. Some are saying that maybe the commercial banks, maybe the banks could be losing fees if there is a digital wallet that people can have in digital euros. So what about the problems with commercial banks, with private banks? Do you think that problem is being solved? No, not at all. I think that the people who came up with the idea for a digital currency way back when wanted to bypass state central banks and regular banks. And then the central banks, or the regular ordinary banks and states, maybe sensed that something looked interesting and said, no, why don't we do it? Let's come up with the euro, with the digital currency ourselves. But they haven't yet. They didn't. So, and what about tariffs? Tariffs and what we were talking about before with Mosler, the fact that importing goods is better than exporting, and importing will guarantee. Yes, with Mosler, we've had lots of discussions on this very subject and on banks as well, because as to currency, we do see eye to eye. Also with MMT, I'm a post-Keynesian, so I agree. On foreign trade, he was saying, yes, you can say that it's always much better to import than export, as the United States did in the 1970s, after the Vietnam War, and since then. Our natural resources are strategic reserves, and therefore I'll pour in paper money and bring in essential services, and then I can export top quality things. But that's because the United States had a secret weapon. That is weapons. If you accepted in exchange for dollars my goods, then you were a friend of America, and you could, and there was inflation, and everything was good for you. But if you refused the dollar, then you were bombed, essentially. So that's the difference. Italy, for example, couldn't do the same thing. For us, imports means doing away with opportunities for companies to grow. or for jobs for our workforce, as opposed to exporting. So exports, and here there is a bit of a conflict that I've had with the leadership, for example, with Mario Monti. We export by cutting internal domestic demand, by cutting income and wages, and then we pay the consequences. And so do companies. No, we have to export top quality products. And to conclude what I have to say, let me give you an example. This was a consultancy that I gave to footwear makers in southern Italy. It's no point competing with China on cheap shoes, looking for cheap raw materials coming from Albania or from Hungary or wherever. Let's make a 100% Italian-made product. Let's export and sell a top-quality shoe, and then the problem of tariffs will no longer be a problem. Thank you, Professor. Massimo Morini, let's hand over to you. We've talked about a number of things. We've been raising a number of points, FCBCs, the currency issued by central banks, stemming from the idea of Bitcoin, basically. And then Europe's looking for a public version of it. There have been a number of attempts. Not all of them have succeeded. You've got stablecoin. That's yet another realm where there are major differences between Europe and the United States. Europe has a market, a Bitcoin market, that's very, very small with respect to the United States. So can you tell us what your outlook is with regards to the future of digital currencies? Yes, thank you very much. That is a very interesting question, but also a very complicated one. Because when we talk about digital currencies, I think someone once said something about this technology and about digitization. They said it's a solution looking for a problem. So I think it's hard to come up with something more wrong than that, because the truth is, and this may be a serious problem, the truth is that there are many things that need to be modernized, many issues, many aspects, and one of them could well be that we started up, when we were talking about Bitcoin, essentially we started out by digitizing various other activities, and some forms of money, cash primarily, have become less used and less relevant, therefore. This gave rise to a number of problems, one of which is that cash was relegated to certain experiences that we ourselves have in its use, and they were quite unique. I mean, cash can be used to make your own payments. You can store it, you can keep it, with all the problems that that entails, but nonetheless, cash is a currency. It's issued by the state, and you use it without needing an intermediary. So this may be an experience that might get lost in a digital world. So this might be the response. Well, the response, in fact, was cryptocurrencies, stablecoins, and all of this is expanding, and they're being regulated both in Europe and in the United States more recently, and in many ways, because the markets are quite different too. However, that's the first of many problems, and nor is it necessarily the most important, because if you use less cash, then you also have less public money circulating in the economy, because cash is what we call legal tender, directly issued by central banks, and when it becomes underused, that's what happens. Money, public money, rather than private, starts dwindling, and that is a problem that the ECB's project and other projects are trying to deal with. There are quite a few projects going around. There's one in the UAE that recently put out a very interesting report on the subject, and others elsewhere in the world. So it is a problem. That is the importance of public money that is being dealt with. But that's not all, because there are still problems relating to inefficiencies. And this is what I mean by economic inefficiencies. Today, for example, there is one experience that's typical of the use of cash, which is going to a merchant and paying instantly for something that you've bought. You have the impression that that's the end of the story. But whenever we use our credit card, we make a payment, but the solution was economic in nature. That is, a credit card extends a kind of guarantee to enable payments to be made instantly, but they're not really instant. So probably we've got to the point where, in a situation like Europe, where credit cards are used primarily for payment purposes. In the United States, they use credit cards for borrowing, for living on credit. It's almost a source of pride over there. So it's not like that here. The cultures are different, and the way people use money is different. But credit cards play a technical role, and they weren't designed for technical purposes. Yes, they're used for transactions. We could use PayPal or Satispay, whatever. But there's not the revolving element that you have of spreading your spending over various types of systems. Yes, so certainly that is another topic that's important here in Europe. And the person who spoke before me would probably have more insights into that. Anyway, we could also add something that we've already heard before from one of the previous speaker, which is that a more digital use of money makes the economy more frictionless. So above and beyond whichever economic model you prefer, I am also partly an academic, and we all have different schools of thought, but I think there's one thing we all agree upon, which is that a more efficient currency, one that works better, that is frictionless, will enable modelling to be carried out, monitoring to be more effective, also for economic policy purposes, and that's all. It all very much remains to be seen. So I haven't quite finished, but I'll speed up a bit. And the last topic, of course, is that there is a transformation going on in private money as well. And I think it's relevant because banks are also not an old model, but an ancient model. And they're still working. Banks still work internationally the way they always have. They were designed... banks were founded in Italy, we could say. There was ancient bookkeeping practices that came from the Middle and Far East, but we're talking about ancient practices that we're still using extensively for international payments, for example. So here too, we're talking about the need for modernization, and I think most of the economic models around think it's important for there to be a two-tier system where you have public money and private money coexisting, and both must continue to function efficiently. That is crucial. And both of them, how can I say it? Both have to cooperate with one another. They have to belong to the same ecosystem, as it were, and I think that explains why I've taken such a long time to say what I have to say, and also why such a project might take quite a while to complete.
Let's talk about your perspective, from the perspective of an American investor, somebody who works in this world, but also invests in technological companies. How do you see, especially the distinction that there's a little bit of a rift now between Europe and the United States. We see the United States accelerating. We see the United States taking positions in trade policy, monetary policy, the relationship with the stable coins and Bitcoin. We've always been more conservative, but I fear that now finance, which has always been a bit of a unifier between the two worlds, is now taking different shapes in the US and in Europe. So what is your perspective, also looking at our table and looking at what you've heard until now?
Well,
America is in the midst of a big experiment. And I think for all Americans, we're kind of holding on to this careening, car, and not sure exactly who's driving it. To a large extent, Donald Trump is, and he changes his mind very frequently. The one thing I will say about him is don't take him literally, but do take him seriously. This is a quote that has been used often about him. He's a very serious person, and often there's much more thought behind what he does than there appears to be, either when he says it or when he initially does it. And this relates a little bit to tariffs. You know, the big experiment happening in America, which I would say is as big of an experiment as would be, let's say, a full-scale experiment with MMT, but in a totally different way, and that is tariffs. The use of tariffs as a way of generating revenue to then allow America to drop taxes. So that's the kind of trade-off. And they've all done the math, and the math kind of works out that with tariffs at a certain level, which is not an outrageous level, not 100% tariffs, you could generate enough revenue to dramatically lower income taxes for Americans. And so that would have a boosting effect on the economy, which would offset the detrimental effect to the economy of the higher tariffs. In addition, the thing that was ignored for the last, let's say, 25 years has been the effect of the trade policies and the efficiency of China, the relative labor costs and lack of environmental cost associated with manufacturing in China has allowed their costs to be so low that it's allowed Americans to become much richer feeling because we could buy all this stuff cheap from China, right? But look at the side effects of that. And I would say this is where Europe and America have the same issue, which is a decline in our own manufacturing base. So the use of tariffs will benefit our ability to manufacture internally, and really we need to get away from this mentality that the best thing for a country is to find the cheapest stuff that we can buy right now, as opposed to thinking about that at a more macro level. In terms of the U.S. and the cryptocurrencies or the use of issuance of a stable coin or a dollar coin, I find the current means of exchange in America to be pretty darn efficient, right? So I do actually have some pieces of paper in my pocket, green ones, those are dollars, and so I have euros in my pocket, and I carry them around with me, but I'm not sure exactly why. And my little stack seems to last a really long time because I only use them for leaving tips. Nothing else do I use any of those for. I'll pull out a credit card if I need to pay in a restaurant. I make a wire transfer if I need to make a big payment in my company. We have a digital method of dealing with our money at this point. It could be that blockchain tokenization is a more efficient way of doing that. If so, God bless them, and I'm sure that we'll go in that path. Just one other comment about MMT. It became adopted by the socialists in America. Okay, so Ocasio-Cortez, AOC, and others began advocating for MMT, but the reason for advocating for MMT really was more government control overall. And so I think it has a very bad taste from an American perspective, whether it works or not, because it's associated with kind of incipient socialism.
So do you think that the de-dollarization that Professor Galloni was talking about is actually a possibility? Because one thing that I've always found when people talked about de-dollarization is that the dollar has been depicted as exchangeable with yuan or the ruble or any other currency. But then in the end, I always saw that Chinese billionaire, Russian oligarchs, Saudi or people from the EU, from the United Arab Emirates, they always went to the dollar because it was the asset in which they could, first of all, have access to the biggest financial market. Mm-hmm. Second of all, if anything went wrong, they could rely on the American justice system that, albeit flawed and complicated is there. And on the other side, if people were rich in yuan, the regime could always take all of it from you from one day to the other. And the same thing goes with Russia. If you have rubles, you're not sure that you can hold on to them tomorrow if Putin changes his mind towards you. So that always convinced me that the dollarization, even if Donald Trump wants to lower the value of the dollar and maybe push for other currencies to be used, when we talk about reserve currencies and exchange currencies, the dollar is still in pretty good, darn good shape.
There are dollars that are loaded in the cargo holds of international planes every night at JFK Airport, and they're shipped overseas. Where are they going? You know, most of them aren't going to Italy. They're going to, you name it, these other countries. There are far more dollars circulating or not circulating, being stored in a vault somewhere overseas than there are in America. Okay, it's very interesting. Like the American dollar is not the primary. America is not the primary market for the American dollar, for the use of the green pieces of paper that say $1. The question is, well, if it's a digital dollar, will people in these places you're describing who are using it as a store of their wealth, will they feel confident, the same kind of confidence, that they show up with their digital, number or whatever it is, that it will be honored, right? So the question is, will they have that kind of confidence? It seems like the more digital it is, the more people might worry about that. I don't know. We'll see.
Well, yeah, it's interesting. It's an interesting scenario. And how do you see also the financial system of the United States, one final question, being affected by the current technological revolution? Like, do you see this excess of information, but also maybe now the possibility of handling and studying this information with new machines and new tools? Is it going to change dramatically, or is the financial system adjusting?
Well, two issues. One is, I think the efficiency of AI and the large language model AI also at improving manufacturing, services, et cetera, is going to cause the economy to become much more efficient. I'm absolutely convinced of that. The other issue is the extent to which these tools will be used to manage our currency. Right now we have a Federal Reserve that kind of sits back all by itself, and they're smart, and they read things, and they think a lot, and then they go away, and they come back, and they say a quarter point, 3 quarters from now, in 270 days from now, we're going to raise interest rates by a quarter of a point. So there's a lot of, it's not quite that predictable, but almost that predictable. So there's a lot of stability, or kind of a sense of some wise people making maybe good decisions. If it were more a function of AI being used to make these decisions, or to process information very quickly and respond very quickly, which is what you would need in an MNT situation, if that's what's going on, then I don't know, you could imagine people losing some confidence or feeling like, who's really steering? It's a machine that's steering, an AI machine. What if it goes crazy? What if there's some problem? How can we grab back control?
Thank you very much. Luca passa l'acqua. Abbiamo una presentazione da mostrare al nostro...
Luca passa l'acqua. We're going down to be talking about technology in insurance, insurtech. Can we use that word, insurtech? Yes. So this is an audience that's happy to dive into these new words. So can we start with your presentation, or you can even talk about this before you start your presentation. How can technology change the situation, the scenario? Well, yes, I would say that we are at present experiencing a major transformation in computing capability, truly historical change in computing capabilities. And there is a benefit. Is there a benefit for the insurance sector? We're already utilizing computing capabilities. Will we continue to be able to do so? So in answering your questions, I brought along some practical examples. First, the question of governance. Today, insurance company governance calls for strategic planning. It calls for building and distributing likelihoods, probabilities over certain periods, and all of this is very complex to put together. So we need a lot of data. We need sophisticated models to build the way we distribute variables that describe risk. We're talking about hundreds of risk factors of every conceivable kind, demographic, financial, and so on. And we also need numerical techniques enabling us to adapt the models to reality. This applies to financial markets, and that's another subject that I'll be talking about. Natural catastrophes, that's another subject that is a huge focus right now. And on top of that, we need to describe behaviors of policyholders and investment strategies and the details of all the millions of policies that need to be factored into making calculations and predictions of risk. Now, all of this translates into Monte Carlo simulations that today are taking days and days to work through. So we're talking about a computing power that is gigantic, hence quantum calculations. So the question is, what can we do today? Well, generally we know that a quantum computer is able to speed up the Monte Carlo calculations, which is used to distribute calculations to the umpteenth degree. So we could save hundreds of thousands of millions of hours of computing time. And this is done today where we simply take a snapshot of risk without being able to analyze what goes when investment strategies change, or what happens when planning takes place over periods of time that suit the government and enterprises, so fairly quickly. And that would transform what today many feel as being nothing more than compliance into a true tool for governance in enterprises. Can it be done? Well, not with what we have today. We'll need thousands and thousands more qubits, and also we need to solve many technological issues relating to such computers. There have been experiments done in various kinds of profiling, but basically I'm happy to be able to say that experiments are now underway that are realistic, where efforts are made to see whether it's possible to put onto a quantum platform in-house systems belonging to different insurance companies. There's an Italian insurance company belonging to the Reale Group that is trying to see whether it is possible to speed up computations to achieve forecast estimates of the capital required, or regulatory capital, on a computing platform of this kind. So it's a real game changer, and it would change what is today compliance into a governance tool. The second aspect is natural catastrophes, and this is also a huge focus. Just a few days ago, we were saying that we can expect 600 billion euros in damage over the next several years, and we all saw what happened a few years ago in many parts of Italy, where there were severe weather events. And today, Italian companies have had to mandatorily have insurance against natural catastrophes. It's become a necessity. So what happens to the insurance companies? Well, in order to comply with the solvency requirements, a lot of money is required to cover very large risks. And if the money is not available, then the insurance market typically would refer to the reinsurers, refer to the reinsurance market. And optimizing and negotiating risks, prices, and reinsurance arrangements with insurance companies, well, they would benefit enormously from the ability to model these risks. And here we do have some shortcomings, admittedly, worldwide, given climate change, lack of data, the intrinsic difficulties of these complexities, and again, computing power is of the utmost importance. So are you saying that there is a risk that unless we speed things up, financial sustainability of certain insurance companies may fail? When you have to go to reinsurance companies that then have a global market. It's not just Italy referring to them. There are many in Switzerland, I believe, but it doesn't really change much. Yes, the way I see it, what you have is the ownership of these models, the awareness of the issues would lead to a better definition of insurance conditions. Is anyone certifying whether a model is reliable? And I mean, I'm imagining a Swiss reinsurer. How do they treat the assessments? Yes, the European regulation calls for supervisors to validate internal models of insurance companies. And when they're so sophisticated, there's the Italian insurance watchdog involved. Yes, of course. IVAS, the Italian insurance watchdog, has to come in line with these requirements. They are emerging and they arise from the global transformations that are taking place in terms of natural disasters. Yes, as a journalist, I think what you're saying is spot on, because public authority today needs the skills and abilities to judge whether these systems are in fact adequate. Yes, the job of the actuary remained unchanged for centuries, right? Using different tools and means, but, well, yes, the world is changing and we need to change with it. And, of course, we need the right tools for managing change. So how do we see quantum calculating into the picture? Well, it's feasible that these models rely on neural networks, for example. Neural networks are very difficult to learn. They need to be configured. The configuration of a neural network is all a question of optimization. And here you've got, again, quantum computers coming into the picture, because there's, I would say, a second class of quantum computers, quantum annealers, which have an intrinsic ability to solve optimization problems. So can they solve the problem of creating neural networks that are powerful enough to allow us to improve our assessment of risk in terms of the risk per se, the climate risk, for example, and the price of that risk, and the proper assessment of the insurers and reassurers, who at the end of the day get down to the policyholder, who actually pay for the policies. So in this case, there have been some interesting initiatives undertaken, but I think it's still early days, and there are some interesting developments. I was starting up, and I would say that at this point in time, we're in a kind of hybrid situation in terms of quantum computing. If we're looking at a sort of relatively short time horizon. So I would very quickly conclude by saying that if you're asking the question, can the insurance company benefit from these technologies, I would repeat what Erasmus of Rotterdam said. We lack information to decide. We don't have enough information to decide, but expectations are very high, and I think there needs to be a virtuous circle created between technology and industry so that both can draw benefits from this game-changing situation. So thank you very much, Paolo Zaccardi. We're now going back to digital currency, digital currencies, the euro, digital euro. I know that the ECB believes in it, and what they're saying is, well, not all of our transactions can be in the hands of non-European players, and we need to retain some sort of control of our transactions. So you, as a company, Fabric, and you, as an expert in all of this, How would you deal with the digital euro? How do you see it developing over the next few years?
Well, thank you. We are a market operator. We are no researchers, or we are not academia. But we observe what is going on. We had the honor of being selected alongside with Almaviva to work on a component of the digital euro. So we could feel firsthand the great determination that the EU is putting into this project, especially over the past few months. We are at the end of the preparation phase, which should basically give the green light to the operational project. So, what do we see as market operators? It is true that this is a solution seeking a problem, but actually there are a number of problems that can be resolved with the digital euro. And let me mention a couple. We work with payment services and we deal with all sorts of payments, from cards to alternative payment methods. And if we look at Europe as a whole, we see that with the increase of digital payments, think, for instance, that Italy has more digital payments than cash payments. It sounds almost unbelievable. In Europe, digital payments, or better, 50% of the digital payments in Europe are managed by international circuits. And then there are countries where there are domestic circuits, 8, and 8. And so they are decreasing in terms of size. And then there's a host microphone, though. Apologies, I don't tend to interrupt people, but you are using digital in the place of electronic, because you're telling, you're discussing, you're mentioning credit cards. We don't have the payroll anymore. We now have bank wires, but digital is something else. What we need to clarify here which terms we are using. Okay, if you look at how digital payments are categorized, and cash payments, credit card payments fall under the umbrella of digital payments. This is what the ECB calls them. Actually, those are electronic, and that's different from digital. What they didn't fix is the introduction of the proper digital currency. But, okay, what I wanted to say here is basically to focus on people's experiences. I'm not referring so much to the actual instruments. If we look at Europe, the European payment experience, the landscape is very fragmented, and so it's very difficult to innovate when there is fragmentation. The operators, we know, PSP and banks, are faced with this multiplicity of instruments, and it's hard to create added value services here. Now, the objectives, of course, are to guarantee strategic sovereignty, independence and technological self-sufficiency from non-EU operators. As the executives of the ECB, there's also a topic of resilience and inclusion. As regards offline payments, which you mentioned, what we observe as market operators is the following. There are advanced projects to have the two parts talk to each other. We were awarded the stream for the creation of an app in the SDK, which is integrated by banks. Now, these two work streams are very much related. So the online and offline worlds will work together in rolling out this project. I work with digital payments. Let me clarify that. And for the first time ever, we are seeing a public infrastructure that is collaborating very closely with the private infrastructure. You probably read the latest report of the Digital Euro Innovation Platform. There's been an experimentation with 70 operators, that is to say PSP and banks, and banks and PSPs alike identified a number of use cases following or due to the interaction between digital euro and banking services. One of the key elements we will work on is basically the SDK, so the API that will be used by the banks. So banks can access the wallet and the Euro wallet and build services related to that. There are dozens of services that have been identified, and today it's hard to do that. Let me just mention one. Today, given this fragmentation, it is very difficult to work with conditional payments because as a bank, I would need to work with many different suppliers. Having a public infrastructure that could basically book funds, I could basically release funds and connect these with some milestone services, reconciliations. So let me tell you, as an operator, there is a whole world of innovation that I've seen for the first time on the market. The successful implementation of this project certainly will have a positive fallout in Europe in terms of integration between digital ecosystem and public infrastructure, and so banks and private PSP. This is what we've seen so far. Thank you. Thank you very much. I would like to thank all of the speakers. We shall finish here. Let me call back Alessio for the next session. Thank you very much.
Io vi lascio il tempo di lasciare il palco. Così, grazie, anche per essere stati perfettamente nei tempi.
Thank you for being perfectly on time. Go back to your seats. Thank you.
Counter, molto bene. Allora noi continuiamo adesso con una forma.
Okay, so let's now start up our next session. We'll be sitting down having a chat with some guests, being Giuseppe Francesco from the Luis Guido Carli University in Rome.
Direttore, benvenuto. Si accomodi, prenda quella lì.
Grazie.
Benvenuto innanzitutto.
So, first of all, welcome. We've got lots of things to talk about, and I would ask the people at the front of the room to either sit down or leave the room. Thank you very much. So, we're talking about artificial intelligence and economic models in finance and banking. And following on the previous session, we're going to be touching on kind of two extremes, risk reduction and value creation. These are two of the main applications of AI within these settings, whose main characteristic is to deal with a huge amount of data. And so using AI to complete certain tasks. So, risk management, that's where I'd like to start with you. Could you tell us, please, how you see it, what your vision is? Tell us what you do, basically, specifically on risk management and compliance within these highly regulated sectors. Yes, that's right. Well, thank you so much for inviting me, and I'm thrilled to be here today. Obviously, risk is a very complex question, and if we just touch on one of its aspects, fraud, well, I think that might help everyone understand what how we can use AI to deal with fraud. Well, up till today, we've looked for fraud after the fact. We've always been sort of looking backwards. And what AI can enable us to do is try and look forward to find insights in the vast amounts of data that we analyze to try and understand whether fraud is likely to occur and how likely it is to occur sometimes. So we're talking about predictive models. Yes, predictive models. Comes to mind that there are certain countries, and when I enter the country, I get asked no questions at all. But when I leave the country, they give me a very detailed interrogation. And they do that because they don't simply want to find out if someone is dangerous at that time, but what they do want to know is if someone might be dangerous going forward in the future. And these techniques are highly sophisticated and also very effective. Now, as far as risk prediction is very important. We don't need to know if something happened, but how likely a certain behaviour is to lead to a risk going forward. And as to compliance, that's the other side of the equation. Here too, up till now, our attitude has been quite specific. On regulated markets, for example, compliance and non-compliance equates to a penalty. Non-compliance equates to a penalty. So with all of these AI techniques, non-compliance in this field is more like an algorithmic penalty. Is my bank using artificial intelligence techniques that are not compliant with regulations, that are not transparent, that don't have certain characteristic features? Well, then the reputational damage for the bank is even higher than whatever penalty they may be forced to pay. So it's a whole different scenario. We're talking about reliability, basically, yes. And I think that has to do with protection, with safeguarding, with safeguards. There are many different aspects here. So what type of AI are we talking about, essentially? Traditional AI, the one that we know and can use and that we're very happy with, like machine learning, or the new coming generative agentic AI? What sort of AI are we talking about, or are you talking about? Well, I think both, really, because Gen AI and agentic AI, they're like buzzwords. They're being floated about, and I think what really matters is that we're not just talking about chatbots, but much more. We're talking about agentic AI situations where the technology can really be very useful. So another aspect is customization, service customization, and the use of these techniques for creating dynamic situations, made to measure banking services and so on. Yes, that's true. I would say that so far there has been a segmentation of the market, so these techniques enable us to hyper-personalize and almost customize on a one-to-one basis what services are delivered. In my bank, it's almost like I'm in a box with a professional living in a certain part of the city with a certain type of spending patterns, and I'm treated like a sort of average client within that big box. But there is, obviously, with this technology, we can hyper-customize customer classifications, and really get to a one-to-one relationship with the client. Before, we were talking about agentic AIs. There are banks in Italy that are looking at agents, using agents for each and every one of their clients. So for interacting with agents that can capture client behavior and deliver a hyper-customized service to them. So this has nothing to do with banks, but in insurance, for example, I pay my car insurance. It very much depends on where I live, what city, what neighborhood, how many break-ins there have been, who drives the car, how many accidents I've had in the past. Maybe hyper-customization might give me a better offer of services for myself, but also for the insurance company. Yes, you would be rewarded based on your good behavior as a driver. Yes, of course. It'll depend very much on how often do I use the car. Do I use it every day? Do I use it during peak hour? Do I work from home? And so on and so forth. Is that already possible today? Well, technically it is. On the technology side, that you also have to have the compliance and the regulatory side that goes with it. Well, these technologies combined with complex systems offer the opportunity to create new business models, right? Can you give us some examples? And can you tell us which AI technology is most likely to prevail? Well, earlier we were talking about banks being ancient institutions. That's true. Another big problem that a bank or a financial institution may have is that it has many kinds of clients ranging from 18-year-olds to 90-year-olds. So that complicates the picture. Yes, of course. And of course, their approach to technology will be vastly different. True. But at the end of the day, banks are perceived today as something where you park your money. I mean, I know park is not the right word, but I'm offered services. I have a current account in my bank. I pay my wage into it, or I have a credit card, or I pay my home loan. So the bank offers me a certain number of specific services. But with this technology and with generative AI, which is more than chat box, it's much more than that, I can have much more adaptable, flexible services for clients. So if they need a certain thing, then we'll give them that service and not another type, which doesn't depend on how much they have in their current account or so on. And this is important also in terms of loyalty, customer loyalty. If there's someone out there at the bank who can solve my problems very quickly, then I feel that I'm being supported. And I also have experience with loyalty and that work in the opposite way. Like if I keep that a certain telephone provider, then I may be rewarded in certain ways. Or if I change my utilities provider, I may be rewarded or punished. So it's a very delicate balance that we have where we can be more proactive offering services to clients much more flexibly, and that's exactly what we need. We have 50 seconds. I'd just like to ask you a question about these systems using AI. What is the role of the human being? Is AI a consultant of the human? I'm talking about the banking sector. Or is AI replacing humans in some respects? Well, I'm very critical towards replacing humans. I think that there have to be human beings kept in the loop, particularly when it's a question of delicate decisions to be made. It's best to have a human listening to what clients are saying and interacting with them. Yes, I think I agree. I think we all agree on that. So I'd like to thank Professor Italiano from the University Guido Carli in Rome. And we've got a story to tell. So let's give the professor a round of applause. But before leaving the stage, I'd like to welcome Lorena Fracassa up to the stage because we have an announcement to make that has to do with... So, Lorena, we've got just a few minutes before the next session starts to make an important announcement. Yes, thank you very much. I'm honored to be here today with you. So, Micromegas and Lewis Business School together for the last 3 years have been partnering in the offering of a master's degree in communications. We run communication events, and we have 2 faculties, one in Milan that I manage and one in Rome, headed by Erminio Fracassa, our top manager. And Micromegas and the Lewis University with several colleagues, every year organize a challenge, which is really the pivotal moment in the training course. And this year, the focus was on Digital Innovation Forum, ComoLake 2025. This event was the focus of the challenge. We had 45 applicants divided into groups in Milan and Rome. They took up the challenge. They worked as teams, and they put a great deal of energy into it, and they came up with outstanding projects. It was very difficult to choose a winner, but we did come up with a winner. And here we have a representative of the winning group, the winning team.
Allora, benvenuti. Poi noi abbiamo
Welcome. Thank you so much for being here with us. So we've only got a few minutes. You've chosen one of your members to speak on your behalf. How did you deal with the challenge? What was your experience like?
Hello, Francesca Fabbri, Ludia, and my colleagues. Would like to thank Micromegas, and especially Dr. Pirolo at Lewis, because he made it possible to work on this project.
La vittoria del progetto realizzato da noi è stata.
Indeed, what was really rewarded was the use of AI across the board in our field, of course. That was an initial, our initial, if you will, contact with employment, and so it was very interesting. So that was great to share this little project by Micromegas. Thank you, and goodbye everyone.
E allora andiamo avanti con gli interventi. In questo momento abbiamo un altro special address, questa volta con noi.
Now we have with us Andrea Bracciali, an associate professor of IT at the University of Turin, and he will be making a presentation. I'd like to invite him up to the lectern. Thank you very much and welcome. I have a couple of slides, yes. So digital money, are we ready? Okay, you've got 10 minutes, and there's your counter, your timer. Okay, so let's try and see what's happening technology-wise, but also in terms of regulations regarding digital currencies. And let's start with Bitcoin. When you think of Bitcoin, I think most people imagine something like this: exponential growth in Bitcoin's value, starting during the Lehman Brothers crisis, roughly. Although it wasn't truly tied in with that. But the idea upstream of Bitcoin is that it stems from a number of technological innovations that date back much further than that. In fact, to the 1970s. And this is, I think, interesting because it gives me access to money, and I can manage it on my own. I can create it on my own. And we use this in all of our transactions online and elsewhere. But truly, we don't know much about it. We can create the keys ourselves, the codes ourselves, and they give us access to this whole entire world. And then all this gave rise to a number of currencies over the 80s and 90s that all pretty much flopped because they were centralized. There were companies. It was all easily identified and easily controlled by governments. The classic example is Libra, that came out of Meta, that was something of an issue. They have more accounts than the whole banking world globally, and you can imagine what would happen if they had problems, and then they did. What does Bitcoin do? It reduces the relevance of the single centralized authority that guarantees, say, security and control, etc. And they're all guarantors, so I'm not going to go into too much detail, but I'm sure you've heard about this. So Bitcoin brings all this together very elegantly, bringing us to this slogan, your key, your money. Your key, your money. Your money is your key. So you generate your own keys, and you've got everything here in your hand. And it's very difficult to control. You've got your bank on the phone, you've got it on any device that you use. So it's a non-custodial technology, and if we look at the next slides, the problem of regulating something like this starts from here. It's something that people can manage almost independently, autonomously. So basically, your key, your money turns into no key, no money. And This is Bitcoin, the mother of all these systems. Stablecoin, it's becoming very important. We'll see why in a minute. But on the left, you've got Tether. You've probably heard about it. It comes from two Italians who are becoming two of the 10 wealthiest people worldwide, with personal wealth of several billion, Bazzini and Arduino. And it's an easy concept. Give me $1 and I'll give you a Tether. It runs on a circuit. It's a stable currency. The value is almost always $1. There have been a few fluctuations here and there, but in no time at all, it turns back into $1, and it's as fast as a Bitcoin or a digital letter. So it's very useful. It started out for arbitration between different currencies, and the other one is the USDC, also dollar denominated, and these things are Tether ranges from 100 to 2,000 dollar equivalents, million dollar equivalents, and there are zillions of other options. Here they are. I'm not going to go through them all. But the ecosystem is very lively, very fluid, very dynamic. And of course, there's also the reaction of the central banks. And partly they fear losing ground, like Libra, for example, and partly there's an effort to take control over digital payments which are in the hands of foreign players. But the banks are doing a great deal here too. There's a lot of resistance on the part of the incumbents. And there are problems, there are technical problems. One of the biggest technical problems is wanting to copy money, to make these very identical to money. It's very difficult to duplicate legal tender, and it can only really be done using special techniques, special technologies that are proprietary and that belong to American big techs or Chinese big techs. So again, no longer using credit cards, potentially but with potentially the same problems. So what about regulations? This slide is, I think, a bit important because you've got MiCA in Europe and 23, and the other one is Genius. Lovely name. Guiding and establishing national innovation for U.S. stable coins. MiCA is much more general, and it has to do with crypto assets. And this is specific for stablecoins. This is what Trump wanted in July, unless I'm mistaken, the idea being that CDBCs, digital currency central banks, really are not very popular in the United States, but these are stablecoins. So look at the similarities and the differences between them. There is consumer protection on both sides. And in Europe, there has to be collateralization in banks, in private banks, between 30 and 60% or whatever the turnover is. In the United States, they want liquid assets and typically American Treasury bonds. And I'll leave it up to the economists to comment on this. This is a very recent development, but it's also very interesting. I mean, I'm not an economist, and the economists perhaps might have more to say about this than I do. But another interesting difference is that on the left, you'll find that description on the description of the act from the White House. And the last part is the most interesting and important. If there is a problem, the issuer of the stable coins has to be able to get the money back. So that is in breach of your key, your money, as we saw before. And some say that it's basically getting private money out of the window, bringing it back into the door, through the door. So here we're talking about where we might be going forward in Italy and in Europe. So Tether, we mentioned it before. So Tito decided not to be compliant. Tether has been described many times of not depicting its features, but that's okay. It's not legally circulating in Europe, but recently they stated that they will become compliant with American requirements and as well will produce issue a stablecoin specifically for the domestic American market that will be ultra compliant. So we lost. Look how much we lost. What about startups? Most of the innovation is coming from ideas developed, very small startups developing new ideas. They try a zillion of them, many of them fail, but some of them don't, and they're essential. Our regulations have a CUSP, that is the list of crypto asset service providers, and the access costs are fairly high for a small startup. And it's the legislation, is it the legislation favoring innovation? Well, lastly, this is a point we cannot avoid, which is the question of privacy. For example, CDBCs have an accounting system in whose register it's stated who's taking the money, who's giving the money, and of course it's public dominion, public access, but it could be stolen. And so it's not altogether secure. These are just three examples in which the relationship between technology and regulations would require further efforts. Here are a few examples. My last slide, what is my take-home message? Well, in Italy and in Europe at this time, there is a great deal of technology floating around, a lot of ideas, a lot of innovation, but we need to be careful, because essentially we need cooperation, very close cooperation and scalable cooperation in Italy and Europe between markets, regulators, universities, industry, and so on. So this is a call to action, if you will, for everyone to come together strategically, to pool their resources, to pool our resources, we lost the race for artificial intelligence, or we were very late into the race, but now we do have the technologies, we have ideas. What we need to do is pull it all together and make the most of it. And that's it. Thank you.
Grazie, buonasera.
Grazie professore, grazie anche per la rapidità con cui ha
provato. Sì.
Thank you very much. Let's carry on. We're going to switch language now.
Because our next guest is an international guest. It's Saimir Kaplani, Director of Cybersecurity Governance, Risk and Compliance, National Cybersecurity Authority of Albania. Please, join me. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
Have a seat. So, first of all, as I can read, and I did read, you have a complex title. So what do you do?
First of all, thank you very much for the invitation.
You're very welcome.
I am honored to be here and to have the possibility to discuss about this important topic, as is cybersecurity, especially in the financial sector. As you mentioned, my role is the Director of Governance, Risk and Compliance in the National Cybersecurity Authority of Albania, which is the main authority responsible for the protection of all critical and important infrastructure in national level. The authority itself is in charge not only to supervise the implementation of all the regulations and laws in field of cybersecurity, but it has also the proactive approach in order to prevent the cyber attacks happening. In this regard, we have implemented in our authority all the infrastructures needed to be preventive, detective, and to have the possibility to respond to cybersecurity incident. But we will speak in more detail about what we do later on. Thank you very much.
Of course. So, this interview is entitled Cybersecurity as the Foundation of Trust in the Banking financial sector. So, the more the digitalization of financial sector goes on, the more the risks got higher, and the more there is the need of enabling a real and solid cybersecurity. What's the importance of cybersecurity, and how do we implement it in your point of view?
Yes, for sure. I think we all agree now that cybersecurity is no longer an IT issue, but is a strategic component that play a crucial role in the stability of the countries and also in the financial sector as well. Financial sector stay apart from all other sectors because it is not only manage the money but it is very important this sector manages the trust. And all the people, when they put their savings in the bank's accounts or they buy some insurance companies, and etc., they put their faith that the data and the asset that they have will be saved. In this regard, when the trust is broken, the consequences became more problematic, not only just technical. In this regard, we have seen that cybersecurity play a crucial role in the stability and the security of one country. I have to mention here that also from the Albanian experience that we have faced very severe attacks, especially during 2022, that targeted our national infrastructure, starting from government, but not only, but also the financial sector. And I have to mention that the attacks that we have faced has been very severe. That means that the impact that they have caused was very wide and very important, especially when the attack that we face in the financial sector, a second-level bank was attacked, and it has a very wide impact in the population and in the customers of the bank itself. For sure, it caused fears, and the news was spread very fastly, and the people went in panic. All the people rushed to the ATMs to take their money. A lot of queues was created. And in the same time, the attackers not only tried to breach the system, but in parallel, they created and they launched a campaign of disinformation, claim in their social media that they used to conduct this attack.
So it's not just the attack direct to the system, but it's also trying to confuse people.
Exactly, it is a combination.
Yeah.
We call like a hybrid threats, disinformation and the cyber attack. But the disinformation make it more impactful to the citizen, because the attackers are claiming that the data of the customers are wiped, the money are under the control of the attackers, the banking system are under the control of the attackers, and this cause a chaos in the population. For sure, nothing was true, but the disinformation made its role. And to respond to all these cyber attacks that I have to mention that was organized by state, that are the more severe attacks that we can face, state-sponsored attack. In this regard, to respond to these cyber attacks, Albania has undertaken a lot of profound measures, starting, or if we can divide in three main pillars, starting from the establishing a robust legal framework for cybersecurity. Albania is the first country that have transposed the NIS2 directive, and it is now compliant with the European standard regarding the obligation of the law. And in the same time, we have created and reorganized the institution in charge for cybersecurity. This means that we have created dedicated structure to prevent, detect, and respond to these cyber attacks. We have now established the National Security Operations Center that is operating 24/7. It is in charge to protect the critical and important infrastructure in monitoring in real time. And the third component, for sure, is the technology. We have deployed the latest technology, the most advanced technology, in order to have or to predict or to prevent the cyber attacks from happening. And I have also to mention that we have also implemented the latest technology based on the artificial intelligence in our protection system.
We still have 3 minutes, and you said a lot about this, but for what I can get, cybersecurity is not only technology, it's education, so people need to be educated and need to be formed, and on the other side, it's cooperation. I mean, different players need to work together. How do you build a safer digital future?
What you mentioned is very important to build a safer digital future. We can categorize, we have to think strategically.
Yeah.
And based on the pillar that you mentioned, based on trust, based on culture, based on capabilities, and based on cooperation. This means that culture is a must in cybersecurity. As we all see that the most attacks happen as using the people as a weakest point. In this regard, the capacity building and the awareness are needed as mostly in the cybersecurity. It is a strategic investment to increase the capacity because most of the attackers are using the most frequent attack that are social engineering and phishing emails that they find people as the weakest link to conduct these cyber attacks.
The vulnerability is the people.
Exactly. Sometimes not the machine are the weakest point, but also the people are the weakest points. And in this regard, we have to invest in capacity building and in awareness. Capabilities, in the same time, for sure, we have to implement the latest technology in order also to be up to date and to have the possibility to respond to these very sophisticated cyber attacks. Implementation of artificial intelligence can for sure reduce the time and to have the possibility to identify the vulnerabilities before they happen, before they have been exploited.
Predictive technology.
Predictive technologies. And also, for sure, we have to think about quantum resistance.
Yeah.
We are in the age that quantum computing are developing very fastly, and in this area, the algorithms that are used to crypt now, that might be decrypted for quantum computing very fast. In this regard, we have to be prepared. We have to be prepared and to think for quantum-resistant technology to be implemented. Another important thing is to use algorithm to encrypt the identity. For sure, the identification process, in order to not more to suffer from the weakest password, especially in the open banking, in the mobile banking. We have to implement multi-factor authentication in order to be safe. And the third one, it is cooperation.
Yep.
Cooperation, it is very important because we all know that national and international.
Yeah.
We all know that hackers cooperate every day in dark web.
Yeah.
But now we have to cooperate in light because all the stakeholders need to share information, need to share threat intelligence, need to share best practices, need to share also data related to incident in order to help each other to be protected from the cyber attacks, not to be spread in all this ecosystem. In this regard, also cooperation, it is crucial in the building a safe digital future. And I want also to highlight that our goal, our strategy, is to shift between cyber defense to cyber resilience.
Yeah.
Cyber resilience means that we all accept that attack is going to happen, but
So
we
ready.
will be ready to detect, to respond, and to recover very fastly, not to lose the trust to the citizens and customers.
Thanks to Samir Kaplani for sharing with us the view and the strategy of the National Cybersecurity Authority of Albania. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. It was a great pleasure. Allora, io adesso...
Okay, so now I can press on with another presentation. Dr. Clelia Tosi from FinTech District, welcome, and you have the floor. 10 minutes, there's the timer. So, thank you everyone. Thanks for being here. I'm Clelia Tosi. I'm head of FinTech District, and it's an ecosystem in Italy. We try to develop open innovation on a daily basis, cooperation between the corporate world and the world of startups. Now, to support me, I'm going to be taking you on a journey towards some very different parallels, and we'll be looking at the natural ecosystem versus the technology ecosystem to try and understand whether the mechanisms of nature can help us understand and influence our technology developments and ecosystems. So let's start by defining an ecosystem. An ecosystem is a complex environment where there are living organisms and non-living elements that interact with each other. Adaptability, interconnectivity, these are the keys to success. Similarly, even innovation is an ecosystem, and it's a dynamic system where there are corporate startups, traditional banks, investors, regulators, who all come together and try to collaborate and interact with each other. And in the technology ecosystem, as in the natural ecosystem, there has to be, well, to survive and succeed and thrive, there needs to be an ability to cooperate. And let's start from the barrier reef. We all know them. The barrier reefs are an example of a natural ecosystem. There are lots of fish, all different fish, different colors, different shapes, and each have their own individual tasks. Some clean the coral, some blend with the coral to deceive predators. And this is not just fascinating, but it is truly a key for the ecosystem to survive and remain stable and be able to resist shocks. And also in technology innovation, we have more than 300 companies that belong to our own community, and each one is different in terms of their product nationality and their maturity. And this is something we see on a daily basis. These differences are the key to innovation. Diversity is what creates ongoing innovation that is also scalable over time. Another interesting aspect, we were talking about this before, is the balance between cooperation and competition. Think of nature. We've got wolves who come together as a pack, and at the same time fight amongst each other for their territory, or bees that build the hive and then fight against other species for nectar. And this happens also in technology. We've got competition and cooperation coexisting. Every day, as I said before, we develop partnerships between the traditional world and innovative companies, but at the same time, these companies fight amongst themselves to increase their clients or market share. It's a very delicate balance between cooperation and competition. It's called co-petition, in fact, and that is what gives rise to progress and sustainable growth. Another interesting aspect is adaptation and resilience. If you look at natural ecosystems, you can see a phase called climax, where you see the absolute peak of an ecosystem and all the species that have become consolidated and have adapted and form a network of ecological relationships and networks. But even in climax situations, all it takes is for an external agent to step in, like a fire, a bushfire, that can destroy the ecosystem altogether. Hence the importance of the ability to regenerate and evolve after a crisis. Similarly, innovative companies have to adapt to, for example, new regulations, external regulations, or changing clients and technologies that mushroom on a daily basis. So these are players that can create platforms, resilient platforms that are open to change and learn from each other, and they are the ones who can survive. The latest Nobel Prize winners for economics have said that those who fail to adapt fail. And what about the next topic, failure and opportunities? Look at nature. When there are hostile environments, like glaciers melting, you still have new life coming into being, which can start with moss and lichen that populate the areas, release acids, and generate new life. These are small, fragile, and sometimes insignificant, but altogether they produce life by dying, and this is an important lesson for innovation. The failure of a startup may seem just like a volcanic rock or as useless as a moss, but sometimes it's the first step towards growth and something better. Think of ideas that don't work, technologies that don't scale, technologies that are misunderstood. All of this leaves a trace, data and experience, and paves the way for new solutions that are much more aware than previous ones. Innovation, as in nature, in innovation, what doesn't survive is not useless, it's not pointless. What about now sustainability? I think we all realize that this is a key word in the natural world and in the technological world, an ecosystem has to be sustainable by nature. So think of a woodland where trees don't just coexist to create the ecosystem, but give rise to other ecosystems, purifying the air or regulating the climate, and they often provide shelter and food. Even in the field of innovation, sustainability cannot just be a label. The for good phenomenon has to be a part and parcel of the processes themselves, like in the fintech field, fostering transparency and the generation of social impact. As we see a healthy woodland, the fintech system is sustainable only if it generates value for the players in and around them and for new generations. So in conclusion, I hope I've taken you on a very nice journey to understand how nature can teach us a great deal. Diversity is a wealth. Adaptation is required to survive. Cooperation sometimes is better than competing. And generating value is the key to future success over the long period. Particularly, failure is not the end of the journey, but the beginning. And in this picture, you see spider's web. It's perhaps the most high-tech structure in nature. It's resilient, it's strong, and every thread is in the right place. Every spot has a significance, and the spider builds this network very patiently. It adapts to the environment, and it regenerates it every time it is damaged. And the fintech system is the same thing. There are different players all working together, and there are very delicate balances and ongoing adaptations. So to conclude, I'll leave you with a take-home message, which is our challenge on a daily basis, which is this: as a spider weaves its web, we can all contribute to creating this innovation ecosystem to make it more evolved, more innovative, and more inclusive, and especially able to generate value and an impact over society as a whole. Thank you.
Grazie. Grazie a Clelia Tosi per aver raccontato questa esperienza di ecosistema. Allora abbiamo un'altra intervista, e questa è a proposito di un argomento che secondo me, visto il pomeriggio che stiamo svolgendo, diciamo così, è abbastanza rilevante, direi. Il titolo di questo intervento è l'Arma dei Carabinieri, crimini e scenari illeciti legati alle criptovalute. Penso che si spieghi abbastanza da solo, quindi io invito sul palco il comandante Gianluca Vitagliano, comando dei Carabinieri antifalsificazione monetaria. Si accomodi, prego, un applauso, grazie. Innanzitutto benvenuto, comandante.
Grazie.
Si accomodi pure lì.
Grazie.
Allora, di criptovalute si parla ormai da anni, si parla in maniera con una narrazione piuttosto entusiasta in alcuni casi, meno in altri. C'è sempre dietro quel mistero, no? Questo aspetto tecnologico, come vengono realmente utilizzate, eccetera. C'è sempre molto da dire, però poi avere la possibilità di parlare con qualcuno che si occupa proprio di dell'aspetto, diciamo, più dark di questa tecnologia e degli usi che vengono fatti di questa tecnologia che non sono leciti è affascinante. Allora, l'Arma dei Carabinieri che ruolo riveste nel contrastare, diciamo così, quest'uso illecito possibile e anche abbastanza applicato delle criptovalute?
Beh, l'Arma dei Carabinieri riveste una funzione di tutela,
sì,
ovviamente, perché è evidente che questo è un mondo nuovo, è un mondo in costante movimento, è un mondo in costante sviluppo, e quindi è necessario che ci sia una funzione di tutela per evitare che possa divenire uno strumento assolutamente illecito e facilitatore. Molti lo definiscono un game changer, cioè un cambio totale di paradigma. Quindi noi abbiamo deciso di affrontarlo.
They represent quite a complex system. We decided to tackle it from the base of our territorial competence. We decided to tackle it at the basis and then at a more specialized level. As of 2021, my command was identified as the pole of excellence for our cryptocurrency. Can you explain a little bit better these three different levels? The basic level consists in basically listening to citizens' reports. And so in case of a fraud, for instance, Ponzi schemes and all of that. There is a need to identify clearly what you need to investigate. Next, you have the investigation teams that have been trained and equipped to perform blockchain analysis, and they have the ability to trace the cryptocurrencies. And then there's the third level, the Pole of Excellence, which basically received a different sort of training. We work with many different bodies. We work with Politecnico, for instance. I was there this morning. We have sophisticated tools. We work with some entities that mean we can be beta testers for files and software programs that are fundamental. And the Carabinieri really help us on this because we need super performing hardware. And so we need to keep up to date, and we also need to have staff that has the necessary competence. And they need to be part of the investigation teams because each sort of crime or offense can have a crypto component. It's almost like you are rushing on a daily basis, but it's extremely stimulating. Tell me a little bit, what are the most frequent offenses, or let's say the offenses that are facilitated by this technology? Look, it would be too simple to talk about tax evasion or money laundering. There is certainly that element. It's very frequent, but it's not always that the case. Cryptocurrencies replaced payment means. So I like to always give two examples. One, an investigation on a subject that used to do escrow on the dark web. Basically, he asked people for money, and he also asked for a customer satisfaction assessment, basically. And he was very good. What is the escrow here? It's acting as an intermediary, basically. It blocks the payment until service is given or delivered to a given address, after which he unblocks the payment following, and he would keep a percentage on this. The investigation here was complex. We traced the cryptocurrencies, all of the transactions. After that, we looked at the open source intelligence. We identified the subject, but we would have never got there without the traditional investigations. So you can talk about a modern investigation paradigm. So you really need to combine contemporary methods with classic methods. Mind you, this is a borderless frontiers, and the answer is no, that is not the case. Let me give you my other typical example. The so-called mobile decentralized bank. There's a Chinese guy. I can share this because the verdict has already been passed. This guy went around conferences in Rome with a briefcase, and he offered to exchange crypto on crypto or cash against crypto. And he would keep a small percentage as a fee for this service. That was amazing. His lawyer, during the first-degree trial, said, what fault does this person has? He only paid in advance. What will happen in the future? So that's what he did. He walked around with a briefcase, with a nice business card, and during our search, we found about 10 wallets where some millions of euros went through. This means that new criminal profiles are created, if you will. And so you really need to be on the look to try and understand what is going on and to keep up with them. And that means changing processes as well. Answer, absolutely. You don't focus on a single subject matter, I don't know, an offense against the cultural heritage, for instance. You really need to develop abilities to trace cryptocurrencies and blockchain. Other professionals need to learn to understand open source or the darknet, and other colleagues of ours need to focus on new procedures and new technologies, such as the seizure and confiscation of wallets. Earlier, I was listening very intently, and I'd like to remember here that a member of the judiciary gave me a mobile phone and said, "Oh, we have seized cryptocurrencies." And we said, okay, this is a mobile phone. It's not quite cryptocurrency. That was our reaction. So really, you need to change your mindset. And the game changer is not just for the criminals, but also for us. Let me rush to the conclusion, although we could speak for hours on end about this topic. In the past, we used to say, follow the money to find the culprits. One of the key traits of cryptocurrencies is precisely to make everything anonymous. Oftentimes, the offences bring us abroad. So what do you do to chase this money trail? The principle follow the money still applies. Technology might have changed, methods might have changed, but you still have to follow the money. What do I mean? Let us leave them to think that it is anonymous, because the investigation is precisely there. I mean, removing the anonymity. So you follow, you trace back, and it might be, so you might get to a moment like cashing in, and so that you can identify the money or the transaction, and there you need that extra step. So you really need to identify international cooperation systems between law enforcement and also the judiciary, and there is also a need to acquire the technical knowledge. To freeze something doesn't mean to seize. Identify doesn't mean to seize or confiscate. So really, you need to detect, identify, you need to trace, and you need to step in as quickly as possible. Criminals, of course, want to bring all of their transactions on non-collaborative settings, but we will get there eventually. There is a time for identification. Freezing happens at a later stage. Seizing also happens at a later stage, but these are parts of the international law enforcement cooperation mechanism that need to be made up to date. You told me so many things. Let us then believe that it is anonymous. This is something I really like. It really stayed with me. It gives us a clear picture of the fact that you are working hard on basically identifying these frauds, these criminals. Collaboration is fundamental. Exchange of information, the exchange of best practices. I can be moderately confident for the future. Thank you. Thank you, Commander Vitaliano. Thank you for being with us.
E dopo questa ventata...
So after this bolt of enthusiasm and optimism from Commander Vitaliano, which somewhat took me by surprise, let's move to a different subject, and I would invite to the stage Professor Giuseppe Perale from the Biomedical Sciences faculty of the USI. Thank you. Delighted to see you, and to meet you, in fact, because we haven't met yet. Do sit down. And in this case, we've got 10 minutes to talk about artificial intelligence interfacing with life sciences beyond scientific boundaries. So let's start from the basics. Why are we talking about new frontiers for AI? How do you see AI? Well, it's what comes after AI. Even today and also yesterday, we saw that the technological concept of AI has really made strides. But what we're now seeing is the way users communicate with AI-based systems. If we go back into the past, AI started out to support industrial processes like automation, optimization, and so on and so forth. And if you interfaced with it, there were, people, nerds like us. It was all machine learning back then, yes. And then, they used specific languages and specific interfaces. So communication was between the artificial intelligence and its user, and it was very formal. It certainly wasn't fluid, nor was it simple. So the concept of putting AI into the interface is what is making AI available. And if I ask AI, what are you doing with your interface? The answer is, I'm bringing AI to a human dimension, and that is artificial intelligent interface, the I square or various names. Yes, it does give you an idea of something more. Why? Because it's extremely powerful and at the same time accessible. So there's much talk about it, and you will say that it can be used in life sciences, but my question now is, it's really, we're talking about, yes, I think your microphone has to be replaced. It's a bit like, yes, it is described as Janus. Tony Stark imagines, okay, let's get to work. We have to solve the problem. So this used to be inconceivable. To talk to an AI-based system, you have to communicate with them using their language. It used to be like that, but now the AI systems are communicating using our language, and that is a huge difference. And some, in fact, are predicting that AI will be the intelligent interface for communicating with artificial intelligence. So two AIs communicating together to communicate with us. AI cubed, in fact, artificial intelligence and AI interface. It's almost a tongue twister, but that's exactly how it is. We're expecting the sci-fi portion of the equation to become reality, and that is exactly what's happening. We're asking questions using our simple human language, and AI is processing it and then responding. Although what you're saying is the coming together of two questions. One, who understands us, like ChatGPT or Gemini or whatever, Perplexity. But then there's a machine that does something for us, and it's all very complex. But how does that tie in with life sciences and biomedical sciences? Well, things are happening that we could never imagine. Let me give you an example. Before coming here today, I got out at 2 o'clock. We're working on reconstructing a vertebra on an elderly lady, and our camera was connected in real time to all of our touchscreen computers, and we worked on the operation, the surgery, remotely, and Nobel Prizes were won in 1979 on this, using a CAT scan. That was the evolution of the X-ray. My generation still call them, X-rays, radiographs. We used to use the old-fashioned language to get a view of the anatomy that was also three-dimensional. Back then, they would never have imagined that it would become the backbone of a navigation system for making a surgery faster, easier, and more reliable. Today, I think we're just at the tip of the iceberg of future applications in the field of AI-supported life sciences. You've got the calculating power. Yeah, calculating power. And that means dealing with issues associated with genomics, for example, that require huge computing power and resources that were inconceivable 10, 15 years ago, and an intelligent assistant that filters the data. And that leads to impacts on the study of genetic profiles, genomics in general, but also the whole new definition of new drugs, new drug developments. And this gives us an entirely different approach. You can simulate, you can model complex systems, really with an assistant that exploits the AI and also the computing capability. And putting these things together really throws open new frontiers that would have been inconceivable years ago, or even as little as 5 years ago, or even during COVID. We were starting to see this when I was at university. The things that my girls, my daughters, are telling me now seemed like science fiction back then. So this is one thing. And the other is that artificial intelligence and the humanization of interfaces with AI are useful also in interpersonal relations. They help us make diagnoses. They can become sparring partners that really act as the devil's advocate when you've got a complex case. And AI will go through all the differential diagnoses, the most complex and weirdest things that you may not even remember because it was in a footnote on page 612 of your textbook 20 years ago. So that is also power. And even with relations with patients, it can help you come up with more ways of communicating, of explaining complex things and making them simpler. So that could be the way, one way of improving telemedicine, because AI was used basically to distribute low-cost sensors in the patient's home so they can stay home and not be in hospital, and then gather the data, and AI would then help go to the doctor with certain information. But if we don't have the interface like the one you were talking about, then that becomes more complex. Yes, that's true. I mean, we've got those emergency care buttons that people hang around their necks, and this will be an evolution of that. It's a bit like the old video games and the new gaming technologies. And yes, in medicine, we can do controls in real time. And we can use a virtual agent in the patient's home and thus also reduce the burden on hospitals. But what will happen going forward? I think that it's very interesting and exciting to visualize all of that, but very much depends on reliability, and also because, I mean, I feel old even at my age, but much of modern medicine is based on the physical contract between patient and doctor. It may seem trivial, but when you're talking to a patient, you say, well, let's do a CAT scan to see if you've got a jaw fracture. It used to be that the doctor would stick a wooden stick in the mouth of the patient and ask them to bite down, and you would know. So here we've got patients plunged into a completely high-tech world, and that may have very significant impacts on doctor-patient relationships. And I think, am I correct in saying that this is part of a study that you're doing, you and another country? Yes, I'm of Italian origin, but Swiss by adoption, and we have cross-border collaborations. I'm just across the border with Switzerland, and research now really has no borders. We learnt this during the space age, the heyday of the space age, and really research has to be international, global, cross-border, and sound and life sciences are very much based on the cultural contributions of everyone, which is just as important as the technical input. Kasparov's book, Deep Thinking, is where he said that in all the years he spent playing chess and developing artificial intelligence on a chessboard, he understood, he says in his book, that the key to get a human being to play well with a machine is to invest on the process. And he was saying, well, if the interaction between man and machine depends very much on how capable both parties are, and I think that's true. we're looking at a kind of new version of the chess game between humans and computers. Well, I don't play chess, but I had a school friend who did, and back then, when these things were coming out, he said, yeah, it's all very well and good to play against a machine, but you can't insult each other during the game and then go drink a beer at the pub afterwards. So there's the human aspect. And you've got what was sci-fi turning into reality, but also there's the human element that's so important. And in the long run, I think both elements of both sides benefit from such interactions. Thank you so much.
Allora, adesso il prossimo intervento vede sul...
The next topic involves a guest we heard from yesterday. I'm referring to Tommaso Macri. He's going to give us a keynote, or better, a special address.
Buon pomeriggio a tutti.
Good afternoon, everyone. This afternoon, I want to tell you how we are moving quantum computing out of the labs into the real world, and how this can have an impact on different sectors of academia and industry, just like we've been hearing these few days here at ComoLake. When you talk about quantum computing, it's easy to get carried away by enthusiasm. At Q Era, we think that the difference between hype and reality must be measured with objective criteria. You must have measurable parameters which must be applied in very defined contexts. So at Q Era, we really want to set out a clear technology roadmap which involves precise steps. Q Era today is world leader in quantum computing based on a neutral atom platform. We have systems that are available on cloud and on premises, so in supercomputing centers. Our company was a spin-off from Harvard and MIT, and we keep working very closely with these two entities in terms of R&D, talent breeding, and academic cooperation. Our headquarters are based in Boston, Massachusetts, but we've got offices in Tokyo and Harwell, UK. We've garnered more than $230 million thanks to tech giants like Google, NVIDIA, and SoftBank. One of the key elements that enable us to deliver on our promises is truly the choice of the platform. We've decided to focus on a specific mode, which is neutral atoms, because that means you could use the perfect qubits, because they're all identical between themselves, with an architecture that can be scaled up. And on the other hand, it offers the possibility to correct errors, because this is one of the key mistakes involved in developing complex algorithms. On top of that, we do not use any cryogenic cooling, which limits somehow the scalability. In terms of the steps which enable us to move from a proof of concept to a viable commercial product that can be rolled out globally, we identified 3 key steps. Step 1, the fundamental capacities, where basically we test capabilities of the computer so that it can be taken out of the lab and out into the real world, and then identifying noise and errors at the time when we work on real algorithms. And third point is achieving commercial edge and stability over the current supercomputers, so that we can develop specific business applications. QERA is well positioned to complete step 3 or phase 3. We have made available to the scientific community, but also governmental organizations and the scientific settings, our quantum machines. It's available 130 hours out of 160 per week, and we run on the AWS platform, which is one of our great cooperators. Our computer has 256 qubits working in the analog mode. We have started to develop cooperations with Italian partners. We've worked with Intesa Sanpaolo and the Links Foundation for predicting the credit default. Second, with BIP to study logistics problems, for instance, routing in Milan metropolitan area. And then a combination of AI algorithms and quantum algorithms. And then the third pillar of our collaboration with Italy is happening with the Quantum Supercomputing Center and the Padua University for the simulation of complex materials, and so fundamental basic research, basically. On top of that, QERA works with world market leaders on other activities like aerospace, molecular simulations for drug design or drug discovery, so life science, or problems linked to quantum batteries, so moving from the voltaic pile to the most advanced emerging technologies. These are vertical activities, and so applications that have been defined as strategic in the latest quantum strategy developed at Italian level. QERA really is, if you will, a reference partner on this. However, it is important to highlight that all of these applications are proof of concepts. In order for them to become applications that had been integrated in the business pipeline of large companies like the ones I've described, it is fundamental to solve one of the key problems of quantum computing, that is to say, errors, the presence of errors. Quantum computers make one mistake every 100 operations, but to get the quantum advantage and so tackle problems like factoring or complex molecule for the design of new drugs, the error rate must be much smaller than what we currently have. One such method to do so is the quantum error correction, and that lies at the interface between physics and mathematics. And we truly are world leaders alongside our partners, Harvard and MIT. Over the past 2 years, we achieved major results that showed not only the possibility to microscopically execute some codes for the quantum correction of errors, but also we've proven that these approaches are scalable and universal. These technical results were then encompassed in the second generation quantum machine. It's called Gemini, and Gemini is an example of a supercomputer installed at the highest metrology lab in Japan. This machine was launched and was inaugurated by the Japanese Prime Minister a few months ago in March. And to do that, we've been working with NVIDIA. NVIDIA has selected QERA for the so-called NVIDIA Advanced Quantum Center, located in Boston, just around the corner from QERA. With NVIDIA, looking at integrating quantum computer with classic computers, but also applications to improve algorithm for large language model and quantum AI for quantum computers. And then to complete step 3, the ecosystem plays a key role. A couple of years ago, we created the so-called QERA Quantum Alliance. We currently have more than 20 members between Italian and international organizations. All of these partners focus on 3 pillars. Point 1 is the development and sale of quantum computers. Second, collaborative research with the co-design model. So basically creating applications that are based on the current and future features of our quantum computers. We think that this is the right approach to start, or rather to continue a very fruitful collaboration with the Italian and European ecosystem. If you're interested, don't hesitate to get in touch. I'll be very happy to have a further discussion with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tommaso Macri. Thank you for being so clear and concise, and also coming to the stage for 2 presentations. I believe that we now have a keynote speaker, and I'm delighted to welcome the director of the Post and Communications Service of the Italian State Police, Law Enforcement Police Authority, Ivano Gabrielli. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. I'll try to be brief because I certainly don't want to bore you unnecessarily. So the subject I'm going to be talking about today concerns everything that can be perceived as a threat today. We speak about cyber threats when we're talking about cyber warfare. We can talk about cyber crime, and it can come in various modes, types, etc. But in reality, like all criminal activities, cybercrime aims to drain wealth, legal wealth, out of people or companies illegally. And this happens at all levels, even when we're talking about phenomena that may be state-sponsored or that have different epiphenomena involved with them. Hence, all states are involved, including Italy, and they're all coming together and trying to manage such threats using a multi-approach, a multi-system approach. You can see the Italian up on the screen. You can see the Italian cybersecurity architecture, and this is how it's broken down. It's all very difficult to quantify. It's all very difficult to deal with, but all of them are adopting different missions. We have the different law enforcement agencies. We've got cyber investigations. We've got cyber defense run by the Ministry of Defense, cyber intelligence, and cyber resilience. So essentially, we're talking about 3 large families, if you will. One is today considered, or we're talking about this so-called economic financial crime, the cost of cybercrime that fuels such systems. And they are involved in all the other forms of cybercrime. So the aim, the task of a criminal organization is to drain profits and to extract profits. And this is the current estimate of the total cost of cybercrime, and it's at the international level estimated at $10.5 trillion. Here we're talking basically about a system that produces criminal activities, for example, cyber espionage, but basically target ordinary citizens, companies, and producers evolved criminal systems of fraud. And when we're talking about fraud, we are not necessarily talking about systems that can predict, forecast, social engineering systems, and involve individual subjects. We're talking about fraudulent systems that use social engineering and adopt various approaches. It's like if a criminal organization today, instead of, meeting someone at the exit of an underground, were to stop someone and try to talk them into a scam. This is at the very top level. And we're talking about bank clients, people on social media, with all sorts of criminal fraudulent proposals via phishing, and so on and so forth. So the situation needs to be dealt with quite differently. So we're talking about criminal activities that fuel themselves and not only concern a surface that can be protected, but it needs to be protected not by, but multidimensionally. Let me explain what I mean. In the past, people dealing with security dealt with sitting somewhere between the threat and the target of the threat. Think, for example, about the medieval system of protecting our cities, or banks. Up until not long ago, banks were built with different levels of access, safeguarding the bank from external threats and protecting money, the contents of the bank. Today, there are no revolving doors to get in. There are no private security guards. There are no glass panels between people and bank officers. They don't need to protect the money that they hold as they did before. It's a completely different paradigm. It's a new paradigm shift. And it has grown based upon the culture of physical security. And today, the only way to intercept threats from the outside is to reconsider the attack and deal with it differently. So it's no longer a bidimensional system, but a multidimensional, and it's three-dimensional. You have the operator, the client, and that are objects of the attack, and then there's the infrastructure. So what we're trying to build now with the law enforcement agencies that we have, that we're trying to prevent cybercrime, what we're trying to do is to overcome this old model and now integrate the philosophy of physical defense, anti-fraud philosophies with cyber defenses. And those who deal with the security of infrastructure, the security of the domains in which our economies operate, like banks and corporations and businesses, they all need to adopt new approaches, and they have to do that by forming dialogue between those dealing with security and providing cybersecurity and those who deal with physical security, that is, anti-fraud systems. We need to import within a single system the various paradigms of security automated within those systems, and the paradigms of fraud, that is, repeated behaviors that enable me to prevent scams. And if we can bring these two worlds together and merge them, then we'll be able to manage the breadth and speed with which predators attack modern economies. And if we can see that those who monitor computer systems, and if they can share and analyze the data produced by anti-fraud systems, then we'll be able to automate anti-fraud systems using the same logics as cyber systems. And this is, I think, what we're looking at developing going forward, and it's a challenge for us in terms of private security, and also in terms of state and government and industrial and business security. We need systems for managing modern security. It's true for fraud, but it could be used in many other sectors as well. And it's a paradigm that I think takes us above and beyond the paradigm that our security system has been based on so far. We've called it going beyond the wall. That is having a complete oversight of computer systems with a view to monitoring the parties using those IT systems. So basically really beyond the wall. And today, talking about cybercrime, it's a multidimensional structure where it's no longer possible to intercept the threat as we did in the past. We need systems that somehow can manage all sides of the equation. So if we can have information in real time that can be shared within a system, a consortium, an economic and financial system, depicting everything that happens in the field of fraud, anti-fraud systems, machine to machine, with protocols of various kinds. Well, if we can achieve all that, then we theoretically would be able to curb what we're seeing today as a cost on the part of businesses. Today, fraud is considered a cost by companies and is treated as such. I think that also it's generating revenues that today are being used for technological attacks at the service of those seeking to lead to a state-level attack, a government-level, a country-wide attack. And this will lead to a safer and more secure environment. We're working on this. We're working with the Postal Police and with Serafin to build a system that is shared, that shares information coming on the anti-fraud side, from the police, law enforcement side, with the technologies with whom we share information that can be used to achieve cyber security, and if we can bring all of these technologies together, then certainly we'll be moving in the right direction in the sense of preventing and curbing criminal activities that are extremely extensive and very similar to the drug trade, for example. And today, other types of threats are certainly threatening our democracies. Thank you.
Grazie. Grazie, Direttore Gabrielli.
Thank you, Director Gabrielli, for sharing with such clarity how we need a multi-dimensional approach to make cyberspace safe. Now, we have a video message from Flavio Cattaneo, the CEO of Enel. Good afternoon, everyone. Apologies for not being with you today, but due to institutional commitments, I was tied in Rome. But I wanted to share with you a quick reflection on the role of technology innovation and the digital innovation in the energy sector. The energy industry is undergoing a major transformation, having an impact on transmission, generation, and the services to our clients. Our grids have now become smart. They integrate advanced communication as well as AI, and they meet the needs of a decentralized model of energy supply. Differently from what happened in the past, they manage multi-directional flows. Think how many of you have solar panels at home. In that case, you feed into the grid. You don't only receive energy, but you feed it back into the grid. So you become what we call prosumer. The smart grids are increasingly data-driven with fewer costs and better quality. They also ensure quality, flexibility and resilience of the electric system. Italy is at the cutting edge of this. We were the first in Europe to introduce the smart meters, and currently our second generation smart meters has become really a reference model internationally. No other countries has achieved the scale and the capillarity of the Italian system, because the other countries are often slowed down by fragmentation and more limited integration between different operators. We nearly are at 100% today. We're slightly, below. And so the difference with Italy is considerable. When it comes to the transformation driven by decarbonization needs and energy self-sufficiency, and then there's also an increase in the demand for electricity, and that is linked to the electrification of consumption. Another key factor are data centers, which use up quite a lot of energy, electricity, I mean. In order to meet the energy demand, we need to import energy. We don't produce sufficiently. The imminent phase out of coal and gas, which go hand in hand with the growth in the demand of electricity, will only exacerbate. So we need to accelerate renewable energies. But that per se is not enough, because renewables are by definition intermittent sources. So they don't produce 24/7, but it needs to be coupled with storage system and stable programmable generation systems, which only exists in gas, which can go up to 7,000 hours. So just to give you an idea, wind power produces 2,400 hours, 1,700 solar, whereas gas stands at 6,500 or 7,000. And household typical consumption is above 7,500 hours. That's why Enel is looking into experimental storage plans other than lithium batteries. And it is based on the compression of gas, the gravitational accumulation, and the accumulation or storage of thermal energy. We're also looking into nuclear energy, which in theory should replace the use of gas. These are last generation technology. You have SMR, which is a modular system, and it is based on the third advanced generation and also fourth generation, the advanced small reactor, the AMR. Their feasibility needs to be duly planned. We incorporated a company together with Ansaldo and Leonardo with this purpose. I don't want to dwell on this topic because I know you have a dedicated panel. So in order, if you will, to meet up to the challenge of energy transformation, technological innovation plays a key role, because it can help us identify solutions that can match business needs and sustainability. We have just installed in the Fiumicino airport the largest energy storage system with second life batteries from electrical vehicles, and that is a brilliant example of circular economy. On top of that, the digitalization and artificial intelligence are increasingly helping us to manage our installations more effectively. Let me give you a couple of examples. We have predictive maintenance of industrial assets to avoid failures and to optimize performance. Health assistants, local health assistants that can really help out performing complex or risky activities. And then we also use Gen AI applications.
Infine, da ultimo, ma non per ultimo, per quanto riguarda i nostri clienti,
Least, the digitalization of AI enables us to improve management, to develop demand and respond tools to reduce demand peaks, reducing costs and offering models that are extremely customized to the benefit of our customers. Let me conclude by saying that innovation, digitalization are already producing some tangible effects, and in the long run, they will radically change the way in which we produce, but also we use energy. Thank you very much and have fruitful sessions. Thank you. I'd like to thank Mr. Cattaneo for this video message that really gives a full round view of Enel plans for the future. But let's carry on. And let's give the floor to Nicola Lanzetta. He should be connected with us. There he is. Thank you for waiting for us. We're running slightly late. I'm sure you had to jumble things up a bit. You have a speech which is energy transition and the role of digitalization. So you are going to deep dive into some topics that the CEO just touched upon. You have 10 minutes to share your perspective. Thank you.
Grazie a voi dell'invito e purtroppo.
Thank you. It is a very busy time. Sorry, the sound went off. As you said, I wanted to share some ideas with you what we mean by this transformation of the national energy system and what are the specificities. Well, first of all, why our country has realized that the present energy system must be revised. And I'm giving you a couple of numbers. If the energy we produced is 145% comes from gas, and say 12-15% comes from energy coming from abroad, France, for example. So the delta is energy we produce. Well, you see that highly industrialized countries such as ours, who must buy 45% plus 15%, so 60% of its energy is in a condition of servitude, so to speak. And that is why today in Italy we are considering the possibility of changing this energy system. And that is why this change will also lead to reconsidering also the economic aspects, so the price of energy. Because when an asset is not ours, such as gas, gas is something we import from abroad, so we cannot determine its price, obviously. Our CEO has already mentioned them. So the first line concerns the production mix. there is not a way to generate electric energy that is perfect and that satisfies all needs. It is as if you go to a restaurant. I use the restaurant metaphor. Well, the restaurant has a menu. Our energy mix must follow this direction, the restaurant direction. So, gas generation, well, gas will accompany us still for some time, but 45% is not something we can afford forever. So 15% of other energy we buy from abroad. The new frontiers are essentially the following. Renewables, first of all. And Italy is very special in this respect. Every year, especially over the last 2 to 3 years, we have increased the development of new generation systems, but we are doing that with small plants. If the new plants, let's say, are 100 for renewables, 75% is made up of small plants. Maybe another figure. Tonight, when we go to bed, we have a grid of 800 plants. So it is a generation model that is very different, from the past, because in the past we had few big power plants. So apart from renewables, and of course in renewables it is a good idea to have small plants, but we must also develop large plants, wind and solar plants. And the other mix we must consider, the other technology line we must consider, well, of course, that is not available in the short term. I'm referring to nuclear energy. Our CEO is telling us what we have been doing, but these are the two guidelines enabling us to modify the mix I told you about. Something else, a second line of development. We need an enormous renewal of the distribution grid. It is something we might compare to the nervous system of the... And we are making big investments in this respect. In the present 3-year plan for investment, we have investments for 22 billion, and 2/3 pertain to distribution of energy. Well, first of all, because we need a grid that can host many small plants that connect to the grid, and so they are photovoltaic panels that must be integrated in the system, and the hosting capability must be increased vis-à-vis the past. The second reason why the distribution grid is essential in the national electric system is that the weather conditions, extreme weather conditions, are on the increase, 12–15% more every year. This means that grids such as ours, and I can say that very proudly, we have one of the most advanced grids in Europe. We must increase our capabilities. Sorry, the sound disappeared. I'm sorry, there is no sound.
A come si progettano le reti nella...
Third reason why the development of our grid is very important is the increase in the use of electric energy. For example, also in cooking, or heating our homes, we use electrical energy rather than gas. And so this is the second challenge, the distribution grid. And the third line is the storage system. Italy has been working on the largest storage system in Europe. So when we're speaking of electrical generation from wind and the sun, and they are not programmable, we must store this energy. And the electrical grid system of the national transporter, Terna, has already launched some tenders so that the different providers can give this storage facilities. So this through new technologies. And the last major challenge is the following: the use of the electrical vector. This means that some activities, also some industrial activities, can work without burning gas, so avoiding the energy servitude we were mentioning before, but they can use electricity. And the four elements together, well, they are in fact the recipe that is making it possible today, and that is an important benchmark for Europe. And so we are in fact transforming our energy mix. And today, this is feasible because our country that is in the forefront on the use of these technologies, and also because innovation and AI, generative AI, guides these four lines of development. And so our objectives, well, in fact, it is just one objective: being more autonomous and be the owner of our electrical system. All this will give us success and a system that is based on us rather than on external providers. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Lanzetta. We thank the director of Enel Italia also for closing with this wish. You know, it is never easy to have something in remote to share ideas, and also thank you for completing the narrative of this afternoon with the Enel outlook on energy transition and the goals of this next meeting.
Sul palco per una breve intervista Michelangelo Suigo
is from Mr. Suigo, EVP External Relations and Communication and Sustainability Director at INWIT. Hello, Michelangelo. You have no presentation. I have some pictures I'd like to share with you. Let's spice things up with some images. Images of infrastructure. And that helps me kick off our chat. Infrastructure can be allies even for the environment. What does that mean? Well, it means that we can debunk some myths and some misinformation around the towers that you see there. The not in my backyard phenomenon is still around. Not that frequent in Italy, but still around. We cannot go without mobile connectivity. If we took a poll here in the room, I guess everyone would answer yes to the question, do you all have a mobile phone? Of course. And we also can't forego all of the opportunities that mobile devices can provide us in our day-to-day life, social life, business life. Infrastructures are crucial to have all of that. And so some people say, yes, but not in my backyard, they're ugly. So we really need to go back to the value of digital infrastructure. This really is fundamental. It's a matter of striking a balance to have the data motorways that we need, quantum computing, AI, edge. All of that can't be possible without the digital infrastructures. Let me ask you a question about the sharing of the infrastructure, so that you can explain to us a bit. What are these towers? Towers are well known to pretty much everyone. The approach is neutral host. I mean, more operators use the same towers. The DAS, distributor antenna systems, are systems that provide multi-operator connectivity that brings connectivity inside closed structures or with many people. Think museum, stadium, shopping center, industrial building, or a hospital. We have brought this multi-operator system in 150 hospitals, many luxury hotels, 10 universities, 10 museums, and 300 shopping centers, especially because 5G struggles to penetrate walls and be performing indoor, or at least with a high population density. The key trait of DAS, both the multi-operator towers and the distributed and antenna systems, is the following. They are backed by an extremely efficient business model. And what is it, then, is the question. Answer. By sharing the infrastructure, you can have a single infrastructure that shares the connectivity of many operators. The Ambrosetti House did a study, an impact study on our behalf, and they took a snapshot that the business model of tower operators of Inuit produced cost savings for our customers of about 15.8 billion in the last decade. Basically, we built the infrastructure on their behalf, and so nearly 16 billion euros were saved. And we also saved about 15 million tons of CO2. This means integrating sustainability in the business model, right? Absolutely. Our sustainability activity, our sustainability plan is perfectly integrated with the business plan. It's not something that is completely alien to our business plan. It is approved by our board as part of the business plan, and the owner of the different actions are my colleagues in charge of the different departments. In this way, we can integrate perfectly sustainability with the company. And actually, sustainability can actually be a driver, a layer and a lever, a business lever. Question. When we think antennas, we think of transmission systems, but they can host sensors, probes. They can be used for something else. Answer. In some of the pictures, towers showed, the towers shown also hosted IoT sensors and AI elements. So what are we doing here? We try to work with the local communities, local administrations. Our towers are ubiquitous. 25,000 towers are basically our assets that are distributed all across Italy. We have nearly 700 DAS for indoor usage. So the ubiquitous nature of our towers means that we're basically everywhere. And so that tower can be used to provide high-value services for some given areas to, for instance, monitor fire safety. In the National Park of Abruzzo, in Molise, or another national park, and the latest, the Park of Monte Mario in Rome, as well as the Pineto Park, which was behind the Monte Mario area. Well, on 5 of our Rome towers, we put on cameras, gateway cameras with AI that can spot the potential smoke, and the AI can tell the smoke from a barbecue from smoke from potential fire. And then this gateway with 5G sends out an alert to the fire brigade, the environmental organizations. We have some environmentalist partners with whom we work. And so this means that the law enforcement agencies or the competent authorities can step in promptly. And they can step in with high-resolution, geo-localized information, and so they can basically provide a targeted action. Question: is it complicated to update these towers? Because you must keep a close eye on the technical evolution. So I guess to go back to them is pretty frequent. Is it complicated? Well, we work very close with our customers, the customers we host on our towers. Infrastructure and upgrade of our towers is really ongoing. There are staggering numbers of our maintenance activities. It's really a major effort. And it requires massive investment. In our decade, we invested 1.4 billion, and from 25 to 30, we are investing another 1.5 billion. Well, thank you, Mr. Suigo, for giving us a snapshot of the information transmission network that we use to send our information. It is almost like the nervous system that we use to pick up the information, the sensory information we need to manage everything. Thank you. Now, I turn to our director here, our technical director, to understand whether we have the connection with Mr. Giovannini. Oh, there we go. Can you hear me? Perfectly well. And I also had the pleasure to listen to the previous speakers.
Sento un pochino.
Well, I hope the sound is going to improve. We only have 10 minutes. First of all, I apologize for not being with you, but we had a kidney colic, so I was unable to travel. Thank you to double thanks for being here with us. The title of your intervention, What Innovation for Sustainable Development in Italy? We have been speaking about sustainable development and role of technology, and you are the scientific director and co-founder of the Italian Alliance for Sustainable Development. So what is the state of the art and where are we? Well, first of all, we must know that without a technological leap and a change in habits and in policy making, we'll never reach sustainability, because we don't want to go backwards in terms of levels of consumption, production, which also means well-being. So if we want to make these levels compatible with the global limits, we need revolutionary technologies, such as the ones that were mentioned before. But these technologies have a cost. They require investment. The good news, as Istat said in March, but many other data of Camere, Cassa Deposito e Prestiti, and Symbol, is that Italian businesses that have chosen sustainability, unlike what we normally hear, they gain in competitiveness. So behaving in this way leads to important advantages. If you do well, you get good results, but you must have energy and ecological transition together with the digital transition. Companies doing the two things simultaneously have advantages, and Eastern data show that manufacturing companies with more than 10 employees that between 2016 and 2018 invested in this direction and have a high sustainability profile. These companies had a growth of turnover that is 16 points higher than other companies, and that over the next 3 years. So we need investment, and we need also policies accompanying businesses in this direction. You are the Italian Alliance for Sustainable Development, and you also have simulations whereby energy transition is not only the best solution, but it also gives positive effects also through innovation. Can you share this data with us? So this is what is in the spring report, a report published in May based on the model of Oxford Economics. The model is used also by the Italian government, so they are not dangerous greens. We have simulated a series of scenarios, let's say from now to 2050. So the first one, countries do what they have decided, and this leads to an increase in global temperature of about 1.9 degrees. So we don't exceed 2 degrees as set in the Paris Agreement, but the situation worsens. Then second scenario, by 2050 the world and Italy carry out all the transformation to become carbon neutral by 2050. If we speak about GDP, this, for developed countries, including Italy, determines a small loss for GDP. Because if we want to use the capitalist system, that is precisely what we want to do, we must impose carbon taxes. And this generates some inflation, reduces revenues, and therefore GDP. If we seize the opportunity of energy transition to do what we call the transformation scenario, what I was telling you about before, well, in that case, as from 2035, we have a plus. So the GDP for Italy would increase vis-à-vis the tendential scenario. Then a final scenario, we leave the catastrophe scenario aside, where GDP decreases by 24% by 2035, but there is still another scenario. You spoke with Michelangelo Sfigo of the LIMBY scenario. This is the NIB scenario, not in my terms of office, not when I am the president of the council or when I am the CEO. Let's postpone everything by 5 years. This is a terrible choice, because if the world is going in that direction, today companies may risk their investment, so they will have to do that again, and that will increase the capital cost. So it is an economic issue. It's not an environmental issue. And that is why many European companies and Italian companies, well, when they are told to slow down, to move backwards, they say no. The answer is no. We want to move forward because we have economic advantages. And one last question. Is not a matter of environment, but also an economic matter and a political matter, because there are decisions coming from up above, and there are translational decisions at the European and global level. In today's situation, where we have wars and new policies all over the world taking directions that are extremely diversified. Some of them that, even say that this idea of climate change is simply a fake. How many obstacles would we have now if compared to when you started, since you started some time ago? The climate issue is very important, but in Europe we have 300,000 early deaths for diseases linked to pollution. This has nothing to do with China, India, or the United States. This is something we do ourselves. It is a war every year. What can we say? There are some areas in the world, Asia, not only China, but India as well. India had slowed down, postponed, but now they are accelerating. And Africa, they already did that with a cell phone. They leapt over, so to speak, from physical networks to cellular networks, and because you can imagine the cost of creating power plants, electrical power plants with fossil fuels, and then you have to carry all over Africa that electricity if compared to photovoltaic plants or other renewable sources which can be placed on the spot. So these areas of the world, that is the areas that have the highest demographic development, well, they are moving in this direction. So we must not only consider what the United States are doing. Now we have understood what an ideological approach against transition, so not the expected one by the European Union. So we must not be scared, and we must not do anything different, because thanks to this extraordinary technological evolution, and Italy has excellence. Let's think about the circular economy. If the world is going in that direction, and the Green Deal idea was precisely that one, being on the frontier, on the forefront, will give us great economic and social opportunities, well, respecting an environment that we have been destroying at an unacceptable speed. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Giovannini, for being with us, and so giving us all this information and giving us an idea of what it means to carry out innovation and sustainable development hand in hand, which is good for us all. Thank you for being with us. Thank you.
Allora, dopo questo
Well, after this connection, let's move on to our next item.
Join me on the stage. Joanna Bryson, consulente AI and Ethics ONU, grazie per essere qui con noi. I leave you the stage. You have 10 minutes. You have your counter. Thank you very much.
All right, hello. Thank you for having me. I still don't know where I am or what I'm doing, but please come and talk to me afterwards. I need friends. But I know what I'm talking about, the costs and benefits and future of digital governance. My name is Joanna Bryson. I'm a professor of ethics and technology at the Hardy School of Governance. I do have a PhD in artificial intelligence. I don't only govern. And I was really encouraged to listen earlier today how much people were worried about cybersecurity. Everyone in cybersecurity hopefully recognizes this well-established XKCD diagram. It's a problem of open source. Open source is a wonderful resource, but it is not carefully managed. And this is something we need to worry about. But I'm not here to show you an old figure. I'm here to show you a relatively new figure, which is the current concerns we have now. So what is the EU doing about this? It's done many things, but I'm going to just mention very quickly 4. One is the General Data Protection Regulation, which was actually a way to harmonize all the data protection we already had. And it's necessary. I think it's not thought of this way enough, but it's necessary to protect the residents of our countries against manipulation, right? So we've realized that your personal data is a part of your person, and if people have access to it, they can change your mind, right? It's like they could grab your shoulder. Now, you're not totally control your mind, but alter. And so this is one of the reasons we were concerned, and it is actually part of the responsibilities of the entire world under the Universal Declaration of Human Rights to protect every person within the borders of their states, however they got there. So I like to think that artificial intelligence has done for personal data what airplanes did to airspace, right? We didn't used to have to worry about airspace before we could fly and drop bombs, and we didn't used to have to worry so much about data before people could categorize it and search it and seek patterns, as we were hearing about earlier this morning. So the Digital Services Act is actually a means by which we check some of the greatest harms that we've already believed we've seen, which is people being characterized in profiles illegally and being targets of advertising, particularly political advertising, and of course recommendation algorithms that might skew against what is in people's own interests. The AI regulation is actually a relatively boring regulation that just points out that software is a product, and therefore you have product liability. And actually, people who are in established sectors are not having much trouble with this at all. It's actually only the digital sector that's not used to being governed that's a little frightened by this. But I think the most important thing, most relevant to my talk today, is the Digital Markets Act, okay? So the idea is that a state should be able to maintain enforcement capacity over corporations, all the corporations acting within its borders. So that's the big question. So there's a question about also whether the EU has a right to regulate AI. I literally heard Eric Schmidt, it was Zoom, it was COVID time, and he said to the German government, but with a bunch of us there, it's too bad you don't have your own AI to regulate. All right, so I disagree with this on at least 2 grounds. First of all, the West Coast US AI is produced by people from all over the world. Europe is actually one of the main places producing PhDs in AI. And using data from people all over the world who mostly have not even consented to that, right? So you can think of these companies as global assets, and we're going to come back to that. Again, every state signatory to the EU DHR, which is all of them, has obligations to proactively defend human rights. But the thing that was happening at the time was that people were claiming, look, this argument makes no sense, but the idea is there's America and there's China, and that's it. And Europe has to back America or China will win. Like, if we don't matter, why do we have to back America? It makes no sense. But the other thing is that, first of all, focusing, these kinds of graphs are made of only the largest companies. And if you focus on them, of course, you see the under-regulated spaces. Also, you're conflating, Samsung is not a Chinese company, right? So we actually went on to some data. So this is work with Helena Malikova, who's the Director General of Competition at the European Commission. And she, like nights and weekends, went out and figured out, first of all, that we're going to just look at the patents, so innovation, patents being defended at the global level so we can compare all the countries equally. In the WIPO database, this is not every AI patent, but it's an interesting subsample. So we're going to take a subsample of all the patents that are out there and say which countries are holding them, which companies are holding them, what countries do those guys belong to, and which regulatory regime, and also how much market cap, because people love bubbles. So we have market cap here too. So this is log. Notice this is a log scale. And Huawei and Robert Bosch are two companies that, for interesting reasons, don't have market capitalization because they're too close to two governments. Anyway, in case your eyeballs can't do the addition there, you might see that the EEA, the area covered by the GDPR and those other regulations in China, are not that different from each other. What totally surprises, so I expected that because we have about the same GDP as China and everything is digital now, as you know here. But I was surprised by the fact that the rest of the world combined was actually bigger than China plus the EEA combined, and also that the US at that time dominated the entire rest of the world on both of these metrics, okay? So you could reasonably ask, well, that's Helena up there in the upper corner, whether every year is like that, like 2020. And working with some students, we did. So this is 2018, 2019, which you can see the EU, this is just the patents. The EU is actually passing China in 2019. Then our paper came out, and I don't mean to be arrogant, but literally people were saying to me like, oh, why isn't JP Morgan or somebody, you know, why isn't my company on this graph, right? Suddenly, Japan and China got into a big competition about how many patents they made. Now, this doesn't translate into the market capitalization. So even though there's been this huge surge in those two countries for patents, I mean, Japan still does respectably, incidentally, not so different from China, despite far fewer people. The EU is still doing respectably, but the US is just off the chart there, okay? And one of the questions where a lot of us are asking right now is this a bubble? Is that value really so far out of line of the amount of patents they're making, right? So I found out that actually a few years ago, people were already noticing that except for a few companies, the value of the US stock market has been going down. And a lot of the finance industry assumes the US stock market never goes down. Okay, this is another graph, again, by Helena Malikova, showing the same thing. So there's a few companies going up, and the rest of the market without them is just level. Okay, this is a picture of those few companies, and it reminds me of this picture, which is the US housing market, house values, and except it used to be well regulated. It used to be that a bank that sold a mortgage had to get the money back so they wouldn't overextend the mortgages. In fact, they were a little conservative about who they would give mortgages. After they were deregulated, it went to the roof and then it crashed, and that was bad for everybody. Okay, so justice requires accountability. Accountability requires enforcement. And don't even think, and nobody is right now, seriously thinking about making AI a legal person. But enforcement requires sufficiently peer-like status, enough equity that you can do the regulation. And that requires also regulation, regulating wealth. So I mentioned this about the Digital Marketing Act. If we don't figure out ways to deconcentrate some of those markets, then we create interdependencies. And again, I know there were some security people on the chairs here when I first came in. One of the things that frightens me the most was this report that after the change of administration in the United States, part of the reason that Ukraine lost all of its Russian territory was its technology stopped functioning in that territory. So this is what dependency does for you. All right, so antitrust law was, and this is my last slide, believe it or not. Antitrust law was originally designed to keep corporations to a scale that you could regulate if you're a democracy. And the way everybody thinks of is, oh, you have to compete fairly or else we break you up. But they forget that like one of the legs of it is also that some things naturally scale or hyperscale. And these are things are called utilities, and governments are supposed to identify them make sure they're not unfairly exploiting their utility status, and the government basically then has to help them agree what is appropriate prices, quality, and wages. For some reason, the US stopped applying its own law. It fell back on the national champions model, which seems to be doing about what national champions models tend to do. The EU, in the meantime, has demonstrated that you get regulatory power by having a good economy and sufficient coordination amongst those people with that economy. You don't have to be one monolithic large nation if you coordinate. So I think what we need to do, this is my recommendation, is we need a wider trade agreement. We should take what we've learned in the EU in building our trade system to go out and help find other like-minded countries that will help us regulate, among other things, expand our trade opportunities beyond China and the US, but also to help us work on this particular regulatory challenge. So thank you.
I do thank you for this eyes-opening presentation. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Thank you. Dunque, come vedete...
Well, many contents indeed. And we could see that with different approaches. And now we have the second roundtable with Alberto Giuffre, Sky TG24. Nuclear energy, state of the art and future prospects. Thank you, thank you. Good afternoon, good evening. And we're speaking about nuclear energy to try and understand what role it will have in energy transition and what are also the expectations for technological progress. And here are the experts. A clap of hands for Stefano Lorenzi, who is Associate Professor for Nuclear Plants at Milan Politecnico. Maurizio Masi, again, Milan Polytechnic, and Michele Nesa, Business Model and Scenarios for Nuclea Italia, and Sara Ranieri, who is Professor of Industrial Physics and in Parma, and then Domenico Savoca, Mineral Engineer, and the President of the National Association. So we can start this discussion on nuclear energy. We know that it is a technology that is now at the center of the energy debate, and the International Agency for Energy includes nuclear energy in the energy mix for the objectives to be reached. And then there is another aspect, artificial intelligence and data center, whereby the demand for electricity has increased all over the world, and this demand can be satisfied also with nuclear energy. And it can have this role for countries who already have this technology in their energy mix, because scientists tell us that we must reach our objectives by 2030, and then look at the most promising technologies from 2030 onwards. I'd like to give the floor to Professor Stefano Lorenzi. So what are the most promising nuclear technologies today? A small modular reactor is one of the ideas. Well, it is a difficult question. I'll try to avoid answering. Well, it depends. It depends. It depends from the strategies of a country. When we speak about nuclear technologies, we must not forget nuclear energy is an engineering technology. It started immediately after the Second World War with Eisenhower, Atoms for Peace, and so the civil use of atomic energy. Then in the 60s and in the 70s, we tried to understand what was the most suited, best suited technology for production. So second generation reactors that are the most common today. We have more than 400 reactors. 90% of them, are second-generation reactors. But if we go today to the supermarket of nuclear reactors, we would find third-generation reactors that are very similar to second-generation reactors. Most second-generation reactors use water, so they exploit the water technology. The third-generation reactors, and this is the best we have today, they try to improve some aspects, especially in terms of safety. And if we look at the future, there are the small modular reactors that try to solve some of the problems, especially things that happened in the West for the construction of nuclear reactors. We are not speaking of a total change in paradigm. They are essentially based on water technology, but they are smaller, they are modular, they exploit the in situ manufacturing to avoid problems of budget and also longer implementation times. And then there are technologies of advanced reactors, fourth generation reactors, but there the technology changes entirely. So they're very promising technologies, but their use is later on in time. The SMRs solve some of the problems in terms of manufacturing of the reactors themselves. Fourth generation reactors do something different. They improve the water technology, trying to close the fuel cycle, reducing the radioactivity of waste. How can you balance innovation and safety? Well, I'm a supporter of the idea of modular reactors because the risk of accident, if you have smaller reactors, of course, is reduced. I also learn how to manage it because one of the fundamental things you always think of the nuclear reactor, but then you see the cost, and the costs are almost identical in terms of safety system because there are redundancies, huge redundancies, intervention parameters, and so on and so forth. So they have an added value if compared to the reactor chamber. If I do modular reactors, I learn. And as I do that, I improve the system. And it is the best idea to reduce costs. I have two examples. The car. Very beginning, the car was manufactured just for rich people. And then Henry Ford started the production chain, and it became a product for all. And today, well, photovoltaic energy, it was very expensive at the very beginning, 100 euro per kilowatt produced. Now the investment is less than €1 per kilowatt. So having more units enables you to improve. It is what you call learning curve. If I start building many reactors, every small improvement that I find in my control system can be extended to others. It is when the car is given back to us and they say, well, you must change the brakes or something because there is a problem there. And because in the 400 some reactors that are about 1 gigawatt, There are 400 unique pieces today, and also there are very few people also manufacturing them, just 5 or 6 companies. So they are not. No, they are not. They are not present at a commercial level. Here we are speaking about digitization. There is a strong component of control system that is purely digital. So with our companies, we might enter this business. Then you must, of course, energy produces development. Without energy. But energy is also a commodity, and so it must not be expensive. And now, what is the vision of Enel on the role that nuclear energy may have looking at energy transition? It is a very important question, and I must say that there is a dualism between renewable and nuclear energy, but we don't think this appropriate. They are two tools available to reach the objective that is precisely that having becoming carbon neutral by 2050. Renewables must grow and must grow rapidly. Mr. Lanzetta and Mr. Cattaneo spoke about the increasing consumption, the electrification. Of course, this will push the demand for electricity, and we must also replace fossil fuels. So renewables must run rather than grow. But the nuclear has also very important aspects, and they can complete renewables in this transition. Nuclear energy can be programmed, unlike renewables that are linked to seasons, day, night. And so for the electrical system, it is necessary to have the stability, and the stability will enable us to have an oversized electrical system, so we can keep it at an optimum level so that the energy transition is carried out also in an economically sustainable way. We need both. We need both, and we need both rapidly. Renewables today is feasible, and Nuclear Italia was created precisely to identify also nuclear technology that will help us in the transition, but of course in the medium and long term. Mrs. Ranieri. I know it is a difficult question, the one I'm going to ask. If we apply your technique to nuclear, what are the challenges still in front of us? Let's try and have a general picture. Well, it is a difficult question. Sure enough, an answer would require a lot of time. Well, first of all, I'd like to remind that industrial technical physics embraces all the skills and all the expertise pertaining thermodynamics, heat transmission, and energy. All these are the expertise to design energy scenarios. Moving from expertise, from skills, is essential to face any transition. Together with research, research must be adequately supported with adequate resources. Industrial technical physics has a dialogue with nuclear engineering, and we work together. Well, we get together technical physics and nuclear engineering. I mean, the group, this is the name of the group. So we have one single group. It means we have synergies during the curricula in the different areas. So there is a joint work between our disciplines and scientific communities. All the university professors are organized in organizations, and we work in close synergy with a colleague from CIRTEN. They come from the university where there are still degree courses in nuclear engineering. As for my area, There are historical challenges that we see with nuclear technologies, and there we support nuclear technology, thermofluid dynamics of biphase systems, and the study of thermocrisis in the system, instability, the thermofluid dynamic instability in system components, and energy dissipation that may be localized in small surfaces. I mean, all scientific problems requiring a technological solution that may be provided only after advanced research. These are the historical challenges, but now we have more topical challenges concerning the modeling. Predictive modeling of plants, reliable predictive modeling of plants, also in cases where testing is not possible. So modeling, energy modeling, is an essential part. And there our skills play an important role. Then there is the transmission of heat in liquid metals that have non-standard behaviors, and this is being used in nuclear technology, and the dialogue with other disciplines. So this is, we must have a dialogue with neutronics, with structural mechanics, with chemical physics, material science. So our discipline is open. It has this interdisciplinary dialogue, and we are facing different challenges.
La prossima domanda al professor Savoca.
Let me go to Professor Savoca to try and understand the contribution of mining materials to nuclear. Uranium minerals are not classified as critical raw materials, not because that is not the case, but because they are not produced in reliable countries. Most of the world production takes place in Canada and Kazakhstan and Australia. So it's the opposite. They're not strategic or rare because it takes place in safe countries. Well, as regards Italy, we have fairly good production potential. Processing uranium minerals is a mining activity. What do I mean by that? In order to process uranium, you need to be granted a specific mining concession that are the exclusive competence of regional administrations. Just not too far from here, we have a large field of PEC blender. Over the 80s, it was investigated, and Agip Nucleare invested 100 billion back then to prepare the mine. The mine site was prepared. The quantity of uranium that was mined was virtually zero. We are between the Bergamo and Sondrio provinces. Research was performed to try and understand the potential of this mine. This mine that didn't actually take off using the technology back then would have fed a 2 giga power station for about 20 years. Low values for sure, but this can be increased with new research. At the moment, there are many research activity by foreign companies who would like to step in these former mining areas that are still open for exploitation. These companies would aim at using this mine for the intermediate products, because in Italy you would get to the intermediate stage and then send it to countries that actually use the uranium. What are the main stumbling blocks here? One is the social impact. We expect it won't be easy to open up a uranium mine, but for sure these problems are fewer than was the case in the 80s. And then there are environmental issues. Managing a landfill for uranium is not an easy matter. The waste is about 0.5%, so over 90% of the residual materials must be placed somewhere, and they are somewhat radioactive, so it is very difficult to embank it. It's difficult, but perhaps we have the resources. Professor Lorenzi, let me get back to you to try and understand how academic Italian research can support industry. Well, for starters, academia is already supporting the industry because with major efforts, they managed to maintain a kernel of competencies in Italy. If you look at the international conferences in the sector, there's always an Italian in the French research center in the US or Japanese research center. So academia is contributing with the mines. That was not easy following Chernobyl and all of the nuclear accidents like Chernobyl, as I said, and Fukushima. Then another point linked to education. It is key to try and pass on these competences, not only for undergraduate studies, but also to work closely with the industries. At the beginning of the month, we started a master's degree in nuclear technology jointly with Ansaldo Nucleare. So with the colleagues of the Inter-University Consortium of universities that teach nuclear engineering, we have started this partnership to try and pass on nuclear competencies to students and to experts that are strictly not nuclear experts. And so basically we are turning engineers into nuclear engineers somewhat. Because indeed, as my colleague was saying, it is very complex to manage a nuclear reactor, thermohydraulics. That is the second module of our master's, is precisely thermohydraulics, material behavior, and structural materials. Another key point that was mentioned by my colleague as well is the research component. In the years previous to this nuclear renaissance, national research grants for nuclear matters was basically virtually zero for nuclear fission. Academia managed to be involved in European calls for proposals, and so they were able to continue this technology's transfer from academia to industries. On top of that, of course, there is cost reduction, etc. Professor Masi. We said it earlier, the not in my backyard approach, that is very common when dealing with nuclear. So what do you feel are the real or perceived risks here?
Well, it is the perceived risk, as you said. Well, first of all, because since we are engineers, we know that zero is simply something non-existing. Any human activity has a risk. If I walk here, I trip over something, I fall, so there is no risk zero. no, you cannot say there is a zero risk situation. It simply doesn't exist. So the problem in the public opinion is the amplitude. Those who study risk know that it is the product of two factors: how many times a given event may take place, and then, well, how many casualties you have, what it means in terms of human lives. And media say, well, an aeroplane collapsed and 200 people died. But how many planes crashed in 1 year? I don't know, 1 or 2. And nobody thinks that, in fact, only if you drive a car, well, it is a mass killing, because the frequency of some events, even if it's just 3 to 4 casualties, just in Italy, we know that a small village disappears every year. It's about 6,000 people who die due to car accidents every year. But that is something that we take for granted. So a high frequency and a small magnitude, well, it has no impact. Whereas for the nuclear energy, well, you think about the bomb. People think, well, I have Hiroshima and Nagasaki in my back garden. Chernobyl, well, if I make a calculation, direct or indirect, it is about 4,000 casualties. And if I take the accidents we have in the use of fossil fuels in the mines, in oil tankers, and we have hundreds of thousands, something that is not perceived. There is nothing more beautiful than hydroelectric energy. The Valjean disaster led to 2,000 casualties. In China, 160,000. I think 45,000 direct casualties, and then the rest for the epidemics. So we're not very good at comparing values, you know. It is difficult, and it is something that media should be doing. And to go back to what you said, there are young people now who want to go back to nuclear. They understand the importance of the sector, and they do that. I take an example in my child class. He went for chemical engineering, but now he has gone somewhere else in Europe. But two colleagues of his of chemical engineering, one decided to go to Milan and the other to Zurich to study nuclear energy, because the new generations realize that if you want to reach a new decarbonization, if we want to give a base load, because you cannot possibly think that the Western world may go backwards. You cannot tell, well, for example, we are using the washing machine just on Saturday, and then you switch on the light just on Sunday. This is unacceptable. Energy is a commodity, 24 hours a day for 365 days a year. And the impact of AI, of course. Let's go back on the small modular reactors, on SMRs. It is a promising technology, not very widespread. They can be a scalable solution for our country as well. Well, it is the question we are considering at present in Nuclei Italia. We were created in 2025. We're carrying out a technical and economic analysis of innovative solutions for nuclear energy available today. So we're speaking of SMR and MMR, and I'll be giving the details in a while. And another important tool, again, in terms of expertise, not only research, but also in industry, this is something we want to do, and we want to support the reorganization of the Italian supply chain, which is active in the nuclear energy. It has survived, and it is it ranges second in Europe. So these are the main activities. We must have a systemic approach. We need a country system, because otherwise the nuclear energy project fails, but and also an evolutionary approach. There are many solutions of nuclear energy more or less sustainable, as it is called NMR or SMR, but they don't have the same technological maturity. The water SMRs are almost ready, and they may be developed in Italy by 2035. And they are innovative, but we must also consider that in the business model rather than in technology as such.
Sono un game changer, generazione 4.
So we have a relay system. So Nuclear Italia will be analyze that as well. We must create SMR. Well, these are the most easily reachable solution, but NMR as well. They will bring very important new elements, so they must be considered. You must make practical choices for the country, identifying the solutions that can be developed more rapidly, so you can have a realistic program for a re-entry of nuclear energy in Italy. Sustainable nuclear energy.
Da fonte a basse emissioni dopo l'idroelettrico. Come...
So, next question. How can we guarantee sustainability and emission reduction? Let me pick up from what Professor Giovannini said, as well as what my colleagues say. The European Green Deal poses constraints to GHG gas, and by 2050 we should develop energy-producing technology with no emissions. This is the framework, and we need to find solutions. Europe then moved on with the Green Taxonomy regulation that was followed by a document that includes nuclear in environmentally friendly technology. Net Zero Industry Act also followed. That was European as well, to try and promote an alliance that then fed into the Small Modular Reactor Alliance. And this can certainly help this transition. The pillars, as you said, is the electrification and accelerated decarbonization. Because time is of the essence, it's one key variable, and we mustn't forget that. Italy can play a role here. The Ministry for the Environment and Energy Security developed a platform for sustainable nuclear energy, where physicists, chemists, lawyers, all sorts of professionals developed 7 documents that take stock of the situation, almost do a viability study of the comeback of the nuclear technology in Italy. Electrification, accelerated decarbonization, increased energy demand. Certainly electric power is the easiest to decarbonize versus other sectors. Thermal energy is harder on that front. And so basically these documents were produced for the National Platform for Sustainable Nuclear Energy, and they feed into some scenarios that fed into the Integrated National Plan for Energy and Climate. In this net zero framework, basically there's a nuclear scenario and a no-nuclear scenario. The outcome of these studies show that with the nuclear scenario, with 0.5 gigawatts installed and right up to 8 gigawatts in 2050 with the contribution of fusion. That's a trajectory. And that, of course, would accelerate decarbonization, reducing overgeneration, reducing the use of coal energy or gas energy with carbon capture and storage. So there's a role out there to play. It's pretty evident. Of course, we need convergence of intentions at different levels. These documents certainly highlight this. The role of nuclear energy as a reliable, low-carbon, dispatchable source is there. But I pick up on what a colleague from Enel said. It's important to complement renewables. Nuclear energy covers 11% of the national energy demand, according to this scenario. It's the energy mix that counts. We really need to work hard on renewables, and we're lagging behind. We're not on track with our national targets, and let alone the European ones. So we must keep up the good work on renewables. Professor Savok, can you help us understand what is the industrial perspective on this technology? Right. Now, talking about the mining sector and uranium, the technology that we have at our disposal is mature, but it is sufficient for actual mining or extraction. The production of uranium starts from prospecting, extraction, processing, and then separation of the isotope 235 from 238. In Italy, at the moment, we do not have these capacities, and so we need to go abroad. For the first three activities, technology is well consolidated. The prospection activities can be performed with the experience of the companies that work in the mining sector. In Italy, the mining sector is pretty important. We do not have strategic raw materials, but when it comes to industrial materials, we're pretty advanced. We do have some issues with the actual mining, chemical engineering. Excuse me, the speaker says mining engineering is not taught, hasn't been taught for 25 years. We mining engineers are on the brink of the extinction, and we need UNESCO support to protect us. We are endangered species. So the actual mining, underground mining, requires the presence of technical expertise, which is just not there in Italy. The Politecnico of Turin and the University of Rome are organizing some masters to educate new professionals. In Turin, an undergraduate course was activated, engineering of geo-resources. They didn't use the word mining because they don't like it. So we're making up for some lost ground. But when it comes to the extraction of that 0.5% with through breaking it up is a consolidated technique. And then depuration and concentration are the subsequent steps of this process. All of this can easily be done by our industry. That technology is there. There are, of course, environmental issues that need to be fixed. But engineering can do everything. Very much depends on the resources and the competences that can be fielded. So let's say that the mining component could meet the demand linked to the national demand for energy.
So also marketing for the mining sector, it is very important indeed. I wish to thank Domenico Savoca, Maurizio Masi, Stefano Lorenzi, Michele Nesa, Sara Rainieri and Domenico Savoca to give us a more exhaustive picture of this very complicated subject. Thank you very much indeed. Big clap of hands. And now, thank you for following this roundtable. And now, now the anchor person is Alessio Iacona. Thank you for being here with us. And we go on with the last contributions of this very, very long day. And we have here Gianfranco Pacchioni from Milano Bicocca University and Accademia dei Lincei.
Si accomodi pure. Grazie. Allora, il tema di questo
will be, since we are speaking of automotive and sustainability of mobility, we are speaking of synthetic fuels. And in the title are defined and non-marginal contribution to decarbonization. It is an important part, but they are interesting for a number of reasons you will be sharing with us. These fuels, what are we speaking of exactly? E-fuels are synthetic substances, so they are obtained, they are chemically obtained, carbon dioxide, hydrogen, and they are transformed in methanol, methane, or other hydrocarbons, so substances that can be burnt. So the two substances are very simple, carbon dioxide and hydrogen, and so CO2 and hydrogen. And this industrial process, we have a number of problems. First of all, capturing CO2 and how and with what efficiency, and then the production of hydrogen, because it must be green hydrogen or hydrogen coming from the electrolysis of water without release of further CO2, and then the transformation.
In questi prodotti dove il carbonio
and these two products were carbon gives us to replace what exactly? And with these processes we obtain fuels that are comparable to what we have today. Kerosene, for example, for air transportation. So they are fuels. Exactly as the ones we have now. Now we have them from oil, from fossil fuels. If you use CO2 obtained with processes using renewable energies, and hydrogen obtained with renewable sources or nuclear sources without using these other sources. So these fuels are produced without CO2 emissions, and then if you use thermal engines, it is a closed cycle. So you would save about 85–90% of the emissions for a vehicle. So we produce CO2, we recover it, and we reintroduce it in the circle to use it as a fuel together with hydrogen. But this process is not well, it's not easy for this to become economically sustainable for cars, because the reason why it is being studied or it is being developed is for the hard to abate sectors, because for cars we may use batteries, but it's not so easy for an aeroplane or a ship with thousands of kilometers, that again is not easy using batteries. So for the naval sector and for the air sector, the use of synthetic fuels is a promising future to decarbonize. So it is a technology that is available. So where are we in terms of producing that. It is a complex process. Maybe you can explain why without giving too many details. To what extent can we do that? The transformation of hydrogens and CO2 in fuels is done, has been done for years with productions of hundreds of millions of tons by using grey hydrogen, the hydrogen that is produced from fossil fuel. So there is no benefit whatsoever because the grey hydrogen produces CO2. And so these processes are there. They can be improved, but not in a radical way. You can use catalyzers or whatever. And then you need hydrogen and CO2. Hydrogen is produced by the hydrolysis of water. And the efficiency is about 70% at present. You may have efficiency up to 80 or 90%, and will certainly get there. So if you reduce the costs of the process, but there again, it is not a revolution. The real bottleneck is capturing CO2, because CO2 must be extracted first and then reconverted. You can extract CO2 from the processes where it is produced in a concentrated way. Steel works, a cement factory. From the chimneys, for example, there are substances, amines and other chemical substances that are being used, but the costs are pretty high. Yesterday there was a Nobel Prize for Chemistry that went to Robson Yari and Ira Cartava, who developed this MOF, metal organic frameworks. These are porous materials that can be used for capturing gas, including CO2. So the hope is that in capturing CO2, you may have improvements, that they may be not incremental improvements, but more significant improvements to make all this more, less costly. What is the situation in Italy? Well, there are production plants for methanol, with CO2 and hydrogen, but again, grey hydrogen, electrolyzer to produce hydrogen. We have one here being developed in the Milan area. So there are technologies to develop this type of process. And the problem is that at present it is more economical to have biofuels coming from biomasses. So the real challenge for the e-fuels, for the synthetic fuels, is having costs that are lower than the biofuels. When you speak about biofuels, there is the problem of the impact on the environment for their production, because they require intensive agriculture. Well, we tend to produce them from waste of agricultural produce or of wood production and so on, because if they are produced using areas, agricultural areas that subtract food to the population, that is no longer considered as sustainable. For some years, I followed automotive in terms of innovation and transformation, where the transition to electrical energy has really changed the system of propulsion and also the way of living in a car, the infotainment and so on. And so some companies started working plants to produce these cars with e-fuels. Well, yes, there are some productions, but because if you were able to keep the present infrastructural system with fuels that are produced in this way with a very low emission of CO2, you wouldn't have to change anything, electrical grids and so on. So you would use the same type of infrastructures we have now for car transport or air transport. So that is why car factories have an interest in this direction, obviously, because transforming CO2, it is an exhausted battery in energy-rich molecules such as hydrocarbons. That is against the laws of thermodynamics. So you must give back the energy that has already been lost. So this process will become truly interesting if you have a lot of renewable energy, nuclear energy, so without CO2 emissions, but at a low cost. So today, the strong message is that we must invest on all the sources of energy, not using fossil fuels, because there we would have the technology to make many other things. So we must work on renewables to have that energy asset so that this type of technology is feasible. E-fuels, so ship transport and air transport account for 5% of CO2 emissions. It's not huge, but still, it is 5%, and there is no way to have a complete transition. So e-fuels will have a role in this respect, even though they may have a higher cost. But if we had an abundance of renewable energy, they might become an alternative also for automotive transport. Also, thank you for giving us this outlook on this type of technology. Thank you.
Allora, prossimo intervento.
The next presentation is, in actual fact, another interview. I'd like to call Massimiliano Tellini, Director and Global Head of Circular Economy of Intesa San Paolo Innovation Center. So he's already got his mic. Up you come. Hello and good evening. So for our listeners, let's explain a few things. Here we're talking about circular economy, which is something we've been talking about for several years. And this might be a really important crossroads for focusing on the subject and talking about the subject at large. But let's start from what is the circular economy today? What is the circular economy? Well, from our perspective, it is a huge opportunity as an investment agenda. It's an opportunity for change and transformation and evolution in business models for companies, our clients. And it's also a very good opportunity for bringing together what Professor Giovannini was talking about before, very concretely, for bringing together an ecological transformation that we know is can no longer be put off, but reconciling that with an economic transition, a transformation. So it's an economic transition because underlying our interpretation of the circular economy, thanks also to the role that we play as strategic partners, as the #1 bank worldwide, in the Ellen Market Foundation, well, there the definition of a circular economy, it ties in with the way we see the economic model separate from the exploitation of natural resources that can run out, which leads us to understand the need to review, to reconsider the creation of value within the economic model, and also consider the role of finance. And it's an opportunity. It's an investment agenda, as I've said, and it's a strategic opportunity for Italy, a country like ours. And maybe we'll go into that in a minute. Italy plays a major role in the field of design in the circular economy. Is truly an opportunity to reconsider products and services. Yes. So how you're talking about investments? That can mean many things to many people. Well, in our case, we're talking about understanding the investment needs of our clients in an innovative and transformational way. Specifically, I represent the Intesa San Paolo Group through the Intesa San Paolo Innovation Center, which focuses on innovation, and that is in fact what we do using an ecosystem and support-based approach. And as an innovation center, we're a competence center for the entire Intesa San Paolo Group in the field of the circular economy. And right from the very word go, and I'm talking about a journey that began nearly 10 years ago, right from the word go, we've been very concrete in the type of support we provide. Obviously, we carry out activities in the field of innovation. We try to broker connections. We try to bring together our clients with the most innovative centres, nationally and internationally, whether they're startups or research centres, so that the most advanced technological solutions can be used as enablers. So you're creating innovation and funding it as well, indeed. And given the role that our group plays, supporting our clients both in Italy and abroad, right from 2018, that was the beginning of our multi-year plan, identifying the circular economy as one of the main features of our strategic initiatives. We've always we're providing subsidies for our clients in the field of innovation and in the field of the circular economy, because for us it's an opportunity that is to be pursued because we want to build things together with our clients based on the fact that these investments can increase the competitiveness and the resiliency of our companies more than through traditional investments. It's a win-win situation. The investor wins, having opportunities for growth and returns on investment, and on the other side, you have a system being created leading to benefits. And yes, it's great because it's a virtuous circle that we've been trying to build based on the assumption that there is a technological background, obviously, a setting, and then we have the cultural, quote-unquote, aspect. The circular economy, the way we interpret it, thanks to our partnership with the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, the assumption is that there are three basic principles at play here. Number one, we want resources, natural resources, to continue circulating in the system. So we want an efficient use of resources for as long as possible. We want also to extend the useful life of products and regenerate natural capital. So tying in with the sustainability agenda. And here we're not just obviously reducing the negative impacts and mitigating impacts, but we're regenerating the natural capital, which underlies all human activities. And then thirdly, we have the elimination of waste in and of itself. So we look for the circular economy as a form of waste management. So going back to the question of culture, on the one hand, we have the technological approach, the evolutions that technologies can achieve, and then we have an awareness that business models can and must, in fact, be forward-looking and obviously updated constantly with a view to increasing access to the service that an asset offers rather than through ownership. And car sharing was a good example of that. So bringing together technological advancements with an understanding that business models can be innovative and reviewed in that respect, give rise to investments and financing and funding that we are very successfully supporting. Over the past 6 or 7 years, I have to say that the market has displayed great interest in our offering. Yes, we're talking about investing in the future, and it's by no means trivial. We're looking at systems, solutions, and visions that right now are very promising, but over the course of time, they also have to be effective and successful. And I'm sure you're not alone in identifying the directions that we're all moving in. Do you have partners supporting you? Yes, exactly. As I was saying before, we've got a very strong relationship with people who believe in the circular economy. We've got the Ellen MacArthur Foundation as as our main partner, and then as to our own activities, we've also come together with Cariplo Factory, the Cariplo Foundation, to create a circular economy lab, which is a reference contact in supporting our clients on this circular economy journey. And as we were talking about the virtuous circle, from our perspective, we're enabling forward-looking entrepreneurs to position their reference environment, their company, in fact, at the foremost places in the forefront of sustainability. And at the Bocconi, with the Bocconi University, we've also partnered with a view to assessing economic risk. So we've already published some data according to which the more a company is able to embrace the real transition towards a circular economy and reconsider its models and reconsider its supply chain and suppliers, and also the interactions that are in place within their value chains, the more a company can do that, the greater the circularity of a company, the lower the chance of a company defaulting over the next 5 years. So here we're going back to why we're so down to earth in all of this. And that's the role of banks really now, because you're brokering a change of this kind and you're playing a crucial role for the country. Yes, in fact, we are the partners of companies because we understand that we can go on this journey that regulators are asking for. Europe, in fact, is offering us, as Professor Giovannini said, the Green Deal became the Industrial Green Deal, and Europe is driving the transition towards the circular economy, provided we all understand that alongside the ecological transition, there is another one that is rather more complex from the industrial and economic point of view, but Italy is very much in the forefront compared to many other peers, because redesigning partnerships, redesigning objects and products, redesigning is what Italians do best. So thank you very much, Massimiliano Tellini. We have another 2 special addresses. The next one is also an interview, so I would ask Paolo Viscontini, the president of Associazione Italia Solare, to come to the stage.
Grazie. Allora, continuiamo questo nostro viaggio che riguarda energia, sostenibilità.
When these two things overlap, when we're speaking of solar energy, let's start from the essentials. We are in streaming, and it is a diversified audience. What is Italia Solare, first of all? And then we can speak about the details. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank for the invitation. 3rd year, I'm here. And Italia Solare is an agency of the 3rd sector. We want to underline that. We want decarbonization of the Italian energy system. And, of course, photovoltaic is the technology that is recording the best results, also the one that will become more popular also very rapidly, both in terms of potential power and energy. And we work precisely to help this development via a large participation of our members. We have 1,500 members. We are the largest association in Europe for the photovoltaic sector, and we are growing because it is an economic and industrial sector that is important for the whole country. We've been speaking about solar energy for years, and technologies develop. Where are we? In Italy, in Europe, and in the world as a contribution of photovoltaic energy to the energy demand, because there are opposite opinions as to that. I've prepared a slide to better understand what is the situation. We have 3 graphs: world, Europe, Italy. At the world level, end of last year, 2.2 terawatts. 2.2 gigawatts, almost half of it is in China, a bit more than half, also considering this year's figures. This year we may have some 680 gigawatts, and China has about half of it. So it is very important. Well, planning, of course, is very important. And I believe that apart from considerations on planning, well, it is a far-sighted choice. China started in 2007, 2008 to work in this area, in this industry, when they stopped breathing in their cities, of course, yes. This is the first year where the emissions will go down in China. This is very encouraging because sometimes you get only bad news about climate change. 2.2 terawatts. But what I'd like to stress is that some 70% of all the was installed in 5 years. So the great new thing in the photovoltaic sector is speed. If we consider the forecasts of the International Energy Agency, are all wrong. They were much lower than what really happened. Of course, cost reduction was a determining factor. When a source becomes so economically interesting, of course, it is developed. In Europe, end of last year, some 340 gigawatts, about 65 gigawatts per year, 60, 70, 68. These are the values. You see it from the curve. Well, there is a flattening of the curve, but 70 gigawatts is not bad. And Italy, well, there is the total. This year we reached 40 gigawatts, 2 million photovoltaic plants, and that was reached between August and September, making us understand what is the revolution that is underway. So we have a distributed, we have production, 2 million plants. Most of the power, say 70-75%, in terms of power is commercial, industrial, or large-scale plants. But still, we have 2 million connection points that we manage, as the Enel representatives said. And since this is the state of the art, what is the development of photovoltaic in Italy? What are the criticalities and the opportunities? What's in store for us? Looking at figures, so this is my second and last slide, the expectations for the development of the photovoltaic system. To the left, we have the world, and to the right, Italy. The growth, well, we have a constant and important growth. And the role of China is important there as well. Yeah, certainly. And together with wind energy, they are the two renewable sources that have been growing faster. By 2030, that would be mainly photovoltaic and wind energy. We have a lot of figures here. We have about, well, this year, we have some 10% of coverage of world demand with photovoltaic, so 10%. The year before it was 7%, and next year it will be 12%. When at the world level you are increasing by 2 or 3% per year, well, it's huge. In Italy, we'll get to 12% as coverage of demand. On the right, just to complete my idea, we have an expected growth of photovoltaic in Italy. We are at 40. We should reach 80 gigawatts. So you see the line of the curve. Well, we like numbers because numbers are facts, and facts are there. Yes, but so many plants in this energy, but it is an intermittent energy. And here is the last subject, storage, batteries. We can collect this energy during daytime. What happens at night? We store it and we use it at night when the sun is no longer there. Yes, but that is expensive. But there was the MAXE. It is a provision managed by Terna for a fixed remuneration of these large storage facilities that are installed, that will be installed next to the Terna stations, so high tension stations, and you have a guaranteed revenue for 15 years, but with tenders. And the tenders were quite surprising. The numbers were much lower than expected in terms of cap, 13,000 euro for megawatt per year. It is an extraordinary value. I don't know if future tenders will have the same value, but the values will be much lower than we expected. First of all, we all benefit out of that in our electricity bills. This storage facility is not just something little. That was 10 gigawatt, and we'll have many more, 40 or 50 gigawatt. And so important numbers that will, well, first of all, they would guarantee greater security of the system. We have a robust system, but with batteries that will be even more so. The risk of blackout, as it happened in Spain. In Spain, it was not the problem of renewables. It was the inability of the grid to manage fluctuations and the non-connections between Spain and France. France has a lot of nuclear energy. It is very rigid. The nuclear energy is rigid. They don't want too many renewables because they cannot manage the lot. It is a sort of paradox. The appropriate formula is renewables and gas, because gas is very flexible. So if you have much less, but precisely to fill the gap, it's perfect. Much less, and you pollute much less. And then, of course, 100% renewables. That is the objective. And believe me, photovoltaic plus storage plus a little bit of hydrogen when we have too much energy that we might just throw away. So photovoltaic and wind energy, in that case, hydrogen may play a role. Well, but the figures you gave us tell us, well, that there is an important growth, an important development of this renewable source. But we need more clarity in terms of regulations and correct information. There is a movement against the spreading of renewables, and this is not good for our country. So some funds for a good communication on renewables, that would be useful. So I share your opinion and your appeal. Thank you.
Allora chiudiamo questo.
Okay, so let's close with one more presentation that takes us to the other source of renewables, that is wind energy. And I would invite Davide Astiaso Garcia to the floor, Secretary General of ANEV, the Italian Association of Wind Energy Providers, and he'll be wrapping up our program today. I presume you're going to be talking about wind energy. Yes, indeed. Okay, good evening, everyone. I'll try to keep it short. I'm talking about wind energy, particularly offshore wind energy facilities, because the on-land ones, the on-land-based ones, will be supporting us in our transition over the next few years. But the offshore wind systems are a bit less mature, but have a great deal of potential. For Italy, for a midterm perspective, why is it innovative? Because unlike what happens in the northern seas, where there are bottom-fixed systems, in Italy, we have depths, ocean depths, or sea depths, which don't lend themselves to wind energy, as well as the Baltic. And so there's a whole new technology, the floating wind energy system that looks very interesting with a view to use in the Mediterranean, and particularly for Italy. So we carried out a study. Our association, I'm the general manager of the Wind Energy Association, based at the La Sapienza University in Rome, where I teach. I'm a lecturer on the economic and occupational and social impacts of this technology, with a view as well to assessing its potential and also to see how it can evolve for the benefit of our country. Now, very quickly, the study estimated the effects on jobs of this technology, and nationwide it tells us what effects there will be, how many jobs will be produced or generated, and what the industrial fallout might be in Italy. And it's important because there are certain characteristics of the system such that it might not be the best solution everywhere. We also are looking at financial investments. So what are the novelties? First of all, we looked at the stages of future development. For the very first time, as was never done before, we looked at the analysis face by face, from installation to manufacturing, the supply chain, operations and maintenance. And then we identified unique features of Italy, of the country, leading us to identify an innovative approach through the creation of hubs that I'll talk about in a minute. But first, a couple of words on the research group. It's an Italian research group. I belong to it, and we primarily develop energy scenarios of various kinds. Before this study, we had already analyzed various scenarios on the potential of offshore wind energy in Italy, and we had figures up to 2050, looking at the percentage of offshore energy versus the total, and looking at the time horizon up to 2040. So this is the trend for development. You see a different slope with respect to the targets of the energy, climate plan. And you see the curve fairly flat at the very beginning, and then it shoots up based also upon our forecasts between now and 2050. The slope certainly becomes far steeper, indicating acceleration. So we're seeing that the first two targets need to be worked on instantly, otherwise we will never reach the estimates that we've seen. So this means moving from a traditional approach that you can see on the left-hand side of the slide to, and that's a serial approach of the various phases, towards a more innovative, hub-based approach that would make it possible to work with different construction sites phase by phase. And this best suits our system because it suits our country, because it would create the biggest number of jobs, and also looking at the port infrastructure in Italy and comparing Italy's ports with those of the North Sea, but also France on the Mediterranean side, where they have much more space than we do. In order to be competitive, we would need to adopt this type of approach. Very briefly, this is the methodology. We start with input data on the left, coming from analyses undertaken with stakeholders and our members that are investing and developing offshore floating wind farms, and then a more scientific approach based on information from the literature and certain algorithms. And on the right, you see the results that we achieved in terms of capex, levelized cost of energy, energy costs, and so on. The capex. These are the results. Here we're looking at between 4 and 6 million euros per megawatt, and that range is due to the fact that depending on the investment and on the country, it's possible to modify the cost depending on the period, on the time. Over the midterm, when looking at a capex of 4 in one period to 5 to 6 in a different period. And here we see 165, 240 euros per megawatt hour. That's the range that suits wind energy. And looking at the slide, you can see the capacity factor. And this is all very innovative. You look at international studies, generally you analyze the LCOE for the floating systems and the bottom fixed systems, and that somewhat confuses the picture. Here we're talking about the investments, and there are two shown up there on the slide. We wonder whether achieving these goals would suit a significant investment plan for our country. But these are the results on, as regards the impact on employment. You can see the number of full-time employers, permanent jobs, broken down by the construction and then operations and maintenance. The first phase would generate 14 full FTEs, 18,000 including surrounding jobs. And these thousands of jobs, think about them. If you consider the 2.5 gigawatt to 25,000 gigawatts, then you'll see that these permanent jobs are not only full-time but also long-term. For the operational and maintenance phase, we're talking about another 1,000 jobs for every installed gigawatt for the duration of the plant, on top of the ones that we saw before. With a hub-based approach, it's possible to achieve that. And multiplying the numbers by the objectives, this is what you attain: thousands of new jobs, both during the construction phase and the operational maintenance phase. So what are we dealing with in terms of domestic penetration versus the total? That is industrial development in Italy. And I think it's very significant. You can see the bar graphs up there, ranging in percentage terms from 39 to 58 and 77% of contribution in Italy. And all that varies depending on the stage that you're analyzing. So for the floaters, the floating systems, it makes sense if we start right now, particularly also for the electrical componentry. Italy can still play a major role, accounting for 75–80% of production in Italy. And one of the most innovative technologies in renewables enables us to enhance production. We're looking about installed power that gets us right into the production side and the results. Here you can see the various specialties required during the development phase: design, construction, installation, operation and maintenance, and leadership and management leadership. There are many, many skills shown up there on the slide. So we need to start moving right now in training people, which is what we're doing at university. We're running courses, innovative courses at Civitavecchia University and also in Cagliari in Sardinia. And some of these positions, these skills, don't even exist yet. And so we really have to start communicating with our young people and telling them about the potential of all of this. So the last few minutes on the social impact. We've already spoken about the importance of the social impacts, and offshore floating wind systems are viewed very positively by Italians. We ran a survey, and we found that 80% of people were either in favor or neutral towards offshore wind energy. We know that things can change very rapidly unless we start moving in the best direction as quickly as possible. And to conclude, where our approach is based on phases, national production also entails industrial development and the necessary investments. I'd like to thank the working group that helped me put this presentation together. There are many, many young people who have worked with us with great enthusiasm. They're very motivated, and that, I think, will enable us to achieve very positive results, because we know that young people are aware of what is going on here, and we're sure we'll be able to achieve the results and the figures that we've presented to you. So thank you very much, Professor. Thank you so much. Right, so that was our last presentation of the day, and I can officially declare the second day of our Digital Innovation Forum as ended, closed. Tomorrow we have another full program starting from 9 o'clock with Baba Carfagna, and then I'll be back in the afternoon to continue the work we're doing here in Cernobbio. Bye-bye.